show. It is, as we say, the last big show. And honestly, I don't know what to expect from this show. First time that we're going to be getting War Games taking place on the main roster of WWE. War Games, obviously synonymous with what we've seen from NXT. They've done it down in NXT for a few years. But this is the first time that we're going to be seeing it on the main roster. And yeah, I don't know what to expect. I'm looking forward to it. I'm excited by it, but I don't know what to expect from it. I would imagine it's going to be largely the same as what we got down in NXT, but just on a bigger scale, because of course they were doing it in obviously smaller venues, smaller arenas. This one's going to be a bit bigger. So yeah, I'm looking forward to this. I'm looking forward to this and seeing like how it goes. I did say earlier that I was a little disappointed that there's no title defense by Roman. I do like the Bloodline, though, being in the War Games match. Like, I think that's really cool, having all of them in the War Games match. So I do like that. But I don't know. I always feel like a show feels bigger when Roman might lose his belt. So that always feels that little bit bigger. And yeah, it's a bit of a shame that we don't really have that peril for Roman. Roman's championship reign is not in any danger of ending tonight, of course. So I don't know. It's just a little shame we don't get that. But as we say, not the end of the world by any means. Let's try and jump over to the chat and see. There we go. That text is quite small, isn't it? That text is small. I can read it. I don't know if you can read. I've literally just thrown this together, to be honest. I didn't have any setup whatsoever. No background or anything, so I've just had to spend about 10 minutes, 15 minutes trying to chuck this together. So it's not perfect. It's far from ideal, but it'll do. It'll get us through. But yeah, that's a bit smaller than usual, the text on screen. Unless LA Knight is going to come to the ring for answers, we might get Uncle Howdy on the Titletron, says Cal L Cool J. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm not really expecting anything Bray related. I think that if you're going to get something, then it might be something to do with Alexa. I think Alexa could be interesting tonight. I think there's a good chance that she walks away from her team. It could be that during the middle of the match, she just gets up and leaves, you know? Just kind of leaves the ring, starts walking away, and there's lots of confusion. And she just, like, stares off and heads to the back. Like, I could see something along those lines. I could also see her just turning on her own team. I could see that happening as well. Equally, nothing might happen. Like, there might be nothing that goes down. I feel like there's going to be something, though. I feel like WWE will put some sort of Easter egg in there, like something for us to chew over. I feel like there'll be something for us to get our teeth into. So, yeah, Bray-wise, I'm not really expecting anything. They haven't announced anything. Of course, that doesn't make a difference. He could absolutely still be there. But there's no match that's been announced. It wasn't announced yesterday. I haven't seen any match announced today. If they are going to do it, they're just going to like do it during the show, which would be a little strange for a premium live event. I mean, they did announce Bray in advance for Crown Jewel. So he wasn't on that show until last minute, but then he did get announced. So I think I'm leaning towards maybe they're going to give Bray the night off here. Maybe Bray's having the night off, but they'll still give us something to get our teeth into, and that could turn out to be the Alexa stuff. Maybe the Alexa stuff is going to be a bit of a talking point, so that's going to be something worth keeping our eyes on. Or, you know, maybe the match goes fine, everything's fine, we're all really disappointed that nothing's happened, but then we get a backstage interview with her, and that's when something happens. So maybe it could go that way as well. But for me, Alexa is where my focus is tonight. That's kind of where I'm looking, but anything can happen. I could see someone coming out to help Shotzi, says Top Gear. Do you know what? I'm going to see if I can change this a little bit. I feel like we can just make this a little bit easier to read. Let's go like that, and let's go like that, and let's go like Hasn't really made much difference, has it, in all fairness? Maybe if I could take a touch more off the bottom. 1850. Let's try that. See if we can just make the text just that little bit bigger. That's a little better. It's not really drastically different, but it's a little better. Did you see Ozzy's video for War Games? I didn't know. Was it good? War Games. Have you seen Ozzy's video? No. They've been saying on commentary, teasing about how Alexa doesn't look excited at all when she is in the ring. So I think something might happen, says Jacob. SD Films Wrestling says, what if LA Knight comes out tonight and demands a match with Bray? And it's announced for later in the show. It would be last minute, but possibly a good match. I mean, look, yes, could that happen? Yes. Do I think that's going to happen? I'm leaning towards no. Only because I think Bray's first match is a big deal. I think, like, Bray hasn't wrestled. You know, last time we saw Bray wrestle a match was WrestleMania 37. And I just sort of think, like, if you're going to do that, you would announce it in advance, wouldn't you? I mean, I would. I would announce it in advance. Sure, a nice surprise for people that are tuning in, but I just still feel like you would announce it in advance. So I can't say it's impossible. It's certainly not impossible, but I would be leaning towards it being unlikely. That's my feelings on it. It's crazy the next pay-per-view is a couple of months away. That's going to be a long build for Bray, says Rob. Yeah, that's good in a way, though. You know, I mean, I'm quite excited by it. I was a little bit torn, but I am excited because I just think that this is going to give us an opportunity to not worry about pay-per-views for a while. And I'm really excited to see what that does for Triple H, because you've got to think Triple H is just constantly in a cycle, constantly in a loop of build into the next pay-per-view. He's having to put shows together that basically build to the next show. This is just like really the first time he's going to be able to just take a bit of a breath. This is the first time where there is no pay-per-view we need to worry about building towards. Because to be perfectly honest, you don't even need to start the build for Royal Rumble until January, right? So we don't need to do anything in December for the Rumble. You could if you wanted to, but you don't have to. Because normally there's another pay-per-view you build towards, be it TLC or Day One. So there's none of that now. So I think what he can do is just take a breath, look at the shows, and he can maybe start to do some stuff on the shows that's maybe a little bit more free. Just a bit more freedom than what he's had so far, because he's constantly having to put things in place to build towards the next pay-per-view. So I'm really hopeful that WWE this Christmas are not going to drift. They're not going to just tread water. They're not going to just get by. I'm really hopeful that Triple H is going to use this as a way of really starting some new feuds. I mean, do you know what would be quite good to do, in all fairness? The draft. The draft would be great to do in December, because you could do the draft. The draft episodes would be big, and then you've got a bit of time to get the new rosters kind of settled in. There's plenty of time before we get to the Rumble. So, like, the draft would not be the worst idea to do now. Like, trying to do the Rumble and a draft and Elimination Chamber all on the road to WrestleMania is quite a bit to try and fit in. Of course, it could just be a glorious kind of mess where we just go from one thing to the next. Now we're building to this. Oh, we've got a draft as well. Here's The Rock. Do you know what I mean? Like, Sami's turned. Bloodline have turned on Sami. This is happening. That's happening. Like, it could just be a glorious mess come, like, Royal Rumble as we build towards WrestleMania. But if you do want to just take maybe a little of the carnage away, you could do the draft in December. I don't think he will. Rumors are it'll happen after the Rumble. That's the last thing I heard. But yeah, I'm down for it. It is crazy that we've got a while until the next premium live event, but I'm down for it. I'm here for it. I think it could be quite interesting, because it's just going to allow him to take that breath and maybe try a few things. Cal L. Cool J said, I think Wyatt 6 are all psychiatric patients. Bray, Bo, Alexa, Vincent, Dutch, L.A. Top Tier said, no, Bray match until February would be a long time. David said, what about tribute to the troops? Is that not in December? I have no idea, to be honest. It's not a premium live event, and it's not something that's shown in the UK. So it's sort of like a special episode, or do you know what I mean? I don't even know how it's shown. I'm guessing you get it in America, of course. But to be honest, I haven't seen a tribute to the troops for years. Like, it's not something that's... I don't even know if they're on the WWE network, to be honest. I don't even know if they're put on there. They might be. But they're certainly not shown over here. That's, I think, very US exclusive. Dragon Slayer of Death said, I feel like Oz's video could open the show. Aubrey Edwards, Dancing on Wrestling's Grave, said, thoughts on Maki Ito winning the Women's Royal Rumble? I think that you've got to give the people what they want. I think what you could do is you could have all the wrestlers lined up in a row, like dominoes, and then she could do a fall into the sign thing. And as by doing that, then she could knock into a wrestler, they could knock into the other wrestler, and it could go all round like dominoes. And the end result is someone goes over the top rope, and maybe they could just do that throughout the Women's Rumble. So, yeah. Maki Ito winning the Women's Rumble would be amazing. I think that you've got to give the people what they want. Who do you think Bray will face in his first match? Well, it seems like it's going to be LA Knight, doesn't it, Keaton? I'd be surprised if it was anyone else. They put it on Fox last year, says Shifts. Tyler says, evening days, what do you hope to see from tonight? Love the content as usual. Tyler, appreciate the support. What do I hope to see? I hope to see a show that's entertaining. I hope to see some new feuds. I would like to see Becky and Bayley engage in a little story throughout December as we head to the Rumble. They can both go on to other things for Mania, but I like the idea of a little story, a little storied feud. I would like Bianca to move on to something different other than Bayley as well. I really hope, actually, this is the end of Bianca, Asuka, Alexa, and Damage Control. We've been doing this since SummerSlam. And that's not, like, terribly long, but I've had enough now. Like, I don't need any more. I can't say I've seen loads out of this feud that I've really enjoyed. It's not really done much for me. I'm a big Asuka fan. She's just sort of felt like she's just stood there most of the time. Same as Alexa, actually. Alexa's just sort of stood there. They've just been like, I feel like they've been the J&J security of Bianca Belair. I feel like they've just had to stand by her side. And it's very much Bianca that's had the spotlight here. So I would love to see Asuka, like, do you know what I mean, have some of that spotlight. And I'm sure there's many Alexa fans that feel the same about Alexa. I also don't think that Damage Control have really felt like a great faction. I don't mind them. I just think that when we first saw them, I was so excited. And I can't say that they really ever maintained that level. I kind of felt like, I don't know if the promos are a bit off. I don't know if I think what they were wearing was just a bit drab. Like, I really feel like they could have wore better attires. I kind of feel like quite often they come down just looking like they're popping to a 7-Eleven. So I sort of feel like, where was the T-shirt saying Damage Control? Where was the, I don't know, nice clothes? Or, maybe they could have all wore suits. Imagine if they came down in suits, or if they had some sort of, maybe if they just looked better than, like, they just got out of bed and chucked some clothes on. Like, maybe they would have felt more special then as well. And some of the booking was maybe a bit strange at times, and I don't know, man. There's so much talent involved in that story, but I just can't say that it ever really captivated me, and I'm definitely ready for something else. So I think what I'm hoping for tonight is some new stories, new feuds. I'm looking for the Sami story to take a step forward as well. We think they might start turning on Sami. They won't turn on him tonight, but they might start losing patience with him tonight. So that might happen. I'm hoping that AJ and Finn is a banger. I'd love for that to be a conversation for Match of the Year. They can do it. AJ Styles can do it. They know each other very well. So, yeah, it'd be nice to have, like, a banger to go, oh, man, do you remember that AJ Finn match from Survivor Series? Like, I want, go out there, premium live event match. Here's 20 minutes, half an hour if you need it. Tear the house down. Yeah, remind the world of who AJ Styles is. Remind the world of who Finn Balor is. So I hope they do that. Ronda, Shotzi, it's hard to know what to expect from that, isn't it? Maybe a return of Charlotte. I'm not expecting it. I think I'm just expecting Ronda to win, but it's hard to know what we're going to get out of that. The Seth, Bobby, Austin Theory one, I just want Austin Theory to look really good coming out of it. I feel like Seth's going to retain. I don't know what we get with Bobby. Do we get a Brock return? Does Brock come after Bobby and that takes Bobby out of the equation? And then maybe that just leaves Seth and Austin Theory. And then we get, I think, Seth retaining. Monday Night Rollins is working very well, so I wouldn't change that. But I want Austin Theory to look good. If he's going to lose, that's fine. But I want him to look good here. I want him to look vicious. I want him to make another statement. So I'm kind of looking for that from Austin Theory. And then, as we said, Alexa potentially turning, then Sami causing some problems, maybe a Becky Bayley feud. Something to do with Alexa and Bray. Might only just be a logo, like flashing up in the background again. I don't know quite what we're going to get tonight that's going to be revolutionary. I don't know what we're going to get tonight that's going to be massive. I don't know what we're going to get tonight that's going to be changing the landscape. But that's what I'm hoping for. This is one of the big four, man. This is one of the big four. This is up there with WrestleMania, Royal Rumble, SummerSlam. This is Survivor Series. Now, they've gone big with War Games. So, they've done that at least. But, they've got to do a bit more than just that. Like, if they think just doing the War Games matches is going to be enough, and we just have winners and that's it, I think that might be a bit disappointing. I feel like we need some new feuds. We need some talking points. I just hope that at the end of this, we're like, oh, what did you think about that? What did you think about, where do you think they're going with this? Something that's happened that we actually care about. That's what I'm hoping for. And I'm sure we will get it. I'm sure there'll be something that goes down tonight where we get that. And I just want to, tune into Raw on Monday and be excited for it. I can't wait to see where this story goes next. That's what I'm hoping for. Aseeb said, do you remember AJ Finn at 2017? I thought that was a banger. How did you feel about that? Yeah, I thought it was very good. Obviously, last minute because it was meant to be Bray, wasn't it? So that match kind of got thrown together, lastminute.com. But, that just shows their common chemistry, doesn't it? Just shows how well they can work together, that match was not planned. They chucked them together, and then they put on a match of that quality. So, yeah, I really enjoyed it, and I think that's why my expectations are so high. It's hard to sit here and say, oh, I hope they give us a match of the year contender, but that is the kind of level you expect from AJ and Finn, and it's crazy, innit, to think that's 5 years ago now. 5 years ago, that match. This is where it gets a bit frustrating for me, because I just feel like we're not doing much with either person. Granted, Finn is technically the leader of Judgment Day, sort of, but all I would say is that Judgment Day don't really feel like the best faction. Didn't they lose the other week to Brawling Brutes? So I think they put over the Brawling Brutes because the Brawling Brutes and Drew and everyone needed a victory, so Judgment Day lost that. I just sort of feel like some of the booking is not quite right. Yeah, Judgment Day are a big faction, but is this going to catapult Finn to a world title? Because that's where I think he deserves to be. And I don't know that the Judgment Day are going to do that. But let's see. Look, for this show, I'm just looking and hoping that we get a really good match. Something that we look at and go, that's in the fours, man. That is in the fours, 4 out of 5, 4.25, 4.5. Obviously, 5 out of 5 would be amazing, but anything that's 4 plus is what I'm hoping for with that. Shame there's no traditional Survivor Series matches, says Jim. That's true. That is true. Philip said, what match are you looking forward to the most? I am looking forward to the men's War Games match the most. I'm looking forward to that because of Sami. It's all down to Sami. If it wasn't for Sami, I think it'll be a great match. I've got high hopes for it, but Sami is the one that's the real difference maker for me, is someone that I'm really engaged with, is someone that I'm really into, is someone that that story has got my interest. So yeah, the men's war games for me. LS Dub said, I'm so excited for tonight. Jim said Rhea is the leader of Judgment Day. Rhea could win the Rumble, said Rumble Talk. Who are you going with out of Finn and AJ? Well, I did my predictions the other day. I think I went with Finn because Finn is going to have a big year next year, apparently. Rumors are Triple H wants to try and get him back to the title picture. Don't know if that'll be before or after WrestleMania. My guess is maybe after, but saying that, I don't think Roman has both belts by WrestleMania. Maybe Finn finds his way towards getting one. I actually think it would be a really good idea if they said to Roman, you haven't defended your belt in since blah, blah, blah. As a result, you're going to defend it at the Royal Rumble in the Rumble match, and they make him defend it in the Rumble match. That puts Roman at a big disadvantage. He, of course, can get eliminated during the Rumble. That then means we get a new champion and Roman is still not pinned. So we don't see Roman getting pinned. Roman could get eliminated relatively early. That then means that we sit there knowing that we are going to see a brand new champion. And then Finn Balor could win it. Anyone could win it. That would also be an interesting way of getting the belt from a heel character onto a heel character. So, you look at it now and go, well, there's no way of getting it onto Finn because you're not going to do heel Finn against heel Roman. Well, if you do the Rumble idea, you don't need to worry about that, do you? That is a very good way of getting it from a heel character to another heel character. So, I don't know. I genuinely don't know as to what their plans are for Royal Rumble. But if they do want to make the change with the title, that would be one way of doing it. But apparently Finn's going to have a good year next year. So I think you probably want to give him the win here so that he's got some momentum. The other curveball as well is Edge and Beth, because they obviously got beaten up by Rhea and Judgment Day. They're going to come back and they're going to want revenge. So, I don't know. Look, if you put the belt on Finn in the Rumble, which I don't think you do because I think Cody wins the Rumble, but let's just run with it. If you do put the belt on Finn, you could always do Finn versus Edge for the title at WrestleMania. And that would be interesting. I think people would be into that. I don't think anyone would be down on that match. And then maybe you do Cody Seth for WrestleMania one more time. And then, Cody gets his title match, say, at SummerSlam or something instead. I don't know. I kind of think if Cody's going to win the belt, probably should happen at WrestleMania. But there's options. They've definitely got options. Let's put it that way. Dylan said, Ronda will win, then Sasha will return, since Survivor Series is in her hometown of Boston. Days, if you could book one match at WrestleMania besides Roman Rock, what would you book? I would probably book John Cena against Gunther. I would probably book that. Maybe I would look to do one more Undertaker match. Maybe Undertaker Bray, if I could get Undertaker to come back for that. Undertaker Bray, I think, would be very, very interesting. We have seen it before, of course, but I think under Triple H, and certainly with where Undertaker is right now, I'm a big believer you should lose your last match. I'm also a big believer that Bray needs to win at WrestleMania. I would have Bray go over Undertaker. I'd try and make it as great a match as possible. I really would try and make it like a 5-star, as close to as a great match as I possibly could. But I'd have Bray go over Undertaker. Or I would do Cena Gunther, and I would have Gunther go over John Cena. Jake Campbell, shout out to you, said, I'm expecting an Alexa turn, especially with Bray back. Yeah, I don't know if I'm expecting her to... It's a bit weird, isn't it? Because I suppose she could turn on her team, but it's still a bit like Bray is a face at the moment. There's not really anything that Bray has done to suggest he's a heel. Of course, it's heavily implied that Uncle Howdy is Bray. I feel like they're really leaning into that. So I don't know. I mean, like, I feel like there's a whole split personality thing going on. I don't know if he's a face. I don't know if he's a heel. Of course, Alexa could turn on her team to then join with Bray, but then I don't know if that would make her a heel because I don't know if Bray's a heel. So I don't know. Yeah, it's a bit weird. It's a little bit weird. I could see her joining up with Bray. I could definitely see that happening. Of course, she could be getting targeted by Bray as well. But yeah, it's kind of interesting. The logos were appearing behind her when Bray was not being targeted by LA Knight. Now that he's being targeted by LA Knight, those logos have stopped appearing. So I wonder if Bray was trying to target Alexa, and then that obviously has had to be put on the back burner because of LA Knight now taking his focus. I don't know. Or maybe he tried to recruit her and did, but we just haven't seen that that's happened yet. And that's why I just feel like it's a bit strange that the logos have stopped. Like, we saw them behind her at Crown Jewel. We saw her on the Titantron when she came down during Raw with with Bianca and Asuka. There was one on the screen behind her. To my knowledge, we have not seen any since then. And I think I'm right in saying it just sort of coincides with when Bray started focusing and feuding with LA Knight. So I don't know if they're connected. I don't know. They might not be. They really might not be. But we just haven't seen anything for a couple of weeks now. So I don't know. I don't know what to expect from Alexa. I don't know what to expect. But it will be all eyes on Alexa tonight. Jacob said the promo last night, Bray did feel a bit heelish, basically blaming people that they just want the Fiend and seeing him as something he doesn't want to be anymore, says Jacob. I don't know if that made him heelish. I sort of think he was saying that, I sort of got what he was saying. He was like, I know what the people want. You want the monster. You want the Fiend. Well, that's not me. I don't want to speak the language of violence. And that's why you need to know I did not attack LA Knight. I sort of feel like if he wanted to be a heel in that moment, he could have come across as a heel. I don't know. I get your point. I get why you might look at that and people might look at that and say it was a heel promo, but I don't think it was. I got the impression more he was trying to explain why he wasn't the one that did the attack. I think he was more trying to get that point across, like, I know that you want the monster, but I don't want to be the monster, and you need to know that I'm not a monster, and I did not attack LA Knight. So I think it was more that. Of course, we don't know if he did attack LA Knight. It feels like the swerve might be he didn't. That could be the swerve. The swerve could be he didn't attack LA Knight. And it could be that this is how we bring in Bo Dallas. And then he's like, I told you that it wasn't me type situation. It did make me think, about Kane and The Undertaker. Because if you think about, like, Undertaker's best feud, I think most people, if you ask most people who was The Undertaker's best feud, they would say Kane. And that's because it was a story, it was his brother, and, it was just built really well and told really well. I wonder if Bray has kind of learnt from that because, of course, his brother is a wrestler. His actual brother is a wrestler. And I wonder if he's looked at it and thought, the feud that might define me might be someone... I might have to basically create my own opponent. Like, the feud that I might be remembered for, I might need to actually be able to create the story around them just like... Kane was only created for The Undertaker. If Undertaker never existed, Kane wouldn't have existed, right? It's not as if Kane was a character that had been around and then they, went into a feud. He was created as The Undertaker's brother, so if there was no Undertaker, there would have been no Kane. And I do wonder if Bray is looking at that thinking, well, maybe my best feud might be with some opponent that I have to play a part in creating as well. Because, to be honest, his feud with Randy, I just don't think was very good. I mean, it's obviously the feud he's best known for, and there's been some great moments, but there's been some awful moments as well. I mean, him losing at WrestleMania to Randy again at WrestleMania 37. I mean, that was a joke, wasn't it? I mean, he got burnt alive. He then comes back from being burnt alive, has a match. I think everyone predicted, okay, well, Bray wins this, yeah? Clearly, Bray wins this. This is Bray getting his revenge. Nope. Alexa turns and it's Randy that wins. Now, obviously, we don't know quite what the plan was after that point, but I think to lose at WrestleMania, the grandest stage of them all, it doesn't really matter what comes after. Like, if you lose at WrestleMania, all right, you might get a win at WrestleMania Backlash, but is it the same? Like, I don't feel like it's the same. I don't feel like that's even. I don't feel like that's equal. Like, I feel like Bray lost to Randy at WrestleMania 33. He lost to John Cena at 30. He lost to Undertaker at 31. Like, he's been taking dubs at WrestleMania again and again and again. He's probably got to the point where he's just like, do you know what? Forget this. I'll create my own opponent, right? I'll create my own opponent. We'll get the story in place. I'll make sure it's signed off with Triple H. And the end result is I win at WrestleMania. That is the end result. And I can't say I'd blame him if that was his approach. If that was his approach, I totally understand. So, I don't know. I think it's kind of interesting to think that maybe that person is not Bray that's attacking. I still think it is. If I'm still leaning towards, but I must admit, I'm probably like 70-30, 65-35 that it's Bray. I think there's a real healthy, very healthy alternative that it's not. So I just think it's interesting in saying it's not me. Is it really going to then just turn out to be that it was and he was lying? I feel like the bigger swerve would be that it wasn't. So if you could put one match at WrestleMania, he answered that, Keaton. As I said, I would do Gunther against Cena, or I would do Bray against Undertaker. Clay said, do you think Bray will show up tonight? I don't think so. I think when Bray came back, he probably got a lot of money, right? He probably got a healthy amount of money, and he probably got a degree of creative freedom, and he probably also got a few dates that he was allowed off, right? A slightly more reduced schedule. And I don't think I think they wanted him for Crown Jewel because there was so much momentum going. And here, I don't know, I feel like the focus is on War Games and other stuff. He's in a feud with LA Knight. That can play out on SmackDown at the moment. So, I don't know, there's nothing been announced for him. If we get something, brilliant, but I'm going to go into it not expecting anything, actually. I think if we get anything, it'll probably be around Alexa. But let's see. I mean, look, there's absolutely the possibility that we do get something Bray-related tonight, but I'm just going to go into it not expecting anything. They've not announced anything. He hasn't got a match. We could absolutely see him next week continuing his story with LA Knight. But I do think Alexa could be interesting. So my focus is going to be there. Please, 200 PLN. Shout out to you, buds. Hope you are well. Welcome. Dortnight said, apparently, if you live in the Philippines, this event and many more are going to be streamed on Disney. Have we got anyone from the Philippines here? Have you seen that? Yeah, I've seen that. There was, who was it? Someone on Twitter, and I don't know that it was Sean Ross Sapp, right? So don't quote me on this. But someone on Twitter said that in the Philippines, they are getting live shows, live events on Disney, right? And when I saw that, I thought they meant house shows, right? Because it was like, did you know in the Philippines on Disney, like Disney are showing live events, right? So they didn't word it like pay-per-views. They didn't say premium live events. They just said live events. And the way it was worded, I thought they meant house shows. So what I did was I got a VPN. I signed up to Disney in Philippines because I thought if they're showing house shows, that is amazing, right? Who would not love to watch house shows? And I was also thinking like, man, there'd be so much stuff to talk about. Like, not only could you watch the matches from house shows, But at a house show, you always get those quirky little things, don't you? You always get those fun banter moments between like the superstars and the crowd. You know, I've seen loads of like stuff happen on house shows that you would never see on TV, right? Because they're a little bit silly. They're a little bit like, just done for comedy purposes. They're just sort of done for the live crowd. And I was like, man, if that is true, like, there's going to be so much, first of all, just that is a talking point. But then you've also got, like, all the fun little moments that come out of it. So I was like, yeah, I definitely need to check this. I definitely need to check this out. So I got a VPN. I signed up for it. I managed to get in and looked around, and there was nothing. What they meant was premium live events. That's it. Premium live events are shown on Disney. So I was super disappointed. Super disappointed. I wondered if it was like a trial or something. Like maybe they showed them house shows because they never go to the Philippines. So this is what a house show looks like in America type thing. I'd love it if they put house shows on the WWE network. Not all the time, because I think they do a lot of the same stuff. They're a bit like the Harlem Globetrotters. If you go and see the Harlem Globetrotters in Manchester, it's going to be the exact same show if you go to Liverpool or if you go to Birmingham, right? It's the same jokes, it's the same spots, and I think that's the same with house shows as well. Like, you know, when they're working with an opponent, they're trying a few different things, and, you know, there'll be some slight differences, but by and large, I would imagine even the matches largely look the same. Matches will look the same. The amount of time they get will be the same. The spots they do will be the same. The moments they do will be the same. They do like fun interaction things with like referees and, you know, blah, 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 blah. So, yeah, you don't need to see them all the time. Otherwise, you'd just be seeing the same show, I think. But if they did like once a month, you know, once a month, you got to watch a house show live, like, you know, from wherever. That would be so good. I'd love that. I'd absolutely love that. Root Beer Float said, do you think Jey Uso is going to be the one to turn on the Bloodline instead of Sami? It makes sense. I think it's too early for Sami to split up with Bloodline. I don't think Jay's going to turn on Bloodline. I think what will happen is that Sami will split from Bloodline, but I think that it's going to take time, as you said. So I think we're just going to keep planting seeds. I think Sami's going to let them down. I think that, you know, Jay's going to keep talking to Jimmy. He's going to keep talking to Roman. They'll see for themselves. Sami not quite measuring up, and I think that eventually he'll get turned on by them, and I can see them all beating up on Sami, and then maybe that's where we see Kevin Owens come down to the aid of his friend, and maybe that's the direction that the story goes in. So that's sort of what I'm thinking. And then, yeah, I think a lot of people have said WrestleMania, Kevin and Sami against the Usos. I agree that's the most likely direction that the story is going in. LS Dub said, house shows have a different vibe from other shows. It feels like you have a closer connection to the crowd due to the crowd wrestler interactions. Eric said, do you sleep with that hat on? No, I don't. The reason why I wear the hat is just because of laziness. I mean, to be honest, my hair's not that long at the moment, but normally it's quite long. And so I just, when I wake up, it looks a mess. And to be honest, I ain't doing my hair every day. So in order to make it look good, I'd have to be putting product in it and all that kind of stuff. Forget that. I mean, maybe if we streamed once a week or something, maybe I would make the effort. But no, that's why I just chuck a hat on. It's so easy. And because we stream every day, that's literally the reason for it. But to be honest, I'm just in a habit of doing it now. Now I don't even think whether my hair's long, whether it's short, whether it's tidy, whether it's messy. I'm just in the routine of doing it. So that's all that is. Street Fighter said, rumors are that Code Orange could perform at WrestleMania 39. I could see that. Yeah, I could see that. Joe King said, do you think Kevin Owens will turn and join the Bloodline? I think it would be fun, and it might lead to Kevin and Sami turning. I don't think so. I don't think the Bloodline are going to welcome in anyone else that's not Bloods. I think that they are very much about the family and the Anoa'i family, and I think that you're either part of that or you're not part of that. And I think they've let Sami in but it took time, didn't it? You know, he was kind of hanging around and it took him a long time to kind of win their trust, and he still hasn't won the trust of Jay. So I can't see them welcoming in Kevin Owens, certainly not with his history with Roman. You know, if you think about the feuds that they've had and everything, so I don't think it'll go that way. Are you watching the White versus Franklin fight? I have no idea, to be honest. It's not part of my plans, but I'd have to have a look and see what's happening. I'd have to have a look and see what else is on. If it's a quiet weekend where there's not much happening, then I would be tempted to look at it. HJ said, do you believe that Vince is still running WWE behind the scenes, specifically creative? No. This was a conversation we had the other day, actually. We were talking about, there was a report that came out that Edward sent me that Vince was still running things behind the scenes. And Sergeant Slaughter was apparently the one that said that he thought that Vince was still involved. He didn't specify that he meant creative, though. And I think there's no way that Vince is not talking to Steph. You know, Steph is co-CEO, co-chairwoman, and she is doing stuff that she's never done before. And, you know, she's having big conversations before she was doing a lot of charity stuff, I believe, kind of outreach, community stuff. You know, she would still be aware of what was happening and what Vince was doing, but she wasn't doing it. Now she's in the big chair, and I've got no doubt whatsoever that Vince is heavily involved with Steph because, you know, I think she's going to look to her dad for guidance. Do you know what I mean? Every day, I would imagine at some point there's a phone call. What do you think about this? What do you think about that? So I don't think that Triple H is really reaching out to Vince. I mean, look, who wouldn't love to book WWE? Do you know what I mean? It's like everyone's dream job. If you're into WWE, it's basically like being given all of the figures and being told to create your own storylines. I mean, like, it's the best job. So I can't imagine Triple H has got many problems in that front. He might have run the odd thing past Vince, because of course he's going to see Vince. It's his father-in-law. Like, I'm sure they see him once a month or whatever, pop round. But yeah, I think that Steph will have been calling him on the regular. I'm not so sure that Triple H would have, but I think that Vince is involved, but he's advisory and it's at a high level. It's not at the creative level. So yeah, there was lots of people that that conversation was definitely brought up the other day. Ellis Dubb said, I think Steph and Nick Khan are speaking at a press conference right now. There's a press conference right now. Okay, let's have a little look at that then, shall we? We'll go over to press conference right now. I didn't even know there was a press conference right now. I'm on WWE Network, but they're showing This Week in WWE. So there's nothing live on the WWE Network. Let's go to WWE, and we'll see what's over there. WWE The Bump. Ultimate Survivor Series is on at the moment. That's something that's being streamed live on WWE. Can't see anything for a press conference. I think there is one after the show tonight. I think there is a press conference after the show. So they might be speaking on that one. What is this? What is this Ultimate Survivor Series thing? Oh, right. Okay. This is where they build their, like, Ultimate Survivor Series teams. I saw them do this for the Royal Rumble, and they kind of put together their Ultimate Royal Rumble. Looks like they're just putting together their Ultimate Survivor Series teams. So that's live on WWE right now. So that's what we've got over there. I think it's going to be post-match, says SD Films. Days, no returns tonight. I don't know what we're getting, but I can't say that we're not getting any returns tonight. We absolutely could get some returns tonight. I think that Charlotte is an interesting one. I think Sasha is an interesting one. I don't think we're going to get Big E, but I did see him. I don't know if you saw him in an advert. There's an advert of him with a credit card and Bianca Belair. He looks a little bit slimmer. You look at him and you can clearly see it's Big E, and he's still clearly jacked, but he did look a little bit more trim than what we've seen before. I mean, of course, he's been, out with serious injury, of course, following that belly-to-belly suplex by Ridge Holland. So, yeah, he's been out injured for a while. He's due to come back, but I don't know that it's anytime soon. I certainly am not expecting Cody. Expecting Cody at the Rumble. Big E, probably around the Rumble. We don't know what's up with Charlotte. Apparently, Andrade said we'll find out eventually, but she's been dealing with some stuff. So, don't know what that is. Sasha is obviously an interesting one. Don't know quite what she wants to do, but we are in Boston. That point was made earlier. And that's, a really good point, actually, because she is from Boston. So, I don't know. I mean, it might be that they're a little worried, I don't know if they'd be worried, but they might just be a little aware that she walked out on the show, right? And it's not easy to know how the fans are going to respond to her coming back. Obviously, Sasha fans are going to love her return. And if you look on Twitter, then it would leave you in very little doubt that she would get a fantastic reaction if she did come back. But I could understand WWE being a bit like, she walked out on the show. She walked out on the fans that had, paid money in hope to see her. We then sat and said that we were very disappointed in her, and we made it very clear that she'd disappointed us and let down the fans. Like, we did tell our fans that as well. So, I could understand them going, we don't want to bring her back and for her to get like a negative reaction or a mixed reaction. We want her to come back and get a really fantastic reaction. Well, we're better for that to happen than Boston. So I think if she was going to return, it's a bit cliche, isn't it? But if she was going to return, this would feel like a really good place to do it because it's Boston. She's guaranteed a fantastic reaction here. So, yeah, let's see. I think there is definitely an opportunity. There is definitely a chance that we could see Sasha come back tonight. But no guarantees of that. There's been no rumors or talk or anything along those lines. It's difficult, isn't it? It's just difficult because I feel like there's a few options, but there's been no rumors of anything. So, I mean, the biggest rumor was that Becky was coming back and that she was going to be the fifth member. And obviously that paid off last night. I do wonder, though, if maybe did they do that last night so that Becky wasn't a surprise on this show? It's a bit weird. It's a bit weird that you would do that on SmackDown rather than save it for Survivor Series. And the reason why I say that is because if it had been saved for Survivor Series, then it's, a big return. Becky's back, it's a big return. I understand it had been spoiled. I understand it was out there, but was there a need to drag Bianca, Asuka, Alexa, Mia Yim from Raw over to... It wasn't Rhea Ripley. There was a lot of people that they brought to SmackDown. Was there a real need to do that? I do just wonder if they did it because they've got something else planned for Survivor Series and they don't want them getting in each other's way. So if they have got, say, Sasha planned for Survivor Series, then maybe they want everyone talking about Sasha coming back. They don't want everyone saying Sasha and Becky have come back, right? They don't want Sasha to have to share the spotlight with someone else that returned. So let's have Becky come back on Friday, and then that means that Sasha will be the big talking point on Saturday. There's maybe an argument that's why they did the Becky thing the way they did it. No guarantees, of course. It could just be that it got leaked and they thought, let's just do it, right? It could just be that. But equally, it could just be that they wanted to kind of separate them and have one on the Friday, one on the Saturday. Darwin said, hello, Days. My excitement for Survivor Series War Games is 7 out of 10. But I am still looking forward to Survivor Series War Games. Randy is expected to be out for an extended period. Whenever he is back, it is going to be a big pop. Yeah, Delwyn, appreciate the support, my friends. Appreciate the support. Yes, I agree. When he comes back, it will be massive. Don't know when he's back. Obviously, that injury we found out is very serious. The same injury that HBK had. He was out for 4 years. I mean, Randy, at this stage in his career, how quickly is he going to be able to come back from something like that? I genuinely don't know. I'm not expecting him to be in the Rumble. I don't even know if I'm expecting him to be at WrestleMania. I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, this is serious back surgery, which I don't. If I'm thinking about it, I don't expect him to be at WrestleMania. I genuinely don't know when we see him again. I genuinely don't know. And I think that came across actually when Riddle was kind of telling us about what had happened, because you could tell Riddle was very emotional in that segment. He looked down the camera and said a few words to Randy, and, you know, he was a bit choked up. And so you did get the vibe that something big was happening. But obviously we've had more information now that it is really, really bad. So, yeah, I'm obviously keeping everything crossed that he makes a full recovery. I think we would all love for him to be able to come back, have a good final run. I mean, in all fairness, you know, you run it until the wheels come off, and I'm sure that's what Triple H will have been telling him. You know, you do it until the wheels come off, and that's exactly what he's done. Like, in all fairness, there's nothing more that he needs to do. If anything, it's quite a nice ending, because just before he left, he pretty much passed on his moveset to someone else, didn't he? Before he left, he pretty much built up Riddle and gave him the RKO and gave him the draping deal and, like, kind of really passed on everything to Riddle before he walked away, before he went. So I don't know if that is the end of his career. You would obviously want one big final retirement match. But to be honest, that's the only thing that's missing. The only thing that's missing is that big final retirement match, that Ric Flair at WrestleMania 24 type moment. That's the only thing that's going to be missing, because I think if it ends this way, him passing on his moves to Riddle, which obviously he was going to get into a feud with had it have, you know, not gone the way it had gone. It's quite a nice way for his story to end. It's not the worst way for it to end. But yeah, the hope is that he can make a full recovery and, of course, come back. Steve said, cheers to you. I enjoy the channel. Steve, appreciate it. Steve G. Oh, no. Sean G. Sean G, shout out to you. Sean, you're Steve now. It's not my fault. You're Steve. But yeah, Sean, shout out to you, bud. LS Dub said, do you expect Triple H to do War Games each year? I think it's going to depend how the ratings come through on this. I think it's going to depend, you know, if the ratings are not great, he might look at it and think, maybe that's not what they want on the main roster. Like, I think the ratings and everything were pretty good in NXT. And I think that there was quite a bit of buzz around War Games. Even the way it was said obviously got people talking. So I think that they are going to look to repeat that NXT success on the main roster. And I would imagine the numbers here are going to be good. And I would imagine that this will do well. And then, yes, I think he probably will look to repeat it next year. He might even, if it has gone very well, give it its own premium live event. I don't know. It's hard to know what he wants to do with Survivor Series. Like, I think it would be a little bit of a shame if this was Survivor Series going forwards, because I do like the elimination factor. I do like the Survivor Series type matches. Certainly, if there's a good story. So, very much like the story we've got now, you know, Bloodline against this Brawling Brutes. Like, they're doing it in War Games, but it would have worked just as well as an old school Survivor Series match. Like, it would have worked just as well that way as well. So, you know, Sami could have actually not only been pinned, but he could have costed some of the other team's eliminations as well. You know, he could have made a mistake. Jimmy gets eliminated. He makes another mistake. Jay gets eliminated. Can't believe it. Then he gets eliminated. Basically, it just leaves Solo and Roman, something like that. Like, the elimination aspect, I think, is quite interesting. So I hope this isn't what we do every year going forward now. But if the ratings are good, I don't know that I can see him moving away from it anytime soon. I think he'll stick with it. Right. Let's have a look. I want to make sure that we have got... yes, done. Let's go down. Sean said, do you think we'll see Kairi Sane either at the Rumble, maybe WrestleMania? She was a Triple H girl and is the IWGP Women's Champion. Oh. I didn't even know there was an IWGP Women's Champion. I know they had Stardom, but I didn't realize they'd made an IWGP Women's Championship. I think we'll see her. I think if we can see her, if there's a way of seeing her, I think he would do it. I think that, he's sent over, he's allowing Gallows and Anderson to still work dates with Wrestle Kingdom. It is believed they are going to be on the New Japan show in early January. I wonder if there was just a bit of a conversation or... if there could be a conversation to say, look, is it possible for us to get Kairi for the Rumble? I don't know. I think if there was a way, he'd be open to doing it, yes. Because I think he really liked her. I mean, she was NXT Women's Champ. She made it up to the main roster. She was someone that I think he's got a lot of time for. So, yeah, I think if they can make it work, they will try to make it work. But that's interesting, Sean. I didn't realise there was an IWGP Women's Championship. My current New Japan knowledge is not the strongest. I used to watch it a few years ago when Kenny and the Bucks were in, but really since AEW started, AEW is sort of like the second promotion I watch. I've always watched WWE and then maybe another promotion. Like back in the day, like I'd always see a bit of WCW. I never really watched WCW intently. But I would catch episodes. And then I never watched TNA. I was at work. But I did watch a bit of New Japan. And now that AEW's come along, AEW sort of replaced my New Japan viewing. So I am a little bit out the loop at the moment. Jose said, do you expect any surprises or returns? We've kind of touched on it already. I think we've kind of covered that intently. We've spoke a lot about Sasha. We've spoken about the potential for Charlotte. Don't expect Cody. Don't expect Big E. Certainly don't expect Randy. So, I don't know, at that point, maybe Brock. Could get Brock, of course, to go after Bobby. Could get Edge and Beth. They could go after Finn, Rhea. So, there's definitely potential for something. But I don't know that I expect loads. But it is interesting that we are in Boston, because that means does it raise the potential for us getting Sasha? I would say that it does. I think that it does raise the likelihoods of Sasha, but it certainly does not guarantee Sasha. But I would say it raises the likelihood that we do see her. King Chris says, I'm back and ready for War Games. War Games. Well, we are getting closer. How long have we got? We've got an hour until the kickoff show. So we did start nice and early. I feel like, we've still been doing wrestling, but I've been doing so much World Cup coverage that, it's nice to just sit down and talk wrestling, get my head in the game as we get closer towards the show. They're just showing some classic debuts at the moment. On WWE Network. But King Chris, shout out to you, buds. Mitchell, hope you're well. Mitchell said, do you think Triple H will bring back any more gimmicks or match types that we've not seen? Maybe the dog kennel from hell match? I don't know, to be honest, because I think that if he wanted to bring some match types back, I think he would have done it in NXT. NXT was kind of his playground. That was his ability to try things. And he did try things. He did War Games. We did the Fight Pit match. He did like some ladder matches down there, of course. He did like the cinematic matches. We saw Adam Cole against Velveteen Dream in like a backyard area at Full Sail. So he did that. He did the empty arena match, empty warehouse match between Johnny and Tommaso. So I think if there was a match that he wanted to do, then I have to think that we would have seen it in NXT. The fact that we didn't makes me think I don't know really what he would have planned. I don't know what kind of match type he would have like up his sleeve that he never did. It's certainly not a dog kennel from hell match or a triple cage match or anything along those lines. Because as I said, I think if he was going to do it, I think he would have done it in NXT. So I can't say I'm expecting anything. We've already seen him use the fight pit on the main roster. Now we're seeing War Games on the main roster. I can't think of anything else from NXT that was like exclusive that he could bring up that we don't normally see. And forget the cinematic ones. That was just during lockdown. So no, to be honest, no, I can't. He might try something if someone comes up with an idea, but I don't think there's anything to come out of NXT that we could end up seeing. Fun fact, the reason Sasha exists is because her name, Mercedes, is copyrighted. Richard said, is there a wrestling equivalent to Tapology where we can have a league and make predictions? I don't think there is, I think there was. I've got a feeling there was some sort of fantasy game, but I'm not aware that it's still running anymore. So I don't think so. HJ said, do you believe that Sami Roman build for WrestleMania started on SmackDown? No. I would love for it. No, definitely no. Because I don't think we're getting Sami Roman at WrestleMania. I think it's Rock Roman at WrestleMania. If Sami's going to face Roman, I think it would be after Mania. I don't know that they're going to go that way. I don't know that they're going to go big with Sami. I think I agree with a lot of people that Sami is probably going to join forces with Kevin and end up being a tag champ, which I've said so many times, I think is a bit disappointing because I would really love it to be a case that he did go after Roman. But I just think that what we're seeing with him and Kevin, what we've been seeing all along with him and Jay, I think that all of that's going to pay off with it being a tag match. I'm about to lay the smack down. Miss Clown, hello. Hope you are well. Would you like to see NXT wrestlers in Survivor Series? Bit torn, to be honest, because they did it before and we got through like just triple threats. So it would have been like Bianca versus Ronda versus Mandy Rose. And it would have been Wesley versus Gunther versus Seth Rollins. And they were triple threats. And I'm just not the biggest fan of triple threats. Like, I don't hate them, but I would much rather we had a one-on-one match. So I would much rather we had one-on-one. And what was really messy were the Survivor Series type matches where you had 3 teams battling away. And you had 3 people in the ring at the same time. Like, it just didn't really work. I didn't feel that it worked. I don't think WWE felt that it worked because I don't know if we only had it once. I can't remember if we had it once or maybe they tried it twice, but I think it might have only been once. I think they might have tried it just once where we had NXT involved and there was like triple threats or the whole evening. And I must admit, I looked at it, I was like, nah, like, it's better when it's just one-on-one. And I think WWE agreed, which is why we then just started getting Raw versus SmackDown. The problem with Raw versus SmackDown is no one cares who wins. Like, I didn't care who won. SmackDown wins 6-0, brilliant. Literally 2 seconds later, I don't care. Raw wins 6-0, wonderful, great for them, right? 3-3, am I nervous about who's going to win? Nope, don't give a flip. So, like, for me, it was just redundant doing the whole Raw versus SmackDown thing. And when NXT was involved, like, it just felt a bit bloated, a bit crowded. I mean, if you want to book, like, I don't know, maybe Survivor Series, pick a fight with NXT, and you do Survivor Series versus NXT, like a men's match. And then maybe you do, like, another men's match, but it's between 2 factions on Raw. So you do OC against Judgment Day, right? And that's a Raw match, but then you've got SmackDown against NXT. And you could do that as a match. Like, if you wanted to do it that way, where NXT are involved, but it's not everything is triple threats, and they're still sort of one-on-ones, I would have no issue with that. I'd have no problem with that whatsoever. But I think if we were to go back to what we did before, that didn't work for me. That didn't work for me. Michael Ronquillo said, appreciate the support, my friend. Really appreciate the support. Appreciate everyone that's joining us tonight. But Michael says, Austin Theory did mention John Cena's name during the bump today. I could honestly see them facing at WrestleMania. I could honestly see them facing. I think that would be a fantastic match for Austin Theory. I think Theory is naturally jacked. I think he's very confident. He reminds me a lot of a young John Cena. I would actually say that he's got a bit more about him than John Cena did. I think that when John Cena first arrived as the prototype, like you could tell that it wasn't quite right, and you could tell that it was a bit one-dimensional, and you could tell that it wasn't gonna get him to the top. And sort of felt the same about Austin Theory with the selfie thing. You could tell it wasn't quite right. You could tell it wasn't going to get him to the top. But just like John Cena, there's something there. Like, there is something there. He's got a great look. He can talk. He can have great matches. There was something there. You know, Cena found thugonomics. Well, Steph found it, really. But he went down the thugonomics road and boom, that was it. We were off. Do you know what I mean? As soon as we got to that, we were up and running. So as soon as Cena got that, then, you know, he went to a different level. And then, of course, from there, he would win championships, kind of move away from thugonomics, and, you know, that was it. He was done. In regards to Austin Theory, like, we've made a big change now with him being a lot more focused and serious. No more selfies. Sort of feel like this is very interesting time for Theory. And I can see the similarities. So I actually think he'd be a great opponent for Austin Theory. Theory would have to win. He'd have to beat John. But could you imagine some of the promos between them? Imagine some of the promos, some of the builds as they build towards WrestleMania. So if he did mention him, then hopefully he continues to mention him. And we actually get a build towards them two facing at WrestleMania. I don't know that we're going to see anything here. I don't know that John is free, to be honest. I mean, he might be. Maybe we do get a little John Cena moment, but I wouldn't be expecting that. I wouldn't be expecting that. If anything, we might just be laying some groundwork for further down the road. So, but who knows? I think isn't Cena from Boston as well. So, like, yeah, I think this is where Cena's from. So I wouldn't rule it out, but God, I'd be very surprised. I'd be very surprised. I haven't heard any rumors about John Cena being on the show. But that's really interesting, Michael. Really appreciate the support, dudes. And I hope you enjoy Survivor Series War Games. War Games. Can't say War Games without doing the William Regal War Games. Dark Knight said, it's coming home. We still believe. It's been good. Appreciate everyone that's joined us for those World Cup streams. If you are a fan of football, soccer, then they continue on the channel. Obviously, we've got another 2 games tomorrow, including Spain and Germany. We've got USA on Tuesday. They're taking on Iran in a very important game. And then we'll start getting towards the knockout rounds as well. So pretty soon we're getting to the point where every remaining game will have a watch-along on the channel. So if you are a fan of that, make sure you join us. We've been having a lot of fun with it. We did 2 games today. And they were good. It was pretty good. I'm disappointed that Argentina are still in, but it was good. Who will win the Women's Royal Rumble, says HJ. Don't know, to be honest. I mean, I make an argument for a few people. You could have a look at the likes of Rhea. You know, Rhea could win it and then challenge Bianca. Becky could win it and then challenge Ronda. Liv could be a bit of a curveball. But those, I think, are the sort of names that I'm leaning towards. I think we get Rhea, Bianca. I think we get Becky, Ronda. So it sort of makes me think maybe it's probably one of them. Rob, shout out to you. Daniel said, Days, are you doing UFC after the wrestling? I don't believe it's on this week. I don't believe there is any UFC this week. Josh says, do you think Triple H will introduce a mid-card title for the women in the future? I think so. I think there will be a mid-card title for the women at some point. Whether that's going to be soon, I don't know. I don't think it is. I don't think it's going to be soon. I think that the tag titles are really the mid-card titles. I think that basically they wanted to find a way of getting more women on the show, and they decided, well, let's do the tag belts, because that will mean that we can have the two women that are champs and then 2 challengers. They're not making women's tag teams, are they? I mean, there's no women's tag teams that are on the main roster. They're just people that are thrown together, you know, like Dakota and Io. Well, they weren't a tag team down in NXT. They're just 2 women that have come up and been chucked together. They were Asuka and Alexa, 2 women that were chucked together. Shayna and Nia, 2 women that were chucked together. Alexa and Nikki, 2 women that were chucked together. Sasha and Naomi, 2 women that were chucked together. So I sort of feel like you have a mid-card belt for a secondary feud. So you have your main women's champion, and then you have a secondary belt, which is so that you can have a champion that's not quite the main champion. They're just that step below, and it gets them onto TV. I really think WWE have used the women's titles for that. I think that's why we were seeing the likes of Alexa as champion, Asuka as champion, Sasha as champion. These are all the names that you would expect to have a women's intercontinental or something along those lines. Well, instead they've used the tag belts. So I think that eventually we could see a women's intercontinental, a women's United States. It's just when do we need it? Because to be perfectly truthful, we don't book the women's tag belts very good, do we? So the women's tag division is rubbish, and hence why Sasha and Naomi stormed out, because they felt that way as well. And I think that a women's intercontinental belt would be good, but I don't know that we need it, and I don't know that it would be booked very well at the moment. So what I would say is, yeah, let's do it, but let's do it when Triple H feels that he needs it. And what I'd like to see first is a good women's tag division being built up first. That's what I'd like to see. And then when that plate is spinning, then we could maybe look and go in, right, do we need a women's intercontinental now? So, yeah, I think there's a few different ways to look at that. Theory didn't lose the selfie gimmick. Logan Paul stole it, said Bionic Pancake. 4 of the 5 in Bianca's team are former Raw champions, said Jim. Hayden, hello, hope you're well. Terry says, round robin tournament with the final at WrestleMania for a women's mid-card belt. Ashley said, my Alexa is going absolutely mental every time Alexa's name is mentioned. Yeah, that is a bit of a problem, isn't it? Bearded Bronco said the only way the women would get a mid-card belt is with their own show. Otherwise, you would need 2 mid-card titles for the women, meaning that 6 women with titles out of a roster of about 20. Maggie said, Bloodline are going to win for me. I will not acknowledge any other results. Aubrey Edwards, dancing on wrestling's grave, said WWE is doing everything right with women's wrestling. Don't mess with what's working. Don't be AEW. Street Fight Ingrid says, best Survivor Series was 1990, Undertaker's debut. What time does it start, says Reese. We should be underway with our kickoff show in about 44 minutes. 44 minutes we should be at the kickoff show. That'll take about an hour. I don't think there's a match on the kickoff show. I mean, there's only 5 matches in total. So I would imagine there'll be a lot of video packages, previews, all that kind of stuff. But then we will be underway with the actual show itself. So we're probably about an hour and 40 away from the actual Survivor Series. which, will soon go by. There'll be lots of interviews and little backstage bits for us to look at during the kickoff show, but by and large, it's going to be about an hour and 40 till we get started with Survivor Series. I don't think it's going to be the longest show, to be honest. Survivor Series is, I'm thinking about 3 hours. I mean, there's only 5 matches. I mean, we know, though, that the War Games matches are going to take a long time. The War Games matches are going to take a long time. They're going to be about 40-odd minutes each. So they're going to take up a chunk. I think the other matches will certainly have time to breathe. I don't know about Ronda Shotzi. I don't feel like that needs much time. But, War Games will have time, both of them. AJ Finn will have time. The Triple Threat will have time. And then Ronda Shotzi will be whatever it is. So I think we're probably looking at around about 3 hours. So I think we'll probably be finished by about 4 in the morning, something along those lines. Which isn't too bad, actually. That's nice. I mean, 3 hours, I think, is perfect for a pay-per-view, a premium live event. I really don't think you need any longer than that. 3 hours, I think, is perfectly acceptable. WWE pay-per-views need more matches. For a major pay-per-view, 5 is pretty sad, says Jim. Well, I don't know. I disagree, because if you look at the Rumble... the Rumble doesn't have many pay-per-view matches. The Rumble, you've got the men's Rumble, you've got the women's Rumble, and then you'll have, a few title matches underneath. On that card, you'd probably be looking at, 6 matches, maybe 7, with one on a kickoff show. So I think I could agree that they could probably fit on another match, maybe 2, but I don't think, we need 12. Or anything like that, because I think these War Games matches are going to be taking about 40-odd minutes each. I seem to recall the ones in NXT take quite a bit of time. And this is my problem with War Games, is it takes about 20-odd minutes before the match even starts. 20 minutes of people coming into the ring, because you've got that kind of every few minutes someone else comes down to the ring element. And then the match doesn't even start until everyone's in the ring. So, I mean, we could shave plenty of time off that. So, but they won't. They refuse to. They're stubborn. Don't need 25 matches on every pay-per-view. We don't need to be AEW, said Dark Angel. Taigi said maybe Bray attacks someone else and LA Knight is out for a bit. James says WWE's not AEW with a million matches. LS Dub said small cards makes each match mean something. AEW with 15 matches and 4.5 hours means that a lot of those matches don't mean anything. What I will say is I do understand people wanting more, and seeing more different stars and different matches. I can understand that. 5 is a low number. I totally get it. 5 is a low number. But I think this is a different Survivor Series. It's not a normal Survivor Series. And I think that both those War Games matches are honestly going to take 40, 45 minutes. And so without even trying, there's half the show gone. Half the show's done. And then you've got, 3 other matches? And if you are going to have some backstage interviews, things along those lines, you'll easily fill 3 hours. And yeah, I also agree. We don't need 4.5 hours. We do not need 4.5 hours. Undercover Manager said, that's the difference with AEW. There's not enough story for more matches. We get 5. If it was AEW, they would have created feuds on the go to have add more matches to the show. Sam said, we don't get Bray versus Knight and Miz versus Loomis. No, well, Bray versus LA Knight was never announced for Survivor Series, and Miz versus Loomis, I believe, it was announced for Raw. So that's going to be Monday, is Miz versus Loomis. Bray versus LA Knight, they've not said anything on that one. Who knows? We might get to the kickoff show, and they might say that has been added, and so they might add Bray versus LA Knight to the show. James said, it seems to me with Triple H in charge now, the pay-per-view is going by the takeover format of 5 matches. Joe says, Boogeyman, TMZ broke the news. What? Boogeyman passed away. Is that true? He was only on a live stream, like video, talking about new Mattel figures just, was it yesterday? Is that true? Has Boogeyman passed away? I'll have a look at that. That one definitely feels like it deserves being looked into. Let's... Boogeyman. WWE. Boogeyman. Let's go on to news. 7 hours ago, it was on that video, or it came out, so... I would be really shocked. Really, really shocked if he had passed away. I don't think he has. I don't think he has. Do you think Triple H? It's false, says Matt. Yeah, I mean, he was only on the Mattel figure thing. It's such a random one that you go, is that true? I mean, obviously, R.I.P. Joe Rogan. But yeah, that would be a real shame. Real shame. Grant says, I hope not. I love the Boogeyman. Not the boogie, says Rumble Talk. The main show starts at midnight here in the UK, so the pre-show is only going to be 30 minutes long, just so you know. I thought it was going to be an hour, to be honest. I'm sure I looked to see when to start the stream, and it said that the kickoff show was at midnight UK time, so I don't know if they've changed that at all. It don't matter, does it? It don't matter. If it's an hour or half an hour, then whatever. So be it. Days, hope you're having a good day. I'm good, thank you, Ashley. I'm good. I understand people can read fake stuff, but always fact check before you see that and pass it on. Yeah, I mean, there's tons of fake news out there. Tons of fake news. And the problem is now as well, of course, don't forget, someone can claim to be TMZ with a tick mark on Twitter, and you can accidentally think it's a verified account. Do you know what I mean? So, like, I think people are still struggling a little bit with that as well. So, yeah, it's, it might not be, like, any malice or anything like that. It can be an easy mistake. So much fake news out there. Days Cody has been mentioned... Cody has been mentioned a lot on WWE TV in the past week. Do you think that could mean we get Cody return tonight, potentially after the triple threat? I don't think so, bud. I would be shocked because his injury should see him out until the Rumble. I think we was like predicting that it would be January time. So I mean, if he's been able to get back a month earlier, then we're looking at some John Cena type levels of recovery, and I'm sure he is working very hard to get back. But equally, like, I don't know that he needs to like rush anything. If it was a case of, oh my god, I need to work hard because I've got to get back for the Rumble, you'd be like, okay, yeah, I see that. But what's he need to get back for? December? What does he need to get back for? What's he got to rush back for? Like, it's all right. Take your time. Take your time. Come back in the Rumble. Do well in the Rumble. Maybe win the Rumble. Go to WrestleMania. It's all right. Don't worry about it. So, I don't know. I think if he was to get back now, it'd be really ahead of schedule. I'm not saying that it's not possible. It could be possible. But, yeah, I can't say I'm expecting it. Dampster said, a theory I have for the Women's Rumble is that Sasha has been guaranteed the Rumble and the title win against Bianca and a long reign, but it will end about the Rumble, then she leaves forever, says Dampster. Ronda or Shotzi? I think Ronda wins tonight. Do you think Sasha will return tonight? I'm going to say no. Could it happen? Sure. But there's not been any reports of it. I I'm just not expecting it. I don't know what we're doing with Sasha. I mean, I heard that she's maybe going to release like a rap album or something, so she might be off doing other projects. So I'm going to lean towards no, but I can understand why people think that she would, and she still could. So I'm going to say I'm 70-30 no. 70-30 no. JP Ville, shout out to you, said with WWE copyrighting Uncle Howdy and Uncle Harper, assuming Uncle Harper is Bray's good side, is Bray going to be feuding with Bray over Bray? So I think in regards to this, I think Uncle Howdy is Bray. I think that he is basically lying to himself that he is in control. And I think he's lying to himself that he is fine and all this kind of stuff. And then I think it'll be revealed that he is also Uncle Howdy. Now, that doesn't mean that he's going to be feuding with himself. I think there is a struggle, but it's an internal struggle that he's got with himself as these personalities are battling to, come through and take over him, right? I mean, I like the split personality thing, and I think that if Uncle Howdy is going to represent a darker side of him, then I'm really down for that. And I feel like, Uncle Howdy could also be a different side of Bray as well. So I'm really down for it. Not that they're going to be having a match with each other and feuding with each other and all this kind of stuff. I don't see that being the case. I don't really see how we do that either. But I don't mind it. I really don't mind the split personality thing. I think it's really interesting. In a way, it's a bit like the Faces of Foley, isn't it? It's just that there was not really a darkness to that. He was just like doing different personas, just fun little sides of himself. Like, this is my, peace and love side. This is my more demented side. And, there wasn't a struggle. There wasn't like, he wasn't struggling to stay in control and what personality is coming through. But it's a little bit like that. We've seen stuff similar to this. I like it. If this is the way it's going, I like it. But I don't think it's going to lead to like matches of him facing himself. I don't think that would be the right way forward at all, to be honest, if they did try to do that. So JP Ville, shout out to you. Going to the first Raw of 2023 in Nashville, said Bonos. Do you think there's a chance of Cody returning by then, or at least that night? I don't think so. There's a chance, but I think that if he comes back, it'll be at the Rumble now. I think that if he's not back by then, I don't know that we bring him back before. I suppose he could always come back before to announce he's going to be in the Rumble. But I sort of feel like, don't do that. Don't do that, because, like, is it not better to just bring him back in the Rumble? Like, it's kind of fun, isn't it, to count down and then, wrestling has only got one royal family, blah, blah, blah. Like, those moments are what you want from the Rumble. So every year people come out and announce they're going to be in the Rumble. And if it's like someone you're not bothered about, then fine, whatever. But when it's someone like a bit interesting, you go, why didn't they save that? Why didn't they save that for the Rumble? And if Cody comes back just to tell you, I'm in the Rumble, why didn't they save that? I understand the argument of, well, people will tune in because they'll want to see if Cody can win it. But I don't. Does it really improve ratings? What wrestling fan doesn't tune into the Rumble? The Rumble's awesome. Like, the Rumble, no one knows who's winning the Rumble. That's the whole part of the Rumble. Anyone could come back. It could be anyone. It could be Cena. It could be The Rock. It's probably not going to be, but you get my point. So yeah, I wouldn't ruin Cody. Just have him come back in the Rumble. That'd be awesome. But they could do that. So if you are going, then yes, I would say that there is a chance that you see Cody and that he announces he's going to be in the Rumble. Mitchell said, I can't stand Miz Loomis feuds. They've basically dragged Johnny Gargano down in the process. I would also like Bo to be Uncle Howdy because he's mad WWE fired him and Bray. So he is attacking popular WWE superstars. Mitchell, shout out to you. Appreciate the support, my friends. Mitchell with his thoughts on Bo and Howdy and how that could be playing out. There's a few different ways you can take it. Definitely a few different ways you can take it. Wrestling has more than one royal family, as the Lion says, Jim. Wrestling has more than one royal family. The Rhodes. You should list them all. The Rhodes, the Anoa'i, McMahon, the Khans. Like, that would be good. I mean, it wouldn't, but... right, what time does the show start? In 28 minutes for the kickoff show, I think. Doink the Clown to win the Rumble. Come on. Harry, hello. Hope you are well. Days, Loomis Miz, still not official, says Jordan. I think it is. He said every week that he said 2 weeks ago that the match was happening in 2 weeks' time on Raw. And then last week on Raw, he says, about the match being next week. So I think it is official. I don't know that they've tweeted out anything graphics about it, but obviously we've got Survivor Series tonight. So I fully expect that match on Monday. Days, how was your Thanksgiving? It was non-existent because I'm in the UK and we don't celebrate it. So I hope you had a good one, but it was thirsty for me. James said, Khan, yeah, right, can't lace Vince's boots. James, remind me, who is Booker of the Year? Who's Booker of the Year? It is your god and mine, Tony Khan. Yeah. Come on, James, bring it in. Come and have a big. You'll feel better when you have a big Tony Khan hug. Bring it in. Come on, big man. Bring it in. And then I'll grab hold of you and not let go for about 10 minutes. 10 years. Cross and Scarlett versus Bray and Alexa at Mania. Maybe. I don't know that I would want that. I want Bray to win a match one-on-one. That would be great. So I don't know that I'd be leaning towards that. But I wouldn't be against it. I wouldn't hate it. James said, oh, yeah, that fake Booker of the Year awards. Actually, it was real. It was a real awards. It just didn't really mean anything. Tony the Joke Khan. Is that his middle name? Wow. That's a bit rude, isn't it, by his dad? But hey-ho. Love the channel. Keep up the work. Do you think we see Rock Roman? I think so. If we're going to do it, this is where we do it. I mean, 2 years he's been champ for now. And, he's the biggest thing in wrestling. I don't know that he can ever get bigger than this. I mean, how does he ever get bigger than this? He's got one of the most historic title reigns of all time. He's got the bloodline around him. He is the biggest star in wrestling right now. How does Roman ever get bigger than this? I feel that if you're going to do it, you do it at Hollywood's, WrestleMania Hollywood's. I think they've had plenty of time to have these conversations and to ensure that The Rock is free. I think they've known that they're going to be in Hollywood for about, 2-3 years? I seem to remember this was announced ages ago, that they were going to be in Hollywood. So it's not like they've only announced it 12 months ago. This was years and years ago. They knew they were doing this. So, yeah, I feel pretty good about it. I feel pretty good that we are going to be getting Rock Roman. But obviously can't take anything for granted. It might not go that way, but I'm feeling pretty good about it. Phoebe says, it's good to be back after ages. Welcome back, my friends. Welcome back. Hope you are well. Long Beach Hippie said, with a few months left on his contract and needing double knee surgery, ASAP, that puts you up to 2 years in retirement in mind. I wonder if Dustin will do a final run. What, in WWE? Or I don't know that he will go back. I don't know. I mean, Cody's there. So I don't know. And also Vince has gone. So I wonder if Dustin would go back to be Dustin. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, he was gold. Oh, I could definitely see him in a Rumble. I could definitely see him making a one-off Rumble appearance. I could see that. But I wonder if he would go back and do like a few little bits as Dustin. Do you know what I mean? He was Gold Dust, or like, you know, not all the time. He actually, didn't he have a match at Royal Rumble with his dad as Dustin Rhodes? So he wasn't always Gold Dust in WWE, WWF, but pretty much all throughout he was. It's what he's known for, isn't it, the most? And I wonder if he'd like to have a little run as Dustin. I don't know. He's not in the Hall of Fame. He's got to go in the Hall of Fame. He's got to. So he will go in the Hall of Fame. I'm sure about that. I could see him being in a Rumble. Don't know what we get other than that, to be honest. I think he's quite enjoyed being in AEW. I think he's quite enjoyed it. What if Cody returns, wins the Rumble, challenges Seth for the US title? I think I'd probably smash my head against the wall. Because if Cody Rhodes, who has returned to right the wrong of his dad not winning the WWE Championship, wins the Rumble and then challenges for a mid-card belt, I will probably feel as sick as I did when I saw Austin Theory do it. So, I don't know. Surely Triple H will not do that. Surely he would not go that way. I would write a very angry letter if he did. Imagine if you took over WWE. Oh, mate, if I took over WWE, it would be shut down within a week. I've got no doubt about that whatsoever. No doubt about that. It's easy to sit here and go, what about this? What about that? It's very different in that environment where, do you know what I mean? People are knocking on your door all the time. People are moaning about, I don't want to do this, I don't want to do that. You know, plan A has to be plan B. Plan B then upsets someone else, so it becomes plan C. Plan C morphs into plan M. And I just imagine it's a nightmare. Being completely removed from it and going, do this, do this, do this. That's easy. But actually trying to implement that, I would imagine, is actually quite hard. Street Fighter Ingrid said, who would you like to see return to WWE? I don't know that there is anyone now, you know. AJ Lee is someone I would like to see come back. Just because I feel like she's got unfinished business. But I don't know. I don't know that I'm that desperate to see AJ Lee anymore. I really like AJ Lee, but I feel like the women's division is in a great place. I don't know that it necessarily needs her. But I would like to see her come back. I'd love to see her in a Rumble. I would love to see her in a Rumble. But, I mean, she's, you know, not happy with WWE. I don't think CM Punk is either. I don't see CM Punk coming back. I really don't. John Moxley, I think, will go back to go in the Hall of Fame with the Shield. But that'll be once he's done. I don't know that I see him coming back and actually wrestling. Who else is out there? Who else is free? Oh, Billy Kay. Definitely want Billy Kay. 100% Billy Kay. Billy Kay. Billy Kay of the Iconics. Why we let her go, I will never know. No one will ever be able to give me a good reason why we let her go. Because she was all right in the ring. She wasn't terrible, right? We've had way worse, right? So she wasn't terrible. Her promos were funny. Her personality was funny. The resume stuff was great. From what I understand, the only reason she went is because Kevin Dunn just didn't get it, didn't see anything in her. And because he's quite high up, he managed to get the ear of Vince, and that was it. She was gone. But, I mean, nothing to do with, like, how fun she was. I love Billy Kay. I think being genuinely funny like that is difficult. Certainly in a PG product like WWE. Like, actually having good comedy timing, good facial expressions. I've got a lot of time for Wendy Chu, actually. Wendy Chu is someone that the gimmick, it's not perfect, and it's something that divides opinion. And even I'm like, some of it I like, some of it I don't. But what is undeniable is her ability to entertain, her facial expressions, her mannerisms, the way she carries herself. Like, she's got it. She's just got it. She's got great timing, great comic effect. She's funny as well. Like, I feel like even improv, she would be good. Like, I feel like she's got that ability to just put a microphone in front of her and she would entertain and she would be funny. So I really like Wendy Chu. I really like Billie Kay. Billie Kay was so good. And there's just, who else is there that they've got on the roster that's like that? Where are these funny where are the funny people full stop? I mean, do you know what I mean? The closest we've got is really Riddle, and I don't know that the do you want to hit my bong stuff is that entertaining personally. You do look around and go, well, outside of R-Truth, who is clearly in a league of his own, outside of R-Truth, like, where are the funny people? Where are the funny people? You know, Akira Tozawa? Don't know. Yeah, Billie Kay. I'd bring Billie Kay back. I think there's a need for someone like her. Scar said, we need Eugene to return. Maggie said, didn't the other Iconic go back to Australia? No. Peyton, I believe, is pregnant. She's in a relationship with Shawn Spears of AEW. So I don't think anyone's gone back. I don't think Billy went back. I think Billy has been doing some filming or something. So I don't know. I don't actually know where she is. Maybe she did go back, but I don't know. Get her back. It's easily done. Honestly, that would have been one of the first phone. Yes, I would have called Bray, and maybe Bray would have been my first phone call. My second phone call would probably have been to Johnny Gargano, but I reckon my third phone call would have been to Billie Kay. I definitely would have brought her back. Speaking of funny, I'm still amazed that Grado was never in NXT UK, says Jim. I never saw much of Grado. I know of him, and I saw a bit of him on World of Sport when it came back. He was a big part of that. But, yeah, he always came across as entertaining. He was someone that, whenever I saw, seemed to have that natural ability to kind of, get his personality across. She's with Shawn Spears. Poor girl. Another massively overrated wrestler, says Miss Clown. Tree Trunker said Sammy is one of the most entertaining wrestlers right now. That's true. That's very true. Sammy has got it. Sammy has that ability, doesn't he, to, do you know what I mean, come in and... Wasn't it last night that, like, who was down on the floor? Sheamus or Drew, and he went over and he was like... doing this in front of him, and then when he turns and look at Jay, you could tell Jay was like, Jay just took that moment to bite his lip. He didn't crack, but there was just the moment where like, oh man, don't you dare get me this week. And you could just tell that it was like, he's just always on the edge. He's always on the edge, Jay, of cracking up when Sammy is around, because he just went over to Drew and he was like, doing all this kind of stuff. During the match, Drew had been chucked to the outside. He was down on the ground, and like Sammy was coming over and he was doing something with his groin. And yeah, it was funny. He's so natural. It's just so effortless. Do you know what I mean? He's just an entertaining person, isn't he? So Sammy's definitely got it. Definitely got it. I just read that CM Punk is training for men's figure skating, says John. Is that from the same website about R.I.P. Boogeyman? I feel like it might be connected. I would be shocked if he went into men's figure skating. Killer Shock said Sammy is a national treasure. He's an international treasure. Canadian and overrated do not belong in the same sentence, says Jim. Honestly, wouldn't mind if Kevin Owens beat Roman for the title. Australian Pie said, is John Cena's hair fake? I saw the back of his head and he is looking bald. Don't know, sometimes that's where it can start going, so maybe it's just starting to go for him. So it might not be fake hair, but maybe it is starting to thin out a little. Cross Bros says, good night. Monday, good night to see Survivor Series. CM Punk will return tonight. I guarantee it. And that's the bottom line. Wow. Well, make sure, Cross Bros, that you're here at the end of the show so that you can gloat about CM Punk returning tonight. Make sure you're around at the end. Miss Clown said, I think Edible Undies need to make a return to the stream. It's weird, isn't it? If there's people that haven't joined us before that read that, there'll be plenty of questions there as a result of that statement. James said, do you think Bray Wyatt interrupts the men's War Games match? No. He's in a feud with LA Knight, so I don't see him interrupting the men's War Games. Harley said, Sammy and Kevin are definitely the funniest people on the roster. I can't wait to see them tag again. I want Miko Satomura, says HJ. Yes. I want that as well. You'd have to build her up, though, because I don't think people would know who she is, because she was in the Mae Young Classic, I believe, and she obviously was in NXT UK, and then she's done a match or so in NXT, but I think unless she was really watching NXT UK, I don't think that you would really know who she was. She was in WCW, believe it or not, back in the day, and she is a legend over in Japan. But, you know, again, if you're a casual fan that just watches Raw and SmackDown, and there is no shame for that, I don't use that as a derogatory term. I just mean if you're not digging into that next layer underneath, which would be NXT UK, Mae Young Classic, you know, breakthrough tournaments, Cruiserweight Classic a few years ago, blah, 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 right? If you're not going to, like, to that and you're just watching Raw and SmackDown, you and I think that's a lot of people, to be honest, you wouldn't know who Miko was, so I agree. I'd love to see Miko on the main roster, but I don't know. I don't know if they're going to do that. I don't know. Off topic, do you think the Mae Young's Hand Classic someday? A Mae Young's Hand Classic, says Leaping Lucha Larry. Yeah, that'd be a tournament for comedy characters, wouldn't it? I'd be down for that, actually. A tournament of like more comedic wrestlers. That could be quite fun. Australian Pie said, according to Kayfabe News, Kanye West. Where did I get Dominic from? I think Dominic, I just can't get him out of my head. The greatest wrestler ever. Quite often I'll just be sat there, I'll just shout out the name Dominic. I think it happens when you're a wrestling fan. Kanye West is demanding a world title shot. Currently watching War Games 2021 to pass the time, said Green Apple. Just watched Team Ciampa against Undisputed Era again, and it really is an all-time classic, said Mr. Unfamiliar. Edward, hello, shout out to you. Smurfy said CM Punk will be on Mindy's Bakery's World Cup. He deserves to be. He definitely will have driven them some traffic, wouldn't he? He definitely would have boosted their sales. Do you think we will see the next feud or challenger for Roman tonight? Yeah, I do, actually, because I think that next challenger could easily be Kevin Owens. It could easily be Sheamus. So I think his next title challenger could be one of those two. So, yes, I think that it'll be one of them. And maybe one of them almost get the pin on him, or maybe even get the pin on him. I've seen plenty of predictions that it could actually be Roman that takes the pin tonight. I personally wouldn't do that. I think if you pin Roman, that's a big moment. And of course, this is Survivor Series. So, you know, it'd be a big moment to see here, and it'd be a big talking point, and he wouldn't lose the belt. But I sort of feel like, does that sort of take away a little bit from when someone actually pins him for the title? Like, I don't know that I would do that here. I think what I would do is I would have someone be about to pin him, and then, like, you know, like someone makes the save, and maybe if Sheamus pins Roman 1, 2, and he's about to win, and, like, you know, someone makes the save, Sheamus ends up going on to win, he can say, not only did my team win, not only was I the captain of the team that won, but I had you, Roman, and you know I had you. If it wasn't for Sami being in the ring at that time, or if it wasn't for Solo, you would have been pinned by me, and that would have been the first time in so many years. I demand a title shot. Like, I think there's a way that you can do it. I think there's a way that you could do it without Roman being pinned. But yeah, there is that thought. There is that thought that Roman could take the pin tonight, and that would be a big moment. What's your thoughts on Death Triangle? Not a fan. I don't like Penta. I don't like Phoenix. I don't like that style of wrestling personally. I like matches where, it's a real struggle. It's a real back and forth. If someone's going to hit a big move like that, you need to think, oh my God, like, is this it? The big move, 1, 2, 3, potentially. I just think with their matches, it's like, reverse Rana into super kicks, into some kind of code red, into Spanish Fly, into Canadian Destroyer, into something else, into something else, into something else. And, it doesn't do anything for me. I'm just watching, I feel like I'm just watching every wrestling move that's ever been created being shown on fast forward. And it doesn't feel like a contest. It doesn't feel like a match. You hear this criticism. I actually think you can do that style better. I actually think that you can do that style, but like do it where, you're flipping around, you're evading each other. You're managing to avoid being hit in a big move. And actually, I'm going to give some credit to Scripps, because why not? But if you watch the Scripps match, he was using his athleticism to avoid clotheslines and to avoid being hit. And I actually prefer it that way. Someone goes for a clothesline and he's like, bends backwards, does like, some weird move that he can like evade being hit. You sort of look at that and go, wow, that's pretty cool that he was able to not get clothesline there. Or, someone tries for like an elbow and he's able to like, move out the way, bounce off the ropes, like whatever, yeah? But he did it as more of an evasive action than, than what we see with like Lucha Bros and everything. And that's just like move. And then 1, 2, kick out. So I think what I'm saying is that Scripps is better than Penta. And I stand by that. Scripps is better than Death Triangle. That's what we're taking away from this conversation. Scripps better than AEW. That's what we take away from this conversation. So if you're not watching Scripps, the hottest new star down in NXT. Ray versus Rhea, custody of Dominic at Mania, says Exorsus Lumen. Scripps is Reggie. I've just sent you a tweet, says Brad's. Okay, what was it, Brad? What was it? If it was some news, feel free to share. Do you think Bray Wyatt will make an appearance? I don't think so, no. They haven't announced anything, and I'm wondering if maybe this is a show he's having off. Nice Saturday night with the family type situation. So, don't know. It's hard to know which way they were going with Bray tonight. I did wonder if we might get Bray against LA Knight, but nothing's been announced. There should be a Death Scripps angle. Yes! Death Scripps angle. Get him in there. He'll teach him how to wrestle. Do you think all the big wrestling company work together as good as people make it sound? Is it really long-term help for the business? Do you think all the big wrestling companies working together is as good as people make it sound? I don't know how that would work. You would have to have like a form of an NWA in order for that to work. Because like in this day and age, everyone's competing for ratings. And everyone's competing for, they want you to watch their product. So I don't get how that would work if all the companies work together. I mean, what does that look like? All the companies work together, so you get your dream matches, right? So you get, the best of WWE against the best of AEW, okay? Well, when do you do that? How do you do that? Do you do it at a pay-per-view? And if you did it at a pay-per-view, then, well, you've seen it then. So you could do another pay-per-view a year later. But I don't know. I don't really know. Like, WWE don't get anything from that because only 1 million people watch AEW. So what do WWE benefit from that? How do they benefit? Like, would it be a big show? It would do all right, but it wouldn't be bigger than WrestleMania. So I don't get what WWE benefit from it. I don't get what they get out of it. Like, if you do, I mean, sure, Kenny Omega's got name value, but once you start getting down the AEW roster, like Jamie Hayter, spoiler, I love Jamie Hayter, but she's got no name recognition amongst, like, to the level of a Sasha Banks. You can't compare, like, Jamie Hayter and Becky Lynch. So you kind of look at that and you go, well, I don't get what WWE get out of it. So why would they do it? And AEW would massively benefit because, any WWE fans that were interested in that show would obviously tune in. That might be the first time they really sit and watch AEW. It sounds weird saying it like, that there's people out there that don't watch AEW, but there isn't, because SmackDown gets 2.2 million a week. AEW does 900,000. So there are a good chunk of people that clearly are watching WWE that do not watch AEW. So do I think it would be as good as what people make it sound? Not really. I think that you'd get like a pay-per-view a year out of it. And I don't get what WWE would get out of it. And I think that... No, it's not something... I mean, for me personally, I don't care to see it. I watch AEW and I watch WWE and I ain't bothered about seeing it. I can think of a few matches that would be interesting. But to be honest, like, you could probably do, as I said, a pay-per-view a year. But if you were starting to do, like, invasions and crossovers and stuff like that, I reckon it would just get a bit tiring after a while. I think you'd just get a bit bored of it. Like, it would just become like, oh, I bet such and such goes to WWE to invade soon because they're building... Do you know what I mean? Like, we would get desensitized to it because we would get used to how it works. Do you know what I mean? Like, they'll be going to WWE soon. I bet they go to Raw. And it would just become that because you would get into a habit of knowing how it works. And so, yeah, no, I don't think it would be that as great as what people think. Joy Maurice said, good day. Do you think long-term stories, Sami will surprise everyone, betray the bloodline, and take the Universal or WWE? I would love him to. I really would love him to. I would be a big, big believer and a big, big fan of that. I think that he is organically over. I think that he is maybe not going to be bigger than he is right now. I think he could get a bit bigger, but I don't know that he's going to. He has got people chanting his name. He's got people chanting Usi. Like, there's so much excitement around Sami at the moment that I just sort of feel like you either pull the trigger and he goes after the big one, or you put him in a tag team with Kevin and he goes after the tag titles. And I'm sorry, but the tag titles are just not that special. And I think that if we're building up Sami to then just go after tag belts, it'll be a good story, and it'll be nice to see him with Kevin and for them to be tag champs, but I just think I would see it as an opportunity missed more than an opportunity gained. I think that he could be the one. He could be the one. Sami beating Roman and being the one to end Roman's title reign would be huge for Sami. It would legitimize Sami. And you could just imagine the crowd losing their minds as Sami is battling to, have to overcome the odds. Kevin could come down and help Sami. It could be that Sami is able to deal with Solo. He's able to deal with Jimmy. But then Jay is the one that's going to cost Sami. And of course it would be Jay that costs Sami. And, Sami is desperately trying to hang in there, and then boom, Kevin Owens comes down. Kevin Owens deals with Jay for Sami, and he's like, go on, Sami. And Sami is like, oh my God. And like there's a referee running down, a replacement ref, and like Roman's vulnerable. Sami's looking, he's getting ready for a haluva. Like, the place would be going banana. The place would be going banana. It would be insane. So I would love... I would book it. Listen, Triple H, if you're watching, call me. I can book that. It's not a problem. It's easy. I can book that. I can book Sami going after the title. It's a no-brainer. I feel like the hard work's already been done. We are seeing inside Survivor Series right now. The kickoff show is beginning. And we, of course, have the 2 rings and the cage all the way around. No roof on top of the cage, of course, although back in the day there was. We've got WWE Hall of Famer Jerry the King Lawler. War Games. So Jerry Lawler said he's excited. We've got Booker T. We've got Caleb Braxton. We've got Kevin Patrick. We've got Pete Rosenberg. So we've got the kickoff panel inside the arena as usual. Sometimes they're outside the arena, but they're inside the arena this time. And yeah, it should be fun. We are up and running. So yeah, Joy Marie, shout out to you. It's bananas, says Linda. LSW says so hyped. Dave said I'm with you. They should pull that trigger on Sami. Rocky Cena said, I'm so hyped for WrestleMania 40 in Wyoming. Pete Rosenberg is just saying a few words. Right, so we are in this final run right now. We've actually been live for a couple of hours. And it's been good. We've been having lots of different chats about lots of different things. We're about, 57 minutes away. 57 minutes away from the start of Survivor Series. So I'd imagine they're just going to talk about a few different matches that are coming up. If we do get any interesting interviews, obviously I will let you know what's being said. But at the moment, they're just going to run through some of the match card tonight. Wrestle with Andy said, who would you book to win Sami versus Roman? I'd have Sami win, definitely. I'd have Sami win. I think Sami could be the one, as we said. I would have it so that the Bloodline were trying to stop him. I would have it so that the ref was down. I would have it so that Sami was in a really good position. But then Jay comes down and Jay gets in the ring and is basically going to prevent Sami from hoovering Roman. And there's a big argument between them. Maybe then Jay starts throwing in some shots on Sami, and Sami's getting beaten down in the corner. And it looks like the opportunity is going to pass him by. And then, as you said, you bring down Kevin Owens. Kevin Owens comes running down to the ring, gets into the ring, grabs a hold of Jay, deals with the Jay situation. And then it's just who's going to get up first? You know what I mean? You've got Roman down in the one corner. He's been down for a little while. He's starting to move. You got Sami down in the other corner. He's just been beaten up by Jay, but thankfully Kevin prevented it from being too bad. And so, and there's no referee, but, you've got Sami getting up to his feet. You've got Roman getting up to his feet. You know that Roman can hit a spear. You know that Sami can hit a haluva. And it's just who's going to make the first move? Who's going to make it to their feet? They're both digging deep to deliver the kill shot. And, the referee comes down. There's a spare ref in there. There's just, oh, man, there's so much drama that you could get out of that. So much drama. Yeah, I love the idea of Sami doing it, Sami being the one. I think whoever, even if it's not Sami, I think whoever beats Roman needs to be someone that is really going to benefit from it. I would hate for it to be The Rock. I would hate for it to be The Rock because I love The Rock, but the Roman's just been champ for 2 years, and now the person that's going to benefit is someone that's not going to be sticking around. The Rock is as big as The Rock is ever going to be. The Rock is not getting any bigger now, right? The Rock is as big as he's ever going to be. When you talk about the history of pro wrestling and you talk about some of the biggest stars of all time, you talk about The Warrior, you talk about Macho Man, you talk about Hulk Hogan, you talk about Stone Cold, you talk about The Rock, right? The Rock is one of those names, isn't he? He's in that kind of, I don't know, that next level is an all-time legend, not just in the Hall of Fame. He is an all-time legend. Kind of larger than life, to be honest. There's some stars that just sort of are bigger than being a WWE superstar. They're just, legend doesn't do them justice. There's some names like Hogan, Stone Cold, Bret Hart, Macho Man. There's some names that, Shawn Michaels, of course, that just are bigger than just being a superstar. There's people that go in the Hall of Fame, right? But then there's people that are another level above that. I mean, Andre the Giant. Andre the Giant. I mean, how do you even begin with someone like Andre? He is just, I don't know, they're just bigger. And I feel like The Rock has reached that. So if The Rock was to win the title off Roman, what does that do for The Rock? What does it do for him? It does nothing. He wins another championship. That's it. He's the one that ended Roman's reign. He does not get any bigger. But for someone like Sami, changes everything. Because Sami, all of a sudden, is not only a world champion, he's also the person that did something no one else could do. And all of a sudden, he's a main eventer. Like, it just changes everything about Sami. Sami can grow further, of course he can, and that would be a big boost for him. It's a big boost for him. So if it's not going to be Sami, then who's it going to be? I don't know. I mean, like, do you go with Cody? Cody would be fine. Cody has got levels that he can go up, of course. If we're talking about The Rock and Stone Cold and people like that, like, obviously Cody's not at that level. So Cody, I wouldn't mind it being Cody. I wouldn't mind it being Carrion. I suppose I wouldn't mind it being Drew. Drew could benefit from it. I want it to be someone that they could benefit by being that person, So there's definitely some names like Cena that I don't want it to be. Rock that I don't want it to be. Those kind of names that I think are as big as they're ever going to be. I don't want it to be those. Eric said, what happens if zombies bite vampires and vice versa? My understanding of vampires is a bit limited. I've never been a vampire person, so I'm not sure. If a zombie bit a vampire, I have no idea what would happen, because they're dead, so I don't think they can die unless would they become a zombie vampire? Maybe they would become a zombie vampire. I don't know. I love zombies, though. I love The Walking Dead. So I was a big fan of that show. And there's some great zombie films that I enjoy as well, like Dawn of the Dead. Love that. So I'm into zombies. I like zombies. I'm not really into vampires. You know what I mean? It's a bit Twilight, that is, for me. A little bit Twilight. I'll say zombie vampire. That's what I'll go with. Killer Shock, shout out to you, my friend. Hope you are well. I just did the loudest fart ever, says Jellyhead. Yeah, love it. Shout out to you, Jellyhead. Days Triple H tweeted, it's not going to be the same with a video of Regal saying War Games. That's a shame. So, I mean, I don't think Regal's coming back, although he could have been saying goodbye the other day, as we said. But I think, is that just a tribute? It might just be a tribute. It might just be a case that he's just paying a tribute to William Regal and just letting him know we're doing this, but it's not going to be the same without you. So maybe just a nice tribute. John said, I don't think Cena needs to break Rick's record. Instead, he could win the Intercontinental or the United States. Yeah, I agree. I don't think he needs to break it either. If he did, I mean, it would be a nice thing for him, but does it make him any bigger? I don't think it does. I actually thought Randy would be quite a good choice to break that, because he was a current superstar. He was an active star. I think anyone that beats Rick's record is going to be a veteran. I mean, there's no youngster that's going to achieve that. You're going to have had a hell of a career to beat Rick's 16 world championship record. So Randy, I thought, was a good choice, because he could get that and we could use that to like promote him, and you know, his title. It'd be a very interesting title reign to see Randy as the all-time world records holder, 17-time world champion, and like, who's gonna beat the 17-time world champion? You know, he's had more world title reigns than anyone else in history. Who is going to be the person to end this historic 17th title reign? Like, that would actually become a thing. I could see that being a thing. And with John Cena, I don't think it would be a thing because I don't think John Cena would stick around. I think John Cena would win the title and then defend it and lose it because he's got so many commitments in Hollywood and so much other stuff that he does. That would always be my concern with John. I like John. It's nothing personal, but it's just a case of I don't think I'm going to get the drama of who's it going to be because with Randy, he's a full-time or was a full-time superstar. And so, you know, he's going to have a few matches, obviously, as champion and a few pay-per-views and all that kind of stuff. Obviously, that's changed now. With his injury, I obviously don't know what that means. So maybe he is no longer the right person for it because, in all fairness, I don't know how many matches he's got left anymore. Who that person is now, I don't know. I honestly don't know who else is on that list. I don't think Roman's going to be sticking around too long. I think once he loses the title, I've got to think Hollywood's calling for him as well. I mean, he's done 10 years on the main roster, and I did say this before, like Hulkamania started in 1984. Well, started before, but they brought Hogan in from the AWA. Hulkamania sort of started in the AWA, but really Hulkamania is sort of seen as being started when he won the title against the Iron Sheik. So when he beat the Iron Sheik for the title, that's kind of when WWE class Hulkamania as beginning. So WWE's version of events on Hulkamania is that it starts when he beats the Iron Sheik in 1984. If you remember, Hogan leaves in 93 to go over to WCW. So that means Hulk Hogan's historic, legendary, iconic, larger-than-life run in WWE when he is main eventing WrestleMania 1, WrestleMania 2, WrestleMania 3, WrestleMania 5, WrestleMania 6, WrestleMania 7, WrestleMania 8, WrestleMania 9. Like, that run, Hulk Hogan, what he was known for, was really from 84 to 93, right? That's 9 years. 9 years. Now, I know he goes to WCW, right? But until he really becomes NWO, I don't think many people are really swooning about his time before NWO. It's all right, but I think people were a bit tired of it. And I think, like, Hulkamania was sort of done, and he needed to turn heel. And I think when he does turn heel, that's obviously a massive moment, yeah, one of the biggest. But I'd say, like, the couple of years where he's face and he's in WCW, I don't know, I sort of see those as, like, the lost years in a way. It's sort of a really weird period for Hogan, I think. He's kind of feuding with, like, the Dungeon of Doom, isn't he? And, like, some of the matches are a bit cringe, and some of the stuff that happens is a bit weird. And, yeah, it's until he becomes, like, the third man. I think that that period's quite weird, quite strange. But anyway, park that. My point is, 9 years, Hogan, yeah? Roman's already done 10. Roman's done 10. He came in with the Shield at Survivor Series 2012. Now here we are at Survivor Series 2022. So Roman's sort of done his time. Like the idea that he's like halfway through his career or something, like, it's not necessarily true. Of course, you know, Hulk Hogan stuck around, did NWO and all that kind of stuff. But I think Roman's going to have some real Hollywood opportunities come his way. So I don't know what we're going to get from Roman. So I don't know that Roman is going to be that person. He could be, but I don't know that he's going to be. I don't know. I really don't know when Ric Flair's title reign record is going to get broken, and even who by. Don't know. That's an interesting conversation. Big Time Back said, I might be wrong, but didn't WWE pay-per-views used to start at 12 UK time with a kickoff at 11? I thought that weekly shows started at the usual 1 a.m. I can't remember if they all did, but I do definitely remember some starting at that time, definitely. But I couldn't tell you I can't remember back if that was a consistent thing or not. But yeah, I do remember some starting with 12 o'clock midnight. But to be honest, I don't know if that wasn't just because of like the time changes. Don't know. I never really thought about it, to be honest. Wrestler Andy said the only way I could see Drew beating Roman is if we do another clash, and this time it's in Scotland. Days, this is my prediction. Someone is going to beat up Becky backstage, and then it's revealed that it's Sasha who takes her Sasha's spot at SummerSlam. Becky, hang on. And it's revealed to be Sasha. Think who took Sasha's spot at Becky. I don't think it will. I don't think they've brought Becky back to then just have her get beat up backstage. So, I mean, if Sasha's coming down, I think she'll come down. I don't think she'll be taking Becky's spot. But listen, if she does, you've called it, and everyone will remember it. So, let's see. I remember starting them about 12 around the millennium, says Tortnight. Roman will definitely be top 10 of all time when all is said and done, says Rocky. It only takes one spear to put Super Cena down, says Spider-Man. Roman is the top guy in a weak era, says Junior. Yeah, maybe this is a weak era. I mean, to be honest, it's only a weak era because of the booking. You know, there's too much 50-50. If they had some stars that weren't getting buried all the time and they could just build people and keep building them rather than all the 50-50 booking we get. You know, we keep hearing that wins and losses don't matter, but they clearly do. They clearly do. You might not think they matter, but it really does have an impact on the perception of a superstar. You know, like someone like AJ Styles got a lot of respect for him, but is he someone that's going to be remembered as being like a Rock and a Stone Cold? Like, no, because you didn't put him in main events enough, did you? And that's because you didn't build him up enough, because you was too busy giving him losses and 50-50 booking. So, you know, they might have it in their heads that losses don't affect how the fans love someone. And I agree they don't. I mean, we all love AJ, and we've all got respect for AJ. So it's not like all the losses he's taken has completely ruined him. But equally, he's not a massive star, is he? He's not someone that's constantly in main events, and he's not someone that I think is going to be... I don't know. I don't know how he gets remembered. I was going to say, I don't think he gets remembered on the same level as a Macho Man. I don't think he gets remembered on the same level as a Brett and a Shawn. I think he had the potential to be, but we just have not seen him in enough main events and not seen him in enough engaging superstars. Don't forget, he's just been bundled with a Moss for I don't know how long. So, do you know what I mean? I feel like we've wasted him, so it's very frustrating. Stone Cold should face Punk or Boneyard Taker, says John. John Moxley couldn't save Bryan Danielson's leg. I did that. Mox is nothing, says Aubrey Edwards, dancing on wrestling's grave. John said, if Triple H had you control for one day and said you could make any 3 changes, what changes would you make? Oh, man. I hate those questions because, like, I feel like you give, like, an answer and then afterwards you go, oh, no, I would actually do this instead. It's one of those that you sort of need to sit down and, like, really think about. I don't know. I mean, like, I feel like he's made some good changes himself, if I'm being honest. I feel like you need matches that matter. I feel like you need matches that people need to watch. I think I would want Raw and SmackDown to feel like must-win, like must-watch TV. I feel that he's done a better job with that. I feel like Raw and SmackDown have improved under Triple H, SmackDown in particular. But I don't know, is it seen as essential viewing? I feel like if you're into wrestling, you're going to watch it. But I think the truth is we would watch it anyway. I mean, I was watching it all throughout the lockdown pandemic era. And there were some really bad episodes. Really bad episodes. I don't know if we like maybe need a bit of a cliffhanger at the end of each week. If we need something that's going to get us to tune in again the next week, that's going to really, you know, at the end of a Raw, do you often find yourself going, "Oh my God, where's that going? What are they going to do with what are they going to do with that story?" I don't think we do. At the end of like The Walking Dead, if you was to think about Raw and SmackDown more as a TV show, and you think about Game of Thrones, and you think about Walking Dead, and you think about Breaking Bad, and you think about Better Call Saul, when you get to the end of an episode, if you're watching it on Netflix, you have to watch the next episode because it's like, oh my God, what's he going to do now? Oh my God, which way is that going to go? It's like, I'm sure you've binged box sets because, that's how they write the shows, isn't it? They write the shows with a cliffhanger at the end and a little twist and turn, and you're like, oh, one more. I'll do one more before I go to bed. And it's kind of surprising that you don't get that with Raw and SmackDown. What you get is like, I don't know, someone being beaten up at the end. But it's not really the most edge of your seat compelling cliffhanger, is it? So I think one of the things I would look to do is make it a little bit more like that. I would make it so that there was a real talking point, something that people would really be talking about, like, and people would be speculating as to where the story is going. And I'd make it so that you are really excited about tuning into next week's episode. And even for go-homes and all of that, like, I think it's really important that we make the TV shows like, oh my God, can't wait for Raw. Oh my God, I can't wait for SmackDown. I feel like we say that often, but I feel like we say it because we're optimistic wrestling fans. And we say it because we're just, oh, it's Monday, can't wait for Raw tonight. What are you looking forward to? Can't wait for Raw tonight. Like, sometimes we don't even know what's on the show, but it's just like we're so, I don't know, it's like we're programmed. It's like they've somehow got into our heads and just programmed us to just look forward to Raw and look forward to SmackDown, but we don't know why. I would try and give you a reason why. And I think Triple H has done a bit of that. I think he has done a bit of that, but I think there's definitely more movement that could be made there. So that's something that jumps out. I feel like the women's division can be made stronger. I feel like secondary stories in the women's division as well could be greatly improved. I mean, obviously you've got like the women's belts, you've got like women's tag belts, but I don't feel like the women's division is really booked very well. I feel like there's definitely more opportunities and things that we can do there. But that's going to be tricky because the argument is, are the women there to carry those stories? Like, no disrespect, but how much are you going to get out of Xia Li? How much are you going to get out of Dana Brooke? How much are you going to get out of Aaliyah? How much are you going to get out of these superstars? Are they good enough? I don't mean that in a horrible way or disrespectful way. I just mean that in a question. It's a question. Like, with guys, there's loads of male wrestlers, like there's tons, but like when it comes to women wrestlers, there's not as many. And so you do look at it and go, well, the ones that we've got on the main roster, there's some fantastic talent. I'd love Bianca versus Rhea. I would love to see that match. Becky versus Bayley. I would love to see that match. Like, these are matches that I really want to see. Asuka, Alexa, like there's a pool of women that I think are just, oh my God, we could do that, we could do that, we could do that. Have we enough for two brands? I don't know. Should we just maybe put like the women onto one show and then make it just a killer division, and maybe we put the tag teams onto another show and make that a killer division? Perhaps part of the problem is we're trying to have two women's divisions and we don't really have enough talent for two women's divisions. And we're trying to do two tag divisions, but we don't have enough talent for two tag divisions. So why don't we put the women on one and put the tags on another and see if that works? And then that way we could have a killer women's division on Raw, and then we could have a killer tag division on SmackDown, and then, see if that's any better. I mean, obviously, ideally, we want to get to the point where there is women on both shows and there are tag teams on both shows, but I think you have to be honest that if you don't have the roster, if you don't have the stars needed the talent that's needed, then I don't know, like, should we look at doing it a different way? Like, I think I'd be open to lots of ideas. I'm not saying I would do that. I'm just saying that I would be open to having a look and seeing like what do we do? How can we do it? I mean, there was even the idea of doing a women's show maybe as a way of just building up women and just trying to get some more women coming through. Like, I don't know, maybe you do like something down in like NXT what about if you do NXT Level Up as just a women's show? Maybe that hour is just given to women so that, there's more opportunity for them to have matches. I mean, even in NXT, the women's time is a little limited. So I sort of feel like there needs to be a real spotlight on the women's divisions overall. So that would be definitely something that I would want to take a look at. And then I'd also stop like some of the 50-50 stuff. But as I said, like sitting here and just kind of going through it, I feel like you need to probably give it more thought than that. But yeah, I definitely like the cliffhanger thing. I definitely think that we need to improve women's wrestling. And I definitely would try and stop some of the 50-50 booking because I think that really hurts the talents. I don't agree with it. I think that you need to build up AJ, you need to build up Finn, you need to build up Roman, and then at the premium live events, you smash them together in matches, and it's like, oh, I don't know which way this is going. I understand that's going to be tricky, though, because how do you make Raw and SmackDown interesting if the big stars are never going to lose? Like, I do understand that, and that would be a challenge, but I think we could find a way forwards. So, yeah, it'd be interesting to get your teeth into it, wouldn't it? Hollywood Guy said, is Raquel hurt or is it a work? I think Orton is out for good. Raquel, I think, is just a work, I believe. Unless she has got a niggle, and this is a way of writing her off. But saying that, if she did have a niggle, why would she come down to the ring? Like, why would they then make her have a match? So I think that Raquel is just a work. In regards to Randy, yeah, he's going to be out for a while. They don't know what the future holds for him. We don't know if he's going to actually wrestle again. I hope he does, but we don't know if he is or if he isn't. So, yeah, up in the air. Hopefully he's going to be coming back, but I don't think it's going to be anytime soon. So, Hollywood Guy, shout out to you. Big Time Baxter said AEW appeals to a lot more males in the demographic. Women's wrestling is usually the bathroom break. Quarter hours usually tank with ladies. Do we blame Tony for the lack of progression or the fans? Listen, I think that you've got to build up the women, and I don't think that the ratings tank in WWE for the likes of Bianca or for the likes of Becky or for the likes of Sasha or for the likes of Ronda. Like, I'm not aware that like the ratings are a problem when it comes to women's wrestling. Maybe when you do Xia Li versus Aaliyah. Maybe when you do Dana Brooke versus, I don't know, Zelina Vega, right? Carmella. That kind of level of female that you haven't built. I can see that being a problem. But I've got to think that Becky, Sasha, Charlotte, these have got to be amongst some of the biggest stars in WWE. I mean, Alexa Bliss was breaking records for her merch sales, wasn't she? Like, Lily was just not going anywhere because of the amount of dolls they were selling. So I think it's wrong to think that there's a resistance to women's wrestling because I don't sense there is. I don't sense, when we're doing these watch-alongs, we don't get, oh, here's the women. Do you know what I mean? We don't get that. And some of the best matches have been the women. I mean, I thought Bianca and Becky at WrestleMania was right up there with anything else that was on that weekend. And Ronda against Charlotte, I thought was a really good match at WrestleMania Backlash. Some of the recent Bayley and Bianca stuff has been pretty good. They had a last woman standing match that was really good. And their ladder match was pretty good as well. So, like, I think the problem is the top end of the division, I think, is really strong, but there's not much in the way of depth. I think once you get past, like, that top end, and, like, there's a little bit in the mid-card, but I don't think the depth is in the women's division. I don't think the depth is there, so that's something that I think needs to be improved. Hard to know how you go about doing it, to be honest. Hard to know how you... things like Shotzi getting this opportunity here, that's, great for Shotzi. But I expect her to lose. I mean, I expect her to lose to Ronda, and then, you could make the argument, does that do anything for Shotzi? It, gets her on a premium live event, but if she gets on a premium live event just to lose anyway, right, does it do anything for her? We're seeing Raquel, and her arm is all... It's got like a proper thing on it, like a proper support. They are showing the broken arm there. As I said, I don't think that they would. I don't know if that's real. I mean, she came down to the ring to try and wrestle, didn't she? So I don't think they would make her wrestle if she had a proper broken arm. So I feel like that's probably like a scan they've just got off the internet or something. But we have just seen, because we are only less than half an hour away now, but we have just seen Raquel arrive. I think Charlotte, Becky, Sasha is why the women's division is bad. They don't push anyone but them, says Crow's Chosen. Well, I think what we can agree is that they are big stars. I think we can agree that they have shown that there is a way forward when it comes to women's wrestling. And I think that it's a bit of a myth, to be honest, that people don't care about women's wrestling or that women's wrestling doesn't perform. I understand that, there's definitely women's segments that don't perform. And I think, wasn't Evolution like a big flop, which is why we've never had another one? The all-women's pay-per-view was like not a success at all. But then I would also argue, how much did they build that up? I mean, did you actually watch it? It felt like a house show. Like, it really felt like a house show. There was no barricades. I'm sure there was railings. There was no LED things on the ring posts. The entranceway was just real low key. It really felt like a glamorized house show. So, I don't know. Without like really looking at data, I suppose you can't really know for certain. But I definitely feel like there's more opportunities for women than what we've given them so far. It's kind of crazy to me that we did our first ever main roster ladder match between two women this year. It's kind of crazy that we've only just broken that ground. Like, apparently Bayley versus Bianca is the first one-on-one ladder match between two women on the main roster ever. I couldn't find another example of one. There's NXT have done it, and I think there was maybe a triple threat that was three women in the ladder match. And of course, we've had Money in the Bank, but I'm talking Shawn and Razor. Yeah, I'm talking like one-on-one. I think that was the first time we had that, and that was this year. And if you think like they've only, a few years ago started getting a Royal Rumble, a few years ago they only started getting Money in the Bank, like it still feels like we're still in like early stages of building things here when it comes to the women's division. But more to be done, I think, and we'll see where it ultimately leads. But it's great to see the likes of Becky, Sasha, Charlotte, like really getting up there with some of the guys, Right. Kickoff show with women to set the tone. When to put Ronda versus Shotzi, how do you maintain viewers during that match? I feel like you would probably start with a War Games. I feel like you want to do a War Games at the start. You want to do a War Games as the main event. I think what you would do is you would put Shotzi Ronda as the co-main. Reason why you would do that is because I don't think it's going to be the longest match. I'm not putting it there as a bathroom break, but what I am doing is I'm putting it there because it's not going to be very long. And I don't think that I think the match you put before could be, say, AJ Finn, or you could go with the triple threat. And I think you want that to be, have time, and you want that to be like, oh my God, this is amazing. So AJ versus Finn could be like 25 minutes, 5-star classic. You don't really want to go from that straight into a War Games. So I think what you do is you put Ronda, Shotzi, give them 10 minutes. You're not doing them dirty. We're not trying to bury them. But I think the build for this has not been great. The build hasn't been great. We know that Ronda's not like a fantastic in-ring performer. You're going to get out of it what you can get out of it, to be honest. So put it there, co-main event. By that point, everyone's just looking forward to the War Games. So I would slot it into that co-main event slot. So you do like a banger between AJ and Finn. Then you go into that women's match. Then you go into War Games. War Games. Legend Killer, shout out to you. Do you think there'll be any returns tonight? I think there could be something. Yes, I think there could be something. I'm not sure what we're going to get, but I definitely think there could be someone, whether it be Sasha, whether it be Brock, whether it be Charlotte, whether it be Edge and Beth. But yeah, I think there could be someone. I would start with AJ Finn, then do Triple Threat, then do Shotzi Ronda, then do War Games Women, and then do War Games Men, says SD Films. D. Rex said James Ellsworth needs to save the women's division. Yes. Maggie said Elon Musk ruined YouTube. Well, he definitely ruined Twitter. He ruined my Twitter. But I don't know that he's ruined YouTube yet. Give him time. I wish the OC and Judgment Day would have been in a war game, said Christian. Rob said Women's War Games, Judgment Day, Ronda, then Seth, then Bloodline. What happens to give Bray the wow moment tonight? I don't think he's going to get one. I think that Alexa could be interesting. There might be something there, but this feels like it might just be a night off for Bray, to be honest. He could be on the show, but yeah, I don't know that he's going to be. 20 minutes to go. We're seeing a very passionate crowd. All TD Gardens, lots of cheering going on. War Games chants. Board games, board games, board games. I do love board games. Board games! You missed the point. WWE's women's division is actually pretty steady in the quarter hours. AEW women are a lot more handcuffed. Christian says, back in the traditional war games of WCW, you have to win by submission or say I surrender. Edward said, do you see Sasha returning as it is Boston or Charlotte? I don't think she's returning, but well, I think she will return, but I don't think she returns here. She could, but I think she's got like an album coming out and stuff, and I don't know that she wants to come back before Christmas and the holidays. Like I don't know. I'm looking at it like we're in Boston. Is she going to come back here? She could. Do I expect it? No. I'm going to go 70-30 that I don't expect Sasha. So if she does come out, I will genuinely be surprised. Please God, the crowd still chanting at the end, said Maggie. Board games! Do you think the plan is to have Ronda drop the title, go for the tag belts with Shayna? She could work better as a tag team. I don't think so. I think that they could go for the tag belts and she could stay as SmackDown Women's Champ. I think that she is sure to face Becky at WrestleMania. Now, you could make the argument that she doesn't need the belt in order to do that. You could definitely make that argument. But I feel like she's got the belt now, and Becky facing Ronda for that SmackDown Championship at WrestleMania sort of makes sense. So, I don't know. I can't see her losing it. I mean, when's she going to drop it? I suppose she could drop it. I don't know who she's facing at the Rumble. They could make her defend it in an Elimination Chamber. And as I said, you could always do that match without the belt. But I think I'm looking at WrestleMania and I'm thinking, what are we getting there? And I think penciled in is Ronda and Becky. So, I don't know. Do we do a tag title run for Shayna and Ronda between now and WrestleMania? Maybe. But I don't think she needs to lose the SmackDown Women's title before WrestleMania in order to do that. She could be Ronda 2 belts. We've seen Bayley DOS straps. Could be Ronda 2 belts. Sasha's got an album. Apparently so. Apparently she's been working on something. And she trademarked a few names. And there was, like, it said about musical performances and stuff in there. And then it was mentioned that she's been doing and recording stuff with Snoop. I don't know if Snoop will be on an album or whatever, but yeah, I believe she's got some music on the way. I'm bored of games. I'm not sure that the booking of the show will be a success. I'm not as excited as I am for Survivor Series usually, says Maggie. Okay. What's your match of the year so far? Do you know what? I loved Jamie Hayter against Tony Storm. I really loved that match the other week. So that's a AEW match. Another AEW match I loved was the Acclaimed against Swerve and Lee. The first one. They faced each other 3 times, but the first one, loved that match. So those would be my 2 from AEW. I think my match of the year might be Cody versus Seth from WrestleMania. But I do love Bianca and Becky from WrestleMania as well. I would argue my favorite hour from WrestleMania history. It's hard to remember back to WrestleMania, but I promise you, that match is amazing. And I would really make an argument that's the best women's match in WrestleMania history. So Becky Bianca, then you get The Undertaker going into the Hall of Fame, right? Which, I mean, that's just a special moment, man. And then you get Seth against a mystery opponent. That's when we get Cody coming down. And then we get Cody coming down, and then we get that match, which is an amazing match. So yeah, I would say that I would go with that. I would go with Cody and Seth. Then I would go with maybe Jamie after that, and then I would probably go with Becky and Bianca, and then maybe Acclaimed and Swerve 4th. Don't know, it's really hard. Those are the ones that are in the mix for me. I did see people talking about lag, but there was no lag, you know. I don't know what that was. That's a little bit concerning, because there actually was no lag showing this end, so hopefully that's not a YouTube glitch. Here we've got Dominic beating up his dad's... Who's filming? Who's filming this? Is it Finn that's filming? Did we find out who was filming? We've got Dominic, and we've got Rhea, and we've got Ray. Jamie Hayter, Tony Storm was hot. There was definite lag, but it's all good now. I'll tell you, that's a real concern, because normally if there's lag, I've got a red light in the bottom corner. It never went red. I also normally have something that tells me about drop frames. There's no drop frames. In fact, we haven't dropped any frames since the stream started, so any lag there was coming from YouTube, which is a bit of a concern, because that is out of my hands, so hopefully that doesn't happen again. That clip is funny, says Retribution. DJ said, Booker just spoiled Edge being involved in AJ versus Finn match by saying, "You think you know me," says DJ. Robert said, is Rey Mysterio really injured with that cast? I genuinely don't know. Don't know if he has got a genuine injury. I feel like he might do, you know. I feel like he might do. Do you think Scarlett will wrestle? I think so, yes. I mean, like, she can wrestle, so why wouldn't we use her? So, eventually, yes. I mean, like, Lana wasn't a wrestler, and we tried to make her a wrestler. So, I think we will try with Scarlett, but I don't know that we're in any rush. King is the man. Ray only had kids so that he had someone to look up to, says AR1. Do you think there will be a draft soon? Apparently, it's going to be after Rumble. I told you, it's Elon Musk, said Maggie. Yep, you called it, mate. You called it. Sheamus Gunther is match of the year, says Dominic. Which War Games match are you most looking forward to seeing, and which one do you think will be longest? I think I'm looking forward to the men's, and I think that'll be the longest. Lana is the best. Lana #1. Who do you think is the most underwhelming return under Triple H? I say Hit Row and Emma. Emma, we've not really seen much of yet, so we'll have to wait and see with Emma. She might be about to embark on like a story with Madcap Moss, so I don't know. I'm sort of interested in that. Not because I'm into love, but I just think that, well, Madcap needs something. We've just brought Emma back, so that could be sort of there's something different in it. I'm sort of not against that, so we'll see what happens with Emma and Madcap. Hit Row, I just wasn't a fan of anyway. So Hit Row underwhelmed me the second they arrived. I think that if you're going to have a hip hop group, you need to be pretty cool. I mean, I feel like B-Fab looks quite cool. I think she looks all right, but like, the money thing and all this kind of stuff. And like, do you remember when they came back and they did that performance, that musical performance? They got into the ring and they did like a rap of some sort on SmackDown. I mean, honestly, I didn't even need to say anything. And just the reaction of people in the watch along kind of said it all. Like, it's just like, what is this? Like, there was some stuff, there was some moments in there where you can tell that, they've got an ability to rap. But like some of the lines were just cringe. And it's like, I think someone showed me actually, I think it was on Twitter. Someone sent me this, that they did a diss track for the Viking Raiders or something. And it's been uploaded, and there's like 1,000 thumbs up and nearly 3,000 thumbs down for this diss track that they've done on YouTube. I mean, that's the problem for me. Like, they're not cool. They're not cool. Like, they're not a hip hop group that I look at and go, yeah, man, they're pretty cool. They're pretty cool. I like them. I don't feel that way about Hit Row. I feel like they're a rap group for children. I feel like if you're 5 and you want to, they're like my first rap group. That's Hit Row. Do you know what I mean? My first rappers. That's what Hit Row are. So, yeah, I don't know. Like, maybe if they had some fun, witty lines like the Acclaimed have, some lines that they chuck in there and you're like, oh, that's a good line. That's a good line. Like, there's none of that, is there? They don't say anything like that makes me go, oh, that's cool. Maybe if they added a little bit of that, then maybe I'd be a bit more into them. So I was underwhelmed about Hit Row when they first came back, and I've remained underwhelmed. So I would definitely probably go with them. I don't mind Emma. We'll see what happens with her and Madcap. I'm trying to think who else has come back, like Braun. Braun's got a good size to him, hasn't he? I'm glad we're not doing the get these hands thing anymore, so that's a positive. I liked his new CGI as well, and his new Titantron and everything. That looked good. So I think we're trying a few things with Braun. I'm trying to think who else. Carrion's been all right. Johnny, I love. Dexter's been a bit weird, in all fairness. Dexter's been a bit strange. Damage Control's not been the biggest success, but I would have to say Hit Row have been worse. They do seem quite PG, like they are trying to be cool, and that is a bit cringy, says AJ. Yeah, I mean, look, I don't want to be too down on them. I've just never liked them. Some people do, and that's great. I mean, if you're into them, no shade from me. Enjoy them, but they just haven't. They've never really done it for me personally. Used to see him down in NXT and say the exact same thing. This is the first Survivor Series without a world title match, says Corey. Knight Rider says Bobby, Amos, Cedric, and Shelton, the new Hurt Business. Chris said they're trying to be cool rappers when R-Truth already exists. Good point. You're never gonna out-rap R-Truth. Don't even try. So, good point. Right, we are, believe it or not, I mean, look, we've been chatting. I mean, this is mind-blowing. We've been chatting for nearly 3 hours. Do you know what I mean? If we went down the pub and we met up and we started chatting at 8 o'clock, at nearly closing time, which is 11 o'clock, that's where we are now. Like, they're ding, 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 they're ringing the bell right now. They're ringing the bell, not for the start of a match, but it's kicking out time. Nearly 3 hours of just chit-chatting about wrestling we've been doing. So we need to get our heads into a different headspace and stop worrying about, like, what would we do with this? What would we need to stop focusing now, dialing in for Survivor Series, because War Games is literally moments away. So 9 minutes to go. They're just running down the card at the moment. We've got AJ Styles against Finn Balor tonight, of course. We've got Ronda Rousey taking on Shotzi. There's been no news or anything regarding Bray. So Bray against LA Knight has not been added unless it's going to be added during the show. But we've got the War Games for the men, the War Games for the women, and of course we've got the triple threat match. Seth Rollins taking on Theory, taking on Bobby Lashley. Triple threat for the United States Championship. Corbin is with JBL was intriguing until they debuted on Raw. They dropped the ball with Corbin. We need the Lone Wolf to return, said Knight Rider. Cena's rap-in was better than Hit Row, says Lee. The Dom rear attack on Ray was awful, says John. Any chance Mr. Charlotte Flair Andrade returns in 2023? I think there's a chance of that, yes, because I think that he is very unhappy in AEW. I think he wants out of AEW. And I think that because she is still with WWE, I think that he would come back. And I think that he and Triple H always had a good relationship. Triple H always booked him well down in NXT, certainly when he was with Zelina Vega. But to be honest, you could actually put Andrade and Charlotte together as a couple on TV, and that could be super intriguing. Imagine Andrade and Charlotte versus Becky and Seth. There's definitely options, or against Karrion and Scarlett, or Finn and Rhea, or Emma and Madcap. I definitely think there'd be options for that. Get ready, guys. Super match tonight. Survivor Series champion versus champion. Roman wrestles himself. It's coming. You dig what I'm saying, says Wyatt 6. They could be the new It couple, says AJ. Elias should have been booked like Double J, Jeff Jarrett, in regards to using his guitar to win matches and chasing mid-card belts. Suka says William Regal needs to show up just to say War Games and then go back to AEW. William says thank you for making me the mod boss. William Hensey, thank you for not saying anything inappropriate yet. It's greatly appreciated. We need Michael Cole and Bayley team. We need Michael Cole versus Bayley at WrestleMania. That's what we need. We need Bayley to provoke Michael Cole to the point where he snaps. And he's like, someone needs to teach you a lesson and all this kind of stuff. And she's like, okay, well, why don't you do it at WrestleMania? And something along those lines. And then he could be confused and trying to get out of it. We could see him backstage talking to Adam Pearce. Adam Pearce is like, normally I wouldn't really go down the road of doing an intergender match, but if Bayley wants it, I think the WWE Universe want it as well. Let's do it, Michael. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's put your WrestleMania streak on the line. Of course, he is 1-0 at WrestleMania, having beaten Jerry the King Lawler. Did you know BFAB does OnlyFans? No. This might surprise you, but I actually don't go onto OnlyFans, so I don't know who does it, who doesn't. I think a lot of people do. I know there's a lot of there's a lot of UFC fighters that female fighters that tend to go on there. I don't know about wrestlers. I genuinely don't know what wrestlers are on there, but I didn't know BFAB was on there. AEW fan said there's a lot of smoke that Regal is WWE bound. Flippin' X said, wouldn't Cole be a great temporary manager for a women's team to take on Bayley and her pals? That could be fun, actually. If they were provoking him and then he was like, someone needs to teach you a lesson, and then he gets some women together to do it. You could have some fun with that. I feel like there's definitely something to explore there, so I hope they do go down those roads. Yeah, I agree. Knight Rider said, we need William Regal to return to manage Imperium. Maybe Michael will be in Bianca's corner against Bayley at WrestleMania. Mark says, take my money. Smurfy Toon said, Ronda's makeup makes her look like Bert from Sesame Street. Yes. Well, it's about time the GOAT was represented. It's about time that Bert got some love in WWE. It's been too long. It's been way too long. Nowhere near enough love for Bert. Triple H tweeted out a video of Regal saying War Games. Couldn't afford all of Black Sabbath, so we only got Ozzy, says Silo. It's a new album he's got, isn't it? He's got a new solo album out. I think, didn't Black Sabbath finish? I mean, it might be one of them where they're finished, but they're not really finished. I remember a goodbye farewell concert. I never went to it, but they did it in Birmingham, which is where they're from. I remember that not being too long ago, so I don't know if Black Sabbath are still going, to be honest. AJ is going to beat Finn, said Zoom Station. I want to shoot those cricket graphics. Yeah, they're flipping annoying, aren't they? Really annoying. Why are they dancing around on screen all the time? They are really annoying. They've been there for so long. One of them looks like Shotzi. I don't even know what the one in the middle is. It looks like a Beatle. Like one, John Lennon, Paul McCartney. And who's the dude in blue? He looks like a bar of soap. It's like a bar of soap that's showing off the guns. They are really. Has someone just left this on by mistake? They've been there for about half an hour now. Although, in all fairness, the one with green hair is pretty fit. Let's be honest. Let's listen. She's got a cute little beanie hat on. Yeah. Green hair. She seems to be fun, right? Imagine her, dating profile. Likes to have fun. Okay. Yeah. Likes to dance. Oh, okay. Always happy and smiley. Okay. Yeah. Likes wrestling. Oh, my God. Sign me up. Wears a beanie hat. Ah! Done. Days with the cartoon fetish. Listen, I'm just saying. Fit. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. Oh my God, they've paused. That's it. What's happened now? Now they've just frozen. Oh, something awful's going on. There's been a botch. There's been a Cricket 5G botch. All of a sudden, they're just paused in position. What's happened to him now? This is one of the most gripping things I've ever seen. This is like White Rabbit. Yeah? This is like what's going to happen next. Oh, it's ended. Oh my God. Have you seen in the promo last night, there was a picture in Bray's promo that said he is coming. There was a picture that said it's coming, but isn't that just related to past promo? They heard us, says Rory. They froze. Fix the advertisement. I think they heard you. I know, yeah. I shocked her into freezing. Right, the cage is descending. Women's War Games matches on first. Smurfy Toon said that bar of soap is Blue McIntyre. Blue McIntyre? Is that what it was really called? Because that's awesome. Blue McIntyre. It's time. War Games. It's coming, I think, relates to The Fiend. No, I remember in the Wyatt family, they had a woman that was pregnant, and she said it's coming written on her stomach. So I must admit, I did see the it's coming thing, but I just thought it was that. I just thought it related to an old Wyatt family promo that I remember. Sup, Junior, shout out to you. I'm nervous for Mia Yim. I hope she doesn't botch. Vex says the British are coming. The British are coming. Right. We are about to get underway with Survivor Series War Games. War Games. I think after last night's promo, it's 100% confirmed that we will see The Fiend again at some point, says Scott. Yeah, I must admit, I expect that. I think The Fiend was such a popular, loved character. I think it was always going to be hard to see them never do The Fiend again. Don't know when we see The Fiend, of course, but yeah, I think we definitely do. I agree. Okay, we are up and running then with Survivor Series, and we do have Aussie. So Ozzy is singing as someone spoke about this already. Apparently, this cold open did the rounds on social media earlier. So we've got Ozzy and we've got images of superstars. It's fight night, says Mr. 2K Fort 2. Might see Uncle Howdy tonight. JP said this is an old song. LS Dub said this is cool. So we are seeing lots of shots of the superstars, just video footage of the superstars. A few little recorded bits as well. We're seeing like Bianca standing there as the camera's panning round her. Same with Damage Control. And then we keep cutting to like Ozzy who's singing. Is this War Pigs? Yeah, it's War Pigs. I'm reading a delayed chat, says Daniel. This is a very UK-centric show. Only the US title and SmackDown Women's title don't have international wrestlers. Ozzy was with Jake at Mania 2. Bulldogs. I think he was with the Bulldogs. But yeah, good knowledge. My toy wrestling rope rings broke, says Gavin. Did they? How did you do that, bud? Welcome to War Games, says Ozzy. Welcome to War Games. Then he laughs because he finds it funny. Right, we're getting the cage descending. The siren is blaring. First match is going to be the Lady Games. Lady Games. Ozzy, you old scamp. Cage is being lowered. Remember the cage lowering music? Bum, 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 like that. Like really dramatic. Bum, 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 bum. First time we're welcoming you to Survivor Series War Games. There's a sign in the crowd that says, "This is my first pay-per-view. Acknowledge me." It's time to go to war. Just imagine Putin, if he's watching this, is like, message received. I'm way ahead of you. Ah. Little mention of the shield there. There should be a shield. There should be a shield reference, definitely, at some point. I'm expecting Seth to wear something Shield-esque or Roman or someone, because 10 years, you've got to mark it. 1987. War Games for Crockett Promotions. Rocket Promotions. Wow. Wow, look at this. 87 gets mentioned. Horsemen get mentioned. J.J. Dillon. Nikita Koloff. It's kind of cool that all these legends get mentioned. Right, here comes the man. So the man is making her way down. Becky Lynch. There should be a Shield celebration. Acknowledge them. War Games match. Lady War Games. I don't know what she's wearing. She's got like a shoulder piece, gold shoulder piece here. And like a gauntlet. I don't know what's that. I feel like that's inspired by something, but I don't know what. Here's Alexa. Alexa making their way out. Okay, so Alexa comes down. Watch him. We're watching. We're all watching. Is there any Bray logos? So Alexa getting into the face cage. Here's Asuka. Dun-dun, dun-dun. I feel like it's been forever since I've heard this music. She's been coming out with other people's music. Here's Asuka. She's been coming out with the likes of Bianca recently, so we haven't heard this in a while. So Asuka comes out. On my way. Okay, so she goes in there as well. Asuka, Alexa, Becky. Is this Mia? Here's Mia. Yeah, Mi-chan. 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 Mia. Yeah. So we get the Mi-chan. Don't know that her gear represents... Don't know that her gear represents, like, that attitude. Is Belair starting, then? Looks like Belair's starting. So, Bianca Belair is going to make her way down to the ring. We've got the women locked in a cage, which is where women belong. But Bianca's going to make her way down and going to start the match by the looks of it. Watch me shine now. Watch me shine now. We need a throwback match to celebrate 22 years of Survivor Series. We need Gobbledygooker against The Undertaker. Okay, Bianca is in the ring. What's your prediction for this one? I'm leaning to damage control, I think. I think something's going to happen with Alexa. And I think that might mean that the face team struggle. They go down to like 4 people. Maybe Alexa might turn on Bianca or something, and you know that's going to really weaken the team. So here's Rhea. Here's Pappy. Pappy is here. Rhea Ripley making her way down. Looks good. She's got like black all down here. War paint. War paint! So she's going to go back. Here's Nikki Cross. So Nikki Cross is made her way out. Michael Cole said, I think this is the most unpredictable woman in this match. What's she doing? She's climbing up the cage. What's she doing that for? Wow, she is unpredictable. She didn't go in the cage. She's climbed up onto the roof of it. No idea why. Oh, that's cool. Rhea's decided to do some pull-ups in the cage. Rhea just entertaining herself. Here's damage control then. We got the power. We got the pain. We like to go on holiday. We go to Spain. Here's all 3 of them. Io, Dakota, Bailey. Here comes damage control. The roof is on fire. They're taking a page out of Alexa's book. I think Roman will win against the Brawling Brutes. Okay, so they're taking the belts off. Oh, Dakota's going the ring first. Dakota's going the ring first. So it's going to be Dakota and Bianca. Wasn't expecting this. Wasn't expecting this, but this is what we're getting. Dakota getting into the ring, then it's going to be Dakota and Bianca. I tell you what, I'd love to see Dakota do well here. Imagine if, like, Dakota does well in this, like, one-on-one match at the moment. It serves no benefit having Bianca destroy Dakota here. Have Dakota do well. Right. We are underway with Bianca and Dakota starting off the match. So Dakota is being smashed in the corner, hurled across the ring, kick to the midsection. We know the heels are going to have the advantage. That means that the next person to come out will be from the heel team, but we don't know who. Drop kick. Dakota goes down. Has the match started? It has begun. The Lady Games are underway. Imagine that Sami leaves the cage and costs the Bloodline by forfeit, says Jim. Run, Dakota, run, said JP. She's doing exactly that. She gets caught, though, by Bianca. Bianca going to look to, German suplex and slam her down. So she just picks up Dakota and slams her down. We're over in the other ring. Obviously, the two rings are side by side. Dakota going into the corner. Number one trend in the United States is hashtag Survivor Series. Dakota getting up to her feet. Down goes Dakota. We've got Bianca walking around. Bianca in control. Bianca picking up Dakota. And Dakota is over by the side of the cage. She's grabbing a hold of the hair of Belair. So at the moment, Dakota's pulling on the hair. Bianca uses it to hurl Dakota into the side of the cage. Big kick there by Dakota. We've got just over 3 minutes to go until someone else joins. Ooh, it was like a backbreaker, but she didn't actually go for the backbreaker. Bailey and Dakota and EO Sky, says Legend Killer. I think Sami will get the winning pin tonight, said Justin. John Cena's cousin, Juan Cena, was spotted backstage. That's big. This match is literally one where they have to survive, says Mustafa. Shayna and Ronda against Sasha and Naomi, said Jaden. Is it bad that this is the only War Games match I've ever watched? No. Bianca is in trouble. Kick to the back there by Dakota. Bianca's hair is always a target, says Maggie. 2 minutes to go. There's Nikki. Nikki has got her head through the cage, watching the action. Looking very focused. Bianca goes down in the other ring. In comes Dakota. She's climbing through. Coming over to Bianca. Grabbing Bianca. Hurls her into the corner. Time is counting down. We're at 1:45. Back elbow there by Bianca. Dakota charging over. Big kick by Bianca. Dakota again trying to come over. Forearm strike by Bianca. Bianca up over the top. She's got the arm of Dakota looking for a suplex. She's got Dakota up and plants her down. I wonder if Vince likes WWE. I wonder what he thinks. He said he would be watching, and I'm sure he is. I wonder what he thinks of the couldn't. Just imagine he's sat in the game. Well, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't have done that. You see this? I wouldn't have done that. I wonder if he likes it or not. I'm sure if you ask him, he'll say he loves it. Going for a strike there. 50-odd seconds to go. Hair whip. Just misses. Kick there by Dakota. Bianca goes back. I must say, they've given Dakota a bit in here, though. They haven't, like, completely buried her. I was expecting 5 minutes of Bianca looking like Super Cena. Becky looks like she's ready to take someone's arm off, says Honorary Oos. The structure of War Games for Survivor Series is the best thing WWE has done because this is a true Survivor Series, says Robert. Right, we've got Bianca with Dakota. She's got her up. She's going to look for a power bomb, maybe? No, hurls her. Ooh, into the cage. Hurls her into the cage. Her arm seems to get caught a little bit there as well. Here is Io. Io making her way down. Io is making her way down. And Bianca is well in control. So Io comes down next. Drop kick by Io. Bianca goes down. Io Sky. Prob's going to be jumping off the top of this thing, isn't she? She did down in NXT, and I'd imagine we'll see that again here. Either Roman and the Usos doing shield powerbombs from the top of the cage while Sami watches on, or Drew and Kevin hold Roman while Sheamus bro kicks Sami and pins him. Loving the crowd. The crowd are good. The crowd are good. They're into this. Green shirt guy is in the front row. Alexa looking a little concerned. Now we've got Bianca in the center with Dakota the one side and Io the other. So Dakota and Io working on Bianca. They're in control. We got 1 minute 55. Into the corner goes Bianca. Io collides in. Dakota colliding in. Big boot. Big boot. She trips her down. Io. Double knees. Going up. Looking for a kick and a stomp. Oh, man. It's pretty moody being Bianca right now. What's she going for? Oh, did Io get stuck there? Was that a botch? She managed to go up and, like, topple over to... So she actually was... Io was in the corner. She went up. She meant to come back down with the double knees. She went up, and then as she was up, she, like, toppled over to the side and got caught between the ropes and the ring and the cage. It's like, double knees, up, over I go. Oh, dear. I'm not meant to be here. Proper got caught. Botch game. Botch games. Oh man, that's a fun botch. Springboard drop kick. Springboard drop kick. That's a fun botch, man. Oh, why don't they show us a replay of the botch? War games. War-y games. I want to have a look, see if they show us that botch again. If there's a god, they will. If there's a god. If they show us... someone will have it on social media. I'll, if you do see it, feel free to send it over to my Twitter account. It's at UFC Days, because at Wrestling Days was took down by Elon. Right, here comes Asuka. Asuka is making her way down. Okay, so Asuka is in the ring. Asuka is in. Peacock is trash, says Cliff Beavers. Yeah, I thought we would get a moment like this between Asuka and Io. So these two, this is pretty fun. These two going at it. Strikes back and forth. Io against the ropes. Asuka against the ropes. Io charges over. Io goes round. Arm drag there by Io. Asuka's back up. Asuka going against the ropes. Io comes in. Io against the ropes and Asuka hip attacks her. Asuka against the ropes. Io against the ropes. Clothesline misses. Io. Knee strike. Spin attack. And again. And a kick to the midsection. Quick strikes by Asuka. Oh, nice leg sweep there by Asuka. I like that. Asuka going against the ropes. Oh, lovely kick. Lovely kick. So we're seeing Asuka and Io. Lots of quick strike in there by Asuka. Asuka's going up top. 1 minute 30 odd left. Dakota's come over. Asuka, the master. Japanese strong style. That was good. Her striking are amazing. Her strikes are so good. There's so many people that just don't do strikes very well. Just don't do strikes very well in WWE. But hers were really, really good there. Bianca hurls Dakota into the side of the cage. Asuka is up. Missile drop kick. Down goes Io. So Io goes down. Now we're seeing Becky climbing up. Bianca climbing up. High-fiving Asuka. The faces are in control. 23 minutes into this. So far, we've got 2 members of each team in there. I think Theory might get his money in the bank match. Little bit sloppy, this. Strike coming in by Io. Strike coming back by Asuka. These two exchanging forearm strikes. Crowd enjoying counting down. 2, 1. And so out comes Nikki. Nikki making her way down. So Nikki is going straight underneath the ring. She's going to look to get a kendo stick. Nikki with a kendo stick. And there's a big cheer there by the... She goes to hit the referee. 2 kendo stick. What's better than 2 kendo sticks? 2 kendo sticks and a trash can lid. She's bringing all the toys. Another trash can lid. Door is slammed into Asuka. Asuka came over. She hurled the door in her face. More trash can lids are coming in. Oh my God, why don't you just go under the ring? Just live under there. How many kendo sticks? Just kendo stick after kendo stick after kendo stick. Oh my God, that really seemed to connect with her head as well. There's 4 trash can lids. 5 kendo sticks. She's going over. Trash can lid to the midsection. Smacking Bianca over the back. Nikki is going up, looking for a DDT, spiking Bianca. Get the tables! There wasn't any tables, actually. Oh, lovely driver there. Is that a Michinoku driver? That was nice, Nikki to Asuka. Now she's whipping her with a coat. She's using anything. She's took a jacket off. She's using that now. So, anything will do. Theory will win tonight. That's a guarantee, says Mole. Cliff said, if I was a wrestler, I would keep a kendo stick under my bed. Was she like licking the cage then? She was like, ah. That's pretty cool. Now she's pulling at the nose of Bianca. Dakota comes over and is like, do you want this kendo stick? And of course she does. So now she's choking her out with a kendo stick. 6 smile on the face of Nikki. Who is going to be the next superstar in the ring? Io is got like a camel clutch of sorts on Asuka. Right, who's out next? It's going to be Alexa. Alexa making her way down. Oh, there's a cable that got in Alexa's way. Alexa was trying to get down to the ring, and there was a cable she had to, like, throw it out the way. Drop kick by Alexa. Dakota goes down. Down goes Io. Kick to the midsection of Nikki Cross. Quick strikes. Knee strike there by Alexa and a drop kick. Kind of interesting, those drop kicks, by the way. They're flat back drop kicks. I remember if she's been doing those before. normally a drop kick you would turn to your side. She's been doing drop kicks there where you like land on your back, flat back. Oh my God. Face first goes EO into that trash can lid. Alexa is nice. Hurricanrana, and Dakota gets planted onto that trash can lid. So now we've got the face team back in control. Did Nikki do a full circle gesture before entering the ring? Don't know. Can't say I noticed. The kendo stick is in Nikki's arms, but is taken out by Bianca. Bianca breaks the kendo sticks. Now she's got 2 kendo sticks, but then throws them away. As Nikki is climbing up. Nikki is going up. Oh, wow. Kendo sticks by Dakota and by EO. So now Asuka and Alexa are up there trying to come back. They've got kendo sticks. So now we've got like kendo sticks happening whilst Nikki watches on. Nikki is sat up there watching all the carnage. Smile on the face of Nikki. So Nikki watching. She's going to do something, isn't she? She's going to do something. She's starting to stand up. Yeah, all these women are starting to get into a bit of a group. You can sort of tell that she's getting ready to do a crossbody. She's screaming. Crossbody. Asuka, Alexa, Bianca, Dakota. They all get, and EO, all getting landed on. Right, we're getting down to about 15 seconds or so. I said she would do that, says Ava Cookie Dough. This reminds me of the mix of commentary tables during the Royal Rumble, said Mustafa. She took out her own teammates as well, said Rory. Yes. Here comes Bayley. It's Bayley time. Bayley making her way down. She's going under the ring as well. Having a little look under there. Bayley is looking for something. It's a big ladder. Big ladder. Well, it's a big ladder. Big ladder being brought into the ring. Mitchell said this is a very spot-heavy match, and it's super obvious it's not been super great. Also waiting for Cole to say someone got hit with a lid-like structure. A lid-like structure. Very good. A lid-like structure. Another big ladder. Another ladder is being introduced. And so Bayley putting that one in as well. Dakota is bringing the ladders in, helping Bayley bring those ladders in. Bayley is looking to go under the ring again. I'm not feeling this, says Shola. This is War Games. This is what they're like down in NXT. I can't say we've seen anything different here. They're spot heavy. This is what they are. I think you're either into them or you're not. Bayley's getting a lot of ladders. Tables. There's a table coming in. The table coming in. It won't be as good as Adam Cole pulling out about 7 tables, says Rory. Never understood the obsession with tables, says List of Jericho. Bayley kind of flipping over. She tries to send Bianca into a trash can lid, but I think she accidentally knocked it out of the way, actually. 1 minute 13. This table is being set up in between the 2 rings. So Bianca, getting jammed into that. That was pretty cool. I kind of like that. The table was balancing in between the 2 rings. Bianca was in the middle. They just drove that table into her. Bayley says, this is my match. So, Damage Control, Team Bayley in control. I feel like the main event will be interrupted by William Regal, says Dale. Mia Yim is next, I think, says Lady Noir. Feel sorry for the camera guy. Dudley Boys did table matches back in the day. How do you win the match? Technically, the match hasn't even started until everyone's in, so once the match starts, then I think it's pinfall or submission, I believe. Alexa has hurt her knee. She is down. She is down, and no one's with her. She is selling at the moment. Don't know if that's legit or not. Bayley is standing on this table. Bianca is still trapped. Next out is going to be Michin. Michin's coming in. Time for Michin. Michin is going to go underneath the ring as well. She's trying to get a trash can. And she does. Trash can being thrown into the ring. I mean, I feel like there's already plenty of weapons in there. Do you know what I mean? Oh, she tried to get that trash can in, but it bounced off the ropes. Come on, Michin. You can do this, Michin. Yay! It took her a few attempts, but old Michin got it in the end. That is true. Corey is like, I think Mia might be worrying a bit too much about getting weapons rather than coming to the aid of her partners. Face first, Nikki, kick to the midsection. She gets planted down. That was kind of nice. I like how the lid was like sticking upwards, and then when it went down, it jammed into the ring, and Io like proper shot back. Michin doing some lovely work. This is like a stunner cell right there. It was like a stunner cell, yeah. She went down, poof, shot back up. Dakota comes crashing down. This could be an episode of Botchamania, says Elliot. That is true. There'll be plenty to get out of this match. I think part of the problem for me is that, you know, these are two teams that hate each other. And as Corey just said there, you know, your teammates are being beaten up and you come in and you're trying to get trash cans for like one-offs. I mean, if you want to grab a kendo stick or a wrench or something that you can like repeatedly hit people with, I could understand that. It's not going to take long to grab a kendo stick. It's not going to take long to grab a wrench. But like, if you're grabbing a trash can, you're going to use that once, aren't you? You're not going to go around hitting people repeatedly with the trash can. So she grabs the trash can, she chucks that in, then she goes for another trash can, she's chucking that in, then she's looking for something else. I agree with Corey. Like, I feel like, why are you doing that when your teammates are getting destroyed? Like, grab a wrench, grab a kendo, grab a sledgehammer, grab something that you can repeatedly use. Rather than like going for a trash can. Like some of those decisions just, you do go, why are you doing that? Stop, why are you doing that? You're making yourself look silly. But it is War Games. It's full of weapons. And we've got, I don't know, who's left to come in? I think there's only Rhea, is there? I haven't even seen a countdown clock. Have I missed Rhea or something? I don't even know where the countdown clock is. We forgot about Rhea. Where's the countdown clock gone? Normally that's there, but it's not there at the moment. We're just seeing lots of people fighting in each corner at the moment. So they're trying to get some shots showing everyone fighting in corners. Superplex there by Bianca on Bayley. Superplex by Dakota and Michin. It's just sort of funny, isn't it? How they're all just superplexing at different times. Everyone is down. Here's the clock. There's the clock. Now we're counting down 10 seconds. And I think Rhea is the next one to come in, is she? Oh, we've still got, of course, got Becky, haven't we? Of course, forgot about Bex. Here's Rhea. Rhea coming in and goes straight after Alexa. Alexa goes down. Drop kick to Asuka. Asuka in the corner. Countdown clock now for our final person coming in. And that is going to be Becky. So all of the heel team are in there right now. Alexa climbing up. Big strike by Rhea. Justin, shout out to you. Matt, shout out to you. Rhea Cake. She's got a hold of Bianca. Suplex there by Rhea. Crossbody gets caught by Alexa. So Alexa is caught midair by Rhea. She picks up Alexa. And suplex. Suplex by Rhea Ripley. Into the side of the cage goes Alexa. Alexa is down. There's been nothing, no sign of Alexa turning. She's been battling, working here. Unless she's just going to suddenly go and then just walk off or something. I don't know. I don't know what to expect from her. Do you think War Games will be its own pay-per-view? I really don't know. I don't know what they'll do. I mean, I think it could be. I think it could be. I think I don't want this to be Survivor Series every year, though. Nikki is on the top rope. Nikki is just watching, bouncing up and down on the top rope. She's having a lovely time. Loads of people are down. The heel team are in control at the moment. Cloverleaf being applied here by Rhea Rippers as EO is going from side to side. Drop kick. Can I get a shout out? Stoney, shout out to you. EO's just running. Yes. Boo, 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 boo. So the heel team are in control. Is this where Becky comes in and just destroys all the heels on her own? This is on pace to be a 10-star match. Why is Rhea dressed like a bondage corn star? Corn star. Oh, seeing the trash can hurled at Rhea. Michin is getting some offense in. She collides into a trash can. The trash can goes into Rhea. Bex is pacing back and forth. Final 20-odd seconds. EO is just skying. Meltzer has given this 9 stars so far. No, well, you don't know Meltzer then. First of all, this isn't AEW. Second of all, it's not in the Tokyo Dome. This is like negative stars for Meltzer. Double stomp by Dakota. In comes Becky. Becky making her way down. Beck's getting inside. Now the match starts. Yay! Everything we just watched was irrelevant. War Games! EO charging over to Becky. Forearm strike by Becky. Kick by Becky on EO. Kick coming into Dakota. Becky kicks at Nikki. Nikki really grabs a hold of her nose there. I don't know if she really did catch her there or if she's just selling like a super trooper. But she really was like, oh my God. Days after 2 hours, the stream has officially begun. Yay! I mean, actually, in all fairness, we do start 2 hours before the kickoff show. So, awkward. Do you know what I mean? It's not like we start the stream when the show starts. So, in a way, I've been doing War Games before War Games was fashionable. Nikki Cross gets slammed into that trash can. The trash can is over EO. She loves going in trash cans. She flipping loves it. Leg drop onto a trash can that EO had on her head. Smile on the face of Bex. Number 1 trend in States Survivor Series. Who's gonna win The Lady War Games. Here's Becky, look, going after Bayley, telling Bayley to get up. Look at these two horsewomen talking to each other. Come and fight me. Come and fight me, you little beep. Yeah, I want to see this. I want to see this. I want to see this. Come on. Bang, bang. These two going back and forth. Look at this. Two horsewomen going at it. Kick to the midsection. Bayley goes back against the cage. Yes. Yes. Just give me a one-on-one match between these two. Oh, now Rippers has arrived. Now Rippers is here. So, Becky and Bayley, that was nice. Now we're seeing Becky and Pappy. Headbutt there by Pappy. She's going to grab Becky, pick her up, looking for a manhandle slam. Couldn't quite get it. Becky knocks Bayley back against the cage again. Oh, planting her down. 1, 2. Asuka makes the save. Isn't it like harder to see what's happening if you're in the arena? Yeah, that is the downside with cage matches, but the way I think about it is I'm not in the arena, so I don't care. That's how I look at it. I look at it from a very selfish point of view, and I just find that makes me happier. So, boo-hoo for those people in attendance. The camera guy in the middle of the ring is going to eat one of those trash cans. Oh, spike DDT there by Big Time. Charging over, big strike by Bayley. Bayley grabbing Asuka. She's looking to hurl her into the corner. She does. Roll up by Bex. 1, 2. Kick out by Bayley. Back elbow by Bayley. 45 minutes into this. Stoney said, this is the first War Games I have seen. It's unreal. Tell me the rules. Not much to tell you, to be honest, mate. As soon as someone gets a pinfall or submission, their team wins. Simple as that. There's no escaping in War Games. So it's literally, you've got to get a pinfall or submission. Bayley says, the man. I'm the damn role model. This is the man. The man. Becky. Oh, face first into that steel connector that connects the two rings to. Drop kick by Asuka. Asuka making the save. Asuka, I don't know. Did Asuka blue mist and I missed it? She seems to have blue all on her mouth. She must have blue misted and I never saw her do that. I never saw her do that. She must have blue misted someone. She's got goo all here. It's all on her boobs as well. It's all on her boobs, guys. It's all on her boobs. Kicks by EO. Here's Asuka climbing up. She's somewhat... I don't know. What's EO doing? EO's grabbing onto the cage like a cat. Now we're getting EO, Asuka, Bayley... Dakota, Michin, Alexa. Time for a multi-person spot. Corey said this is going to be horrific. Strike to the midsection there by Nikki Cross. Nice. Yeah, she went for it, but she didn't get it. Twist. Nice. Twisting neck breaker by Nikki Cross. Bianca coming over. She's going after Bayley. Oof, oh, my God. Bayley just got dropped, man, hard on her neck. I think the ref just checking that she's all right. EO's gone up top. Move out the way, girls. Girls, move out the way. Oh, they didn't. Oh, they didn't. They got landed on. Oh, silly girls. Well, if you hadn't have stood there for so long. Bianca holding onto her leg. Holy ship chance. Bianca better not be hurt. She didn't even look behind her. Moonsault spot from the top. She's called the Genius of the Sky. This is awesome, chance. Is William Regal going to scream War Games? I don't think so. I'm not expecting him to. Did they really get landed on? Yeah. Yeah. Alexa gets hurled down by Nikki. Rhea was misted in the face, says no. Oh, I totally missed that, bud. Totally missed that. Nikki Cross has got handcuffs. This is cool. Let's see what she's going to do with these. Nikki Cross has got handcuffs. What's she going to do? She's going after Alexa. You think I forgot? You think I forgot? Do you reckon we're going to have lights out and they come back on and she's gone or something? What are we handcuffing her to? You think I forgot? You think I forgot? She's going to handcuff her to the cage, is she? Are we going to get a lights out moment? Are we going to go full on House of Black? What are we doing here? What are we doing? Is she handcuffing her to... is she... I don't know what we're handcuffing. What have we done? How long is she going to leave her hand there? What are we doing? She was trying to handcuff her to the cage, and for about half an hour, she had her arm out like this. For about half an hour, it was quite clear, like, have you done it yet? Have you done it? My arm's here. Do you want to handcuff me? My arm's here. Are you going to do it? Are you going to handcuff me? She's a Scottish Karen. Nikki does not forget. You think I forgot? You think I forgot? You think I forgot? Actually, I did. I did think you'd forgotten. Asuka charging over. Oh my god, yeah. Look at Rhea's face. She looks like a flipping Smurf. Into the side of the cage goes Asuka. Strikes by Michin. Bianca twisted her knee, I think, says Jim. Who did she handcuff? She was going to handcuff Alexa to the cage. And then Alexa handcuffed herself to Nikki. So I believe they're handcuffed now. Oh, into a ladder. Into a wooden ladder. Through the ladder. What do you mean by lady games? Well, it's a war games with lots of ladies involved. So, hence lady games. I could have gone with war women. That might have sounded cooler. It's time for war women! But I went with lady games. Maybe we'll have bro games later in the main event, not sure. Dude games. Right, we've got EO. We've got EO. We got Dakota. We've got Bayley brawling with Becky and Bianca right now. What time is it? 50 minutes. We're into this show, you know. Obviously, there was the intro package and everything, but looking for the KOD. Becky with a Becky Bottom. Becky Bottom to EO, not quite. KOD to EO. Boom! Connects. Now, Bianca with Bayley. Dude games. Damage control goes down. Bro games sounds like what a group of surfers would call themselves. Yo, welcome to the bro games. True. Hey, look, we're getting big time going up. This could be fun. Big time going up. Dakota and EO are on top of a table. Bayley is going up. She's going to try and prevent big time, but Bianca is going to KOD. KOD Bailey. Oh, KOD's Bailey into a cage. What's Big Time do him? Big Time. 1, 2, 3. Becky gets the pin. Becky wins. What happened with the handcuffs? So Becky pins Io and Dakota. She's sentoned from the top, which I think is like the weakest thing to do, to be honest. Like, that looks fun, doesn't it? Whee! Like, I sort of feel like crossbody is a lot more impressive, or a Macho Man elbow. I think if you're going to senton from the top, that's like the weakest thing to do. It's still high, still respect. I think, in all fairness, Io's moonsault is a very impressive thing to do from the top. That's very impressive. Don't know how realistic it is, but it is impressive. This was War Games. What do you score it out of 5? What do you score it out of 5? Handcuffed no more? No, someone must have the key. So she is no longer handcuffed. Yeah, that was cool. The moonsault was cool. The only thing I don't like about it is why was Michin and Bianca just standing there looking up going, do you know what I mean? Just take a few steps back. Do you know what I mean? Take a few steps back, you'll be fine. That's the only problem with that, but the actual moonsault itself, to do it from that height, you credit where it's due. 2.6 for the handcuffs, 6.5, 5 out of 5, 4.5, 2, 4, 4.5, 4, 3.5, 3.5, 3.5. Handcuffs for what? Nothing. Those handcuffs didn't do anything. I don't know what the handcuffs thing was for. I really don't. I don't know what the handcuffs thing was for. Bianca is singing Becky's music. Oh, 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 oh. 3, 4 out of 5, 5 out of 5, 4 out of 5, 3.4, 2, 4, 3.5, 3.5, 6, 4.5, 4, 10, 4.5, 2.5, 3, 3. Becky doesn't look right on that knee. Right, we are... Alexa was looking different, says Fionas. Alexa's going to turn soon, said Stoney. Has anyone in the chat been handcuffed before? Shouldn't it be hard to get out of them, says Sunny. I don't think she squeezed... Someone must have had the key. I didn't see how she got out of them. I give it a 4. Alexa looks sketchy, said Blissful Stars. In what way do you think she looks sketchy? In what way did she look sketchy? Jackie, shout out to you. No Alexa tease, so 4. Becky getting some serious shine, says Sean. Ain't no way I missed the match, said WWE Edge and Roman. Right, we've just got an advert here for Brock at the moment. It's like some kind of Brock documentary. Don't know... I don't know why we're showing this, to be honest. I've been handcuffed several times, said Stoney. Alexa looked like she had heel gear on. What's the main event? I think it's the men's War Games. Dana White just talking. What happened so far? We had the Women's War Games. Women's War Games and Team Bianca won. Alexa, add a heel look, says Clippers Cards. They missed a good opportunity to have Nikki Cross turn on Team Bayley. I'm giving it a 4 because the crowd was amazing, but there were botches. Anyone remember the powerbomb Sid gave to Pillman at War Games? What match is next? Don't know. Just got a really long advert for Brock Lesnar at the moment. Really long advert. Alexa just gave her team a look when they were raising their hands, says Stoney. Twitter is going to love at ending. Mole Jam, shout out to you. Chris said, I would love to be handcuffed to Alexa. Can Sami Zayn be trusted, especially considering his friendship with Kevin Owens? So we're just looking at the Kevin Owens Sami situation right now. How many stars would you give that match? 2. I wasn't feeling it. But I've said before, I don't like War Games. I don't like it. I think it's just a spot fest. I don't emotionally get involved in it. And then, like, you see stuff like EO jumping off the top and just people standing there waiting. You know, you see Mia Yim coming down, grabbing trash cans when her teammates are being beaten up. You see Nikki Cross doing a crossbody off the top onto a load of people underneath, including her own teammates. You just kind of look at it and it's just a big mess. But it's a mess that people can watch and enjoy. Do you know what I mean? Like, people will watch that and go like, oh, I really enjoyed that. And I can understand why people feel that way. I do genuinely get it. But it's just not my match. It wasn't my match when it was in NXT. I was intrigued to see how they would book it here. But, I mean, literally a few moments in, you go, this is going to be exactly the same. So, yeah, I know how I feel about War Games. I don't know that the men's is going to be to my taste either. But the only thing I would say is that the whole Sami situation and Roman being in it does add an extra level of intrigue for me. So I think I'll enjoy the men's more. Let's see what's happening here. Roman and Jay from day one. Sami Zayn. Who's Sami Zayn? Sami Zayn. He's the reason why we lost. Oos. So Jay talking to Roman. The only reason why I didn't get him is because you didn't give the word. So he says that it's Sammy's fault. Listen, this is what you do. You're going to be the right-hand man. I'm going to be the tribal chief. This is interesting. Heyman in the background. I'm going to look him in his eyes, man to man, and I will know if he's telling the truth, says Roman. I will know where his loyalty lies. Jay's like, okay, we've got a plan. Jay seems happy with that. We've got a plan. Roman is going to look at Sami in the eyes, and he's going to find out where his loyalty lies. Roman. We're staying with Roman here. I thought that would be it. What are we doing? Wise man. Wise man. Get me Sami. Get me Sami. Oh. Wise man, get me Sami. Big segment coming up then. So we had Jay saying to Roman, look, Sami is the reason why we lost. Roman, I thought, was going to tell him to, like, stop being a hothead or something. He didn't actually say that. He said, look, I will look him in the eyes and I'll find out where his loyalty lies. That loyalty is going to be tested tonight, isn't it? That loyalty will be tested. Right. Righty right. Another flipping advert now for something that's not wrestling. What is this? I don't even know what this is. Is this a game or something? Is this a game? Is this a game to you? Don't know what this is. It is a game. It is a game. PlayStation 5. That's a games console. Right, we are going to AJ and Finn Balor. Can we see Edge return and Sasha return? I mean, can't rule anything out, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure that I'm expecting loads of returns tonight. You might get something, though. Right. Finn versus AJ Styles. Do you think Sami will get the pin tonight to prove himself? That would be a nice moment, but I don't know. I think it's probably more likely that Sami is going to result in the Bloodline losing, and there's going to be more confusion as to where his loyalty lies. They've already planted a seed as to, like, you know, is he loyal or not? I think Roman will check it out and he'll be happy that he is. But something else then happens later tonight, which puts more doubt and more pressure. And I think we're building that pressure now. What if they get Edge to replace Sami, says Joe. Niall said, I imagine there will be a moment in the match where Roman demands Sami hits Kevin to test his loyalty. Yeah, I agree. I wonder what he does in that moment. I wonder what he does. You have to put AJ over here. What's the point otherwise, said Aubrey Edwards, dancing on wrestling's grave. Alexandra said, I wasn't over on Sami until this Bloodline stuff. Niall said, I imagine there'll be a moment where Roman demands Sami test his loyalty. I could see them destroying Kevin and making Sami finish the job, said GSW Brandon. Shout out to you, buds. What is your prediction for Bloodline and Brutes? I think Sami's going to cost them. I think Sami will be in the match. I think he'll cost them. I think that we are very much building up Sami now leaving the Bloodline. I think that we're starting to see teases in that direction. So, yeah, I think that's the direction we're heading in, but I don't know quite when it happens. I don't know when Sami leaves. I don't think it'll be tonight. But I think we could see another tease. So I'm going to say that the Brutes are victorious, and there's going to be a lot of doubt about where Sami's loyalty lies. Right, here we go then. Balor is going to make his way down now. We are 1 hour, 5 minutes into this show. 1 hour, 5 minutes. Here is Damian. Here is Dominic. Here is Balor. Balor is wearing that. He's wore this before, this mask. I feel like we've seen this from Finn before. This plain black mask. When did he wear? Was it SummerSlam or something? He wore this. Looks kind of cool. I have no idea how he can see. I haven't got a clue how he can see. I can only imagine that he can't see. Maybe that's why he's got to have Damian Priest and Dominic by his side, because if he does start straying off, like, they can, like, just knock him back, like, into line. Yes, Finn. Can he see in that mask? I don't think so. So, Finn. I really like the women's match. A lot of great spots, but do you think they overdid it with weapons? Use the men going to find it hard to make it different? Yeah, I think I don't mind some weapons, but I think that, like, loads of trash cans and stuff like that, I personally didn't need. as I said before, when Mia Yim came down, I can totally understand her wanting something. I mean, if you get into a ring where you're outnumbered, do you know? I mean, if you put yourself in her situation, you're going to get into the ring and there's a load of heels that are standing tall, you know? I mean, it's you against 4 or 5 or whatever it was. I can totally understand just not going in with nothing. I totally understand going in with some weapons. But watching her chuck trash cans in, you kind of go, what are you doing, mate? You know, grab a wrench, grab a kendo stick, something like that. Grab a knife. Do whatever you've got to grab, whatever you've got to grab to, like, you know, repeatedly, like, you know, fend off some people. You ain't going to do much with a trash can, are you? So, yeah, I think some of the decisions around the weapons was a bit questionable. Ray opened the door was a dumb move, said Jim. That was just an invitation to Dominic and Rhea to enter the house. AJ Styles is going to win, says Not Macros. Wrestler with Andy said, I love Finn paying tribute to the Basham brothers with that mask. Here is the Phenomenal One. The Phenomenal One's got a mask as well. That's cool. He's got the mask, the same that they tend to have as their image, the gas mask. I think this is the first time we've seen AJ with this mask. So AJ with a gas mask. They don't want none. They don't really want none. Mask getting thrown away. A masked AJ as well. You know what would be cool? If the OC came out as well and the Judgment Day members leave Finn alone, then later Carl and Luke beat down on AJ, joining Judgment Day, rejoining the first rock and roller, says Ghosty31. Stoney said, what's your prediction for this match? I'm going to go with Finn. I think Finn's going to get the win. I'm hoping for a banger, though. That's what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping this is going to be a really great match. That's what I'm hoping for. Who won the lady games? It was the face team. The lovely ladies won the lady games. Not the naughty ladies. Not the naughty ones. The lovely ladies. The lovely ladies won the lady games. Don't forget, we have got 2 rings as well. So this action is going to take place in the right-hand ring. Down in NXT, they tend to alternate the rings. So one match will be in one ring, and then the next match will be in the next ring. And then when it's time for War Games, we use both rings. So it's a little bit strange seeing these 2 in a ring, and then there's another ring next to it. But okay, so AJ versus Finn Balor. We are underway. I'm going with Finn, but I want AJ to win. He needs it more, says Maggie. This is the match, says Linda. Yeah, the lovely ladies got the job done. Should be a slobber knocker, says Blue Chew. Leo said, who will be the first in for the Bloodline? Don't think he'll be... Roman will probably be last, won't he? Lazy. He should be last. Don't know, I don't know what you do. Do you start with Sami and Kevin? I don't know what you do. Probably not. I feel like that's a big moment. I don't think you start with it. Maybe you start with Solo. I mean, Solo is a street fighter. You know, he's the kind of guy that I think would like to get in there first. So maybe you just start with Solo. Save the Sami stuff for later. AJ back in the corner. Sign in the crowd says, Usi. Kick to the leg of Finn. Kick there by AJ. To the back of the leg of Finn Balor. Finn Balor going down again. Another kick as Finn Balor goes down. Did you see that Jay White Can you see Jay White helping OC? No. I don't think there's much of a relationship between WWE and New Japan. Obviously, Gallows and Anderson are going over there, we think, for Wrestle Kingdom. But I'm not sure that I see like the likes of Jay White coming in. My guess is Solo versus Holland to start, says Scott. I didn't realise there was still the second ring, says Rory. Yeah. 2 rings, both out there. AJ in control. Sami and Jay have to be the first 2, or else faces have advantage, and that makes 0 sense. Big strike by AJ. And again, Finn going back to the corner. Days, are you having an Usi day? Always having an Usi day. Do you ever see Jay White coming to WWE since he lives in Florida? Well, I mean, the Jay White situation is an interesting one because Triple H has been a long admirer of Jay White, but whilst he's with New Japan, I don't know that I see him coming in. I mean, like, I'm not aware of any relationship they've got with New Japan, and if he's under a New Japan contract, they would have to have an agreement. So, I mean, if he would leave New Japan, I think Triple H would be interested in signing Jay White very much. Very much. He would snap him up, no doubt about that. But whilst he's with New Japan, I don't know, like, there'd have to be an agreement, and that'd be crazy to see a New Japan star like being used in WWE. That would be a big talking point. So, don't know. Whilst he's with New Japan, I'm going to say no, unless they get some sort of working agreement, which, as we said, would be a big story. Big chop there by Finn. If you like a lot of chocolate on your biscuit, join our club, says Miss Clown One. Darnell said, I'm tired of Bianca. Are the tables the most over thing in WWE? Yeah. Hard to follow that War Games match, of course. Feel a bit sorry for AJ and Finn here because, you know, War Games is so big. It's such a big, like, just violent mess that it's kind of hard to kind of bring the mood back down and have a proper wrestling match, you know? Difficult thing to follow. AJ against the ropes, goes over the top, rolls up Finn. Finn with a basement drop kick right to the face of AJ. Finn grabbing AJ is going to look to apply a stretch. He is looking for an abdominal stretch, and he's got it. He's got it. He's got the abdominal stretch. Everyone, enjoy. Have a wonderful evening. Stoney, shout out to you. Chaz John said Finn is really impressive. A1 said Jay White and MJF are the best heels in the industry at the moment. Nice strike to the back there. Finn has got AJ. Hurls AJ against the ropes. Big blow to the back as AJ goes down. Boos for Finn. Finn grabbing AJ, hurls him against the ropes. Big strike there by AJ. Finn Balor wobbling. And again, getting driven back against the ropes. Finn went for a hip toss. No joy there for AJ. And now he's back in a stretch. Finn Balor back in control. Dominic is a running joke, and he doesn't even realize it, says Chester. Can they use the other ring? I don't think like it's something that they're really encouraged to do. If they went over there, I don't think it'd be a problem. I don't know, actually. I'm trying to think if I've ever seen it happen where they go into the other ring, but if they did, as I say, I don't think they'd be like counted out or disqualified or anything. But I think like the referee would just want them to stick in one ring rather than having to follow them around. Nice strike there by AJ. Have you had any tea? How is your voice holding up? You sound okay, says Rivy. I haven't had any tea. No, I'm not really a tea drinker, believe it or not. Drink quite a bit of coffee. So, my voice is doing all right, actually. My voice is doing all right. It's maybe not as strong as usual. We have done a full week plus of World Cup streams, as well as wrestling streams, but it's doing all right. It's holding up. AJ goes down. Ooh. Finn was looking for a stomp. Goes over to the corner. Quick kicks there by Finn. Knee strikes by Finn as well. Throwing in knees to AJ. And again, he's got AJ in between the ropes. Goes for a kick. AJ grabs the leg. Crowd a little quiet for this at the moment. That looked like a dragon screw in between the ropes there. Finn Balor goes down. USA versus Iran on Tuesday, says Chester. Yeah, it's going to be good, man. Going to be good. Obviously, England. I'm an England fan, of course. Well, we're sitting here in England and what we're being English. They obviously play at the same time. Oh, hello. Gallows, Anderson. Oh, big shot. They're beating up Dominic. Damian Priest comes over. Dominic being beaten down. There's a big brawl on the outsides. So, brawl on the outside between Gallows and Anderson and Dominic and Damian. Big strike there by Gallows over the barricades. They're fighting in the crowd at the moment. So, these two teams are going at it. Well, Dominic slightly getting the better of Anderson there. Carl Anderson just found himself on the receiving end of some punishment from Dominic Mysterio. Days, though, Canada's game against Belgium. I don't know when that is, to be honest. I know that we've got Canada, I think, tomorrow against Croatia. So we are doing that. Tomorrow we're doing Canada, Croatia, Spain, and Germany. AJ has got Finn up on his shoulders. Finn, ooh, trying to do a code red. Couldn't quite get it. Against the ropes goes Finn. And again, Sling Blade. Sling Blade by Finn. AJ down. So Finn is back up on his feet. After this, I don't know what the next match is after this, but we've still got Ronda Shotzi, which I don't think will take long. Of course, the triple threat and then the men's war games. But we're already an hour and 20 minutes into Survivor Series. Enziguri kick there by AJ. AJ has got Balor and hurls him into the corner. The fighting on the outside was the most exciting part of this match, said JP. Shoulder up by Finn. Mexico lost to Argentina. I was gutted at that. We lost to Belgium 1-0. Yes, that's true. Canada lost to Belgium 1-0. But as we say, they are going to look to... Great performance by Canada, though. Really great performance. We'll have to see what they can do against Croatia tomorrow. What's next? Don't know. They haven't announced what's next. More Finn and AJ. That's what's next. Gallows and Anderson, Damian Priest and Dominic, they've gone. They've done one. So they've fought all the way to the back. So it leaves just AJ and Finn in the ring, which in all fairness is better. Double stomp there by Finn. Both guys are down. Finn grabbing a hold of his leg. He did a double stomp. Finn has got a sick smile on his face. He's getting up to his feet. We're just seeing that double stomp again. I wonder if Ray is going to get payback against Dominic. I don't think he should. I mean, it's his son. I just don't think he should. Finn looking out at the crowd. There hasn't been much of that in this match, actually. It really feels like they needed to interact with the crowd a little bit more. It kind of felt like the crowd just haven't been involved. Like that taunting of the crowd by the heel and the face, you know, like showing the guns or, you know, gesturing or whatever, just anything that gets the crowds fired up, gets them involved. Like, it's so important. There hasn't been much of that in this match at all. Strikes by AJ, spinning back fist. Finn Balor with a dragon sleeper, but up on the shoulders. Back on the feet. Oof. Good work by Finn. Goes for the pin and shoulder up. That kick out was 2.93, says 8-Bit General. I want to watch Mysterio get beat up by his son some more, says JP. This is going to happen. Finn Balor is going to almost win till Edge returns. Balor is in control. The Prince. This could do it. Picks up AJ. Oh, he's going for the Styles Clash. He's trying for the Styles Clash, but AJ prevents it. Grabs the leg of Balor. I feel like this match has got so much better since everyone at ringside left. Even though they weren't really doing anything, it's just, I don't know, better. Crowd just seems to be a bit more involved. Some nice Pele kicks there on display. The Dominic Ray storyline hasn't done anything but make Ray look weak, says Dark Angel. Rory said both men are down right now. JP says, all right, wrap this up. Derek says, great match, this one. Rivy says, fight night next week is Thompson against Holland. Big chop there by Finn. Big chop by Finn. AJ in the corner. AJ reversal. Finn goes into the other corner. AJ collides hard, man. Collides hard. AJ, you can see a bit of a wound on the back of Finn. He seems to just have a cut or something on his lower back. Oh, he's on the shoulders. Oh! Double knees right to the gut. Is that a gut buster? Finn Balor in control. Finn Balor in control. Where did the people from ringside go? Oh, they started brawling into the crowds, and they've done one. Finn has got AJ up. Plants AJ down. Balor looking out at the crowds. He's nice reversal there by AJ. AJ going to the corner. Back elbow by AJ. What's AJ going to do here? He's going up. Moonsault. Grabs Finn. Nice. Plants him down. That was nice. 2. Shoulder up by Finn. This is where Edge should come out. And then spear. Not spear him, but he retracts Finn Balor. That would be funny, says Evan. Matches picking up, said Junior Thomas. Why are premium live events now on a Saturday? Not that I'm complaining. I don't have to be up early on Sundays, says Michael. It's just a decision they made. It seems to be something. I don't know if it was Nick Khan that was behind it, but they, just seemed to look at it and decide that Saturdays were going to be better for them. AJ is climbing up. AJ climbing up. Oh! Drop kick in the corner. He's going to be positioned for the coup de grace. Finn Balor going to the outside. Looks like he's climbing up. He's looking for the coup de grace. Up top. Oh! AJ moves out the way. AJ moves out the way. AJ looking for the calf crusher. He's got it. Middle of the ring. Balor in pain. Right in the middle of the ring. The calf crusher is applied. Calf crusher is applied. Calf crusher is really teasing that he's going to tap. Really teasing. Oh, it's in deep. It's in really deep. He grabs AJ's head. Bang! 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 Smacking him into the ring. And that breaks the calf crusher. Michael Cole says he gets out of it, but was the damage done? Probably not. I want Finn to win, says Al Shawn. Miz matches are awful, says Luke. Finn tapped, says Chaz. Gavin said, I'm really starting to like the Brawling Brutes. Banger after banger after banger. This match has been all right. I don't think it's been in the 4-star plus range, but it's been all right so far. I think considering they had to follow that War Games match, it's a hard place to be, that is. Strikes coming in by both guys. Crowd starting to ooh and arc, and chop there by Finn. Chop coming back. Oh, and a kick as well. Enziguri, Balor in the corner. AJ on his feet. A couple of marks on AJ's chest as well. Top rope Enziguri by Finn. Forearm strike by AJ. AJ's going to go for the phenomenal forearm. AJ up. Phenomenal forearm. Connects. Connects. 1, 2, 3. AJ Styles wins. Man, I wonder if I could get every prediction wrong tonight. AJ Styles is AJ Smiles because he has picked up the victory. Too sweet. Too sweet. There we go. AJ wins. AJ wins. Hope you see Alexa before the end and she gets kidnapped or freezes and stares and runs into Bray, says Paul. He didn't deserve it, says Joanna. I think Shotzi Ronda is next. First win in 3 years on a pay-per-view, says Jessen. That's mental. That is mental. AJ Styles, boom. Down goes Finn Balor. What an effort tonight at Survivor Series. AJ saying something to Finn. AJ deserves the win. He's been putting everyone else over for ages. The countdown begins. 28th of January. We're getting close to the Rumble. We're getting close to a Triple H Rumble. What do Triple H Rumbles look like? Live Saturday, January 28th. The Royal Rumble. Yes. Give respect to Finn. Getting your thoughts on that one then. What did you think of that match? What did you think of that one? Did you enjoy it? I predict that Shotzi wins by Charlotte returning, says Dark Angel. I'd like to see AJ in the title picture again, said Jim. Rhea to win the Women's Rumble, says Jake. I'm going to go to the Rumble, says Michael. Have a great time. I can't see how you won't. Rumbles are goated, aren't they? 2 went a bit too long, said JP. 3.5 said Joey. 5 said Jim. 3.5 says Daniel. 5 said Justin. 3.5 says Shaquem. A Triple H WrestleMania. That's true. Oh my God. Yeah, that's true. What does a Triple H WrestleMania look like? How many stars on that? I would say it was about 3. I didn't really find myself in any kind of OMG moments. You know, the calf crusher bit was nice. This thing was nice. It was just fine. I don't know that it's... I mean, is that a match of the year contender? Is that as good as, like, Cody and Seth? I don't think so. I don't think it's anywhere near it. So, I'd say it's about 3. I think it was better than the War Games for me. 5 says Makiri. 2 said Jennifer. Joanna said the worst match in the... We'll never know. We will never know. Alshon said 7. Shannon says 4. A1 says 3 too sweets. John says 3 AJs out of 5. Irish says 3, 4, 5. Nathan said, do you think we will get Bray Wyatt LA Knight segment tonight? I don't think so. They haven't announced that they're there. So I don't think so. I mean, obviously, could get something. I mean, he could just come down. But in all fairness, we're already an hour and a half into the show. We're an hour and a half into the show. We've had 2 matches. So, and you've got to think the men's War Games is going to be given as much, if not more, time than the women's. So, to be perfectly truthful, I don't think we've got time. Because we've still got to do Ronda and Shotzi, and we've still got to do the triple threat. Who are the winners? The fans, Victor. The fans are the winners. All of us are the winners. Also, the face women, so the good women, not the bad women, the good women, and AJ Styles. That's it. We've only had those 2 matches. WWE Universe. My new album, Patient Number 9. Give it a listen and turn up the effing volume. Ha ha ha. Oh. Have we heard a track off it? Parasite. Patient Number 9, Ozzy Osbourne. Give it an effing listen, you cowards. Right, coming up next, SmackDown Women's Championship. Ronda Rousey takes on Tank Woman. Ronda versus Shotzi. Money in the Bank ladder match in the first Triple H Mania. It's a great album, says Linda. I feel like Liv is going to interfere in this match, says Ava. Undertaker is probably backstage, says Chase John. Could the Royal Rumble be a 2-night event in the future? Women's Rumble night 1, men's night 2. Never thought about that. I don't think I've ever thought about that idea. How do I feel about that? Why are we doing it 2 nights? I feel like a load of people are in the Rumble, so who doesn't go into the Rumble that needs matches? Do you know what I mean? I feel like if you're doing 2 nights, that means you need to fill about, 6 hours of stuff. How long's a Rumble? About 50 odd minutes to an hour. That means you need to fill 2 hours each night. With what? Could you do it? Yeah, but I don't know. Do you need to do it? I don't know. I'm a bit split on that. I'm a bit split on it. WrestleMania, it's no brainer, is it? But Rumble, that's a lot. That's 30 people in the men's, 30 people in the women's, and then about 4 hours of matches that you're going to need to book for. I mean, you could always use talent that's in. I don't really like the doubling up, though. Do you know what I mean? I kind of think if you've got a match, then you shouldn't be in the Rumble. Don't know, you could do it. I hope we see a new Liv Morgan after Ronda Rousey retains, says Zycamy. Mitchell said, what did you think of the AJ match? I loved it. I thought it was about a 3. I thought it was fine. I thought it was better than the War Games. I thought that it was tough for them to follow such a big, loads of weapons type match. Crowd seemed a bit quiet at the start. I thought it improved once Dominic and Gallows, Anderson, Damien left ringside. Crowd seemed to get into it a bit more then. We started to see Finn and AJ interacting with the crowd a bit more. I thought they sort of just kept themselves to themselves, really. At the start of the match. I don't know why. I don't know why they weren't involving the crowd at the start. Either way, they did, and it definitely improved. And there were some nice moments at the end, but I can't say that for me it got to the 4-star or 4.5-star range. But yeah, it was decent. I'm not down on it. Let's see what Ronda and Shotzi can do now. Let's see what these two can provide. Don't think I'm expecting much here, but in all fairness, that's probably going to be a good thing because I'm not expecting much, so they can't really underdeliver. Let's see what these two can do. So Shotzi has got an opportunity at the SmackDown Women's Championship. She's looking up at the sky, saying something up in the heavens. So Shotzi has come down. Supercards Season 9. Play now. Do it. Don't even think about it. Just play it. I'm going to go to SummerSlam next year, says Billy. Have fun, dude. I'm hoping Edge will be there. It's going to be fun going over from the UK. Right, here we go. Here is Rowdy Ronda Rousey coming down with Shayna Baszler. So we go into the other ring for this one now, of course. Oh, look at all these adverts. Now we've got DraftKings. Play free for over $25,000. Use code WWE. Yeah, Shotzi is a massive underdog. I think Ronda was coming in as a minus 4,000 favorite here. The one thing that I'm bored with is the stage set. We've got to change those for pay-per-view, says Andy. That's a good point. That was good, wasn't it, when we were doing that before? Shotzi. Make Ronda look strong, said JP. Do you think there's a chance we get Sasha or Charlotte return after this match, says Macca? There's a chance. There's a chance. I don't know how likely it is. Is this the last chance? This might be the last chance, mightn't it? Thinking about it. Ronda Rousey, Fox Sports called her one of the defining athletes of the 21st century. Right, here we go then. Shotzi against Ronda. This might not be a long match. Shotzi comes over, starts throwing in some shots to Ronda. Ronda grabs Shotzi. Judo throw. Down goes Shotzi. Shotzi right back up. Another judo throw there by Ronda. Shotzi right back up. Charging over. Went for a step up in Zaguri. Ronda grabs the ankle. She's got Shotzi in the ankle lock in the center of the ring. Shotzi, oh my God. Shotzi was trying to get over to the ropes. Ronda just pulled her back by her ankle. That was moody. So she's still got the ankle lock applied at the moment, and Shotzi managing to break out of it. Why is Ronda so bad at the ankle lock? Why is she so bad at that move? She just had it on in the middle of the ring, and she never got the win with it. Shotzi got out of it. Do you remember she had it on Liv as well, and Liv got out of it at Money in the Bank? Wow, Shayna took the bullet. Shayna took the bullet. Shayna moves Ronda out the way. Into the ring steps goes Ronda by Shotzi. Ronda going into the ring. Do you remember Damon Miller? Shout out to you. Shayna is too good to be a sidekick, says Junior. Sasha versus Ronda would be interesting, says Alexandra. We've seen it. I mean, you could do it again, but they did it at the Royal Rumble 2020. Maybe. I think it was Rumble 2020. Up top's Shotzi. She did counter her there. That was weird, actually. I thought she was going to do like a nice crossbody. She then seemed to just go, I don't know, she seemed to just go really low with it. What was that? Mid-flight, she gets caught by Ronda and slammed down. It was kind of a nice reversal, actually. The slow-mo of that looks really good. I could beat you with my feet, says Ronda. I could beat you with my feet. Kinky. Shotzi stomping away on Ronda. Leg drop. Nice. Nice work there by Ronda. She got Shotzi's legs tied up. So she's going to go for the ankle lock again. Don't worry about it, Shotzi. One thing we've learned is that Ronda's not very good with the ankle lock. She has the ankle lock applied again, and she gets kicked in the face. She's still holding on to it. She grabs Shotzi. What's she going for now? Roll through by Ronda. I can't hear anything. They don't care about you, Shotzi. So she's saying to Shotzi, I can't hear them chanting for you. What are they chanting? We want Sasha. I think there might be we want Sasha chants. Oh, kick to the midsection. Shotzi goes flying back against the ropes. Boof! I think there was we want Sasha chants. We want Sasha. I mean, we are in Boston. Ronda on the outside. Shot there by Shotzi as Ronda goes down. The toilets must be really busy right now, says Harley. Days does not have a foot fetish. He's got a boob fetish, says William. Shotzi grabbing Ronda. Shotzi is up top. Shotzi to the outside. Oh my God, that was messy. Yeah, Corey's like, I don't know who got the worst of that. I don't know who got the worst of that exchange. High risk. This is bad, says Richards. Jilly said, I've got a feeling. The only reason Shotzi's in this match is because she's power rides a tank and that fits the theme. Over the top goes Shotzi. It's a bit of a blockbuster. Shayna's that. Why is Shayna being made to look like an absolute goof? Ronda gets dumped into the crowd. Shayna goes over into the crowd. Gee, it's like the Chuckle Brothers, man. Honestly. Shotzi's single-handedly dealing with Ronda and Shayna. Crossbody. My God, like a front row goes down as well. There's a few dudes that are down. Oh my God. How much would you love to be those guys? Here comes Ronda. Here comes Shotzi. Oh no. Oh dear. How embarrassing. So, Shotzi with a crossbody. Down goes the front row. Those guys We're giggling. I'd be giggling as well. Hi, Ronda. Can I have your autograph? In the ring goes Ronda. Those fans were clearly planted. What? What? No way, man. No way. They were real fans that are going to sue. You're going to sue WWE. Health and safety violation. 1, 2. Shoulder up by Shotzi. I'm giggling right now, says John. How do you get that job, by the way? I don't remember seeing that job being advertised in the paper. Man needed to have a Ronda Rousey land on top of them. And honestly, I check the newspaper every day for that job. Right, armbar and Shotzi taps. Tappity tap. Tappity tap tap. Ronda wins. Ronda wins by armbar. There's a sign in the background for Sasha. And still, I don't give a damn about the guys in the front row. That was quick, says Australian Pie. Yes, because there is a God. Ronda in the entranceway. Shotzi up on her feet. Screen fades to black, and there is no Sasha. Thank goodness it's over. Get in your scores on that one. Get in your scores. War Games. Ronda could have finished the match early. Sir Kibbington, shout out to you. Robert says 2.5. Ribby says 231. Victoria says 1. Jake says 2. 2.4 says JP. 1 says Shane. 1, 0.5, 2.5. That did not impress people. To be honest, it was about in line with what I was expecting, so I ain't bothered by it. If anything, the front row thing was fun. Minus 2.5. Ronda is just not good in the ring, said X Drive. Just buries the entire women's division. It's what's wrong with women's booking, says Chester. No Sasha botch, says Crone's Chosen. Bray next, said Warrior Hit. 2.5. Ronda practice crash dummies out of 5. Justin said 3. Ronda is a bum. Lena said 3. I enjoyed it. Jim says 2, but only because Shotzi is a mutual friend. That's cool. I want to see the tribal hog. Tribal hog. I'd like to see that as well. Relinquish the Undisputed Championship because of injury. Really? That's a weird thing to want. Oh, God. Do you know what I want? I really want Roman Reigns to get injured. Oh, I would love that. William says, do you ever think Shotzi purposely botches? I don't think she's had a single clean match. I don't think someone would purposefully botch moves, to be honest. I don't think so. If ever she does botch, I'm sure that she'd go, yeah, did that on purpose. I don't think she is. Was 5, but a 3 because the fans moment. It should have been me, said SD Films. Yeah. That was a fun moment, in all fairness. When she was going to, like, jump on top of them, I did not expect that, where it took out 3 guys in the front. So that was all right. That was a moment that made me go, oh, I didn't expect that. But you're right, it should have been me. It should have been me. Wrestle with Andy said those guys in the front will be champion in WWE in a few years' time. Yep. Yep. Or they'll be in AEW. Maybe if Roman gets injured, he gives up one of the two belts and keeps the other. I was really hoping Shotzi would win, said Victoria. Do you think AJ needs a run, says De Orze? Orze? I've gone with that. Do I think AJ needs a title run? Yeah, I think he needs another one before he retires. Yeah, I think he should get another one. 2 nights of WrestleMania advert right now. 2 nights of WrestleMania. See, this is something that AEW don't do. We don't get these sort of adverts in between. Because as much as you go, why are we watching this? It is just giving you a breather after the stunning action that we just watched. You know, we all need to calm down after Ronda and Shotzi. So we need to all just take a breath, settle down, digest what we've just seen. And that's what this allows. What if Sami accidentally injures Roman? Well, Sami will be very sad if that's what happens. Only 2 matches left. Is Bray not advertised tonight? No. In my opinion, I don't think this has been a good show, says Michael. Oh, here's Roman. Romy Omen. Here's Sami. Can I just say the Bloodline are all in red? Here's Sami. Right. We need to watch this. Big night. Bloodline, big night. Let me ask you about last night. Was you talking to KO? Gotta tell him the truth, Sami. Yeah, it tells the truth. Let me ask you this. Why did you lie to Jay? I withheld some info. He had a huge match. I didn't want to put that on his plate, so I lied to him. That's good. That's a real good answer by Sami. That's a real good answer. He doesn't trust me as it is. If he heard I'd been talking to Kevin Owens right before he had a big match, that would have distracted him. He said I should turn on the Bloodline before the Bloodline turns on me. He's told Roman the truth. This is my family. I know he's your friend, but this is my blood. I need you to look me in the eyes. And I need to know. This is gripping, man. This is great. Are you with us? Or are you going to stab us in the back? Look him in the eyes. I am with you. I am with you. I am with you, Roman. I am with you. This is so good. So Sami is saying, look, there's only certain people that's allowed to walk in this room, including me. Do you think that's lost on me? This means the world to me. I will not let you down, says Sami. I will not let you down any night. Yeah, man, I believe him. If anything, let's promote him. That's how passionate that was. Let's make him senior honorary use. Roman's staring at him. Roman standing up. Get up. Smile on the face of Roman. Let's do it. Roman says, let's do it. Bring it in, big man. Look at that. The head of the table went. Oh. I tell you what, there's a bit of a serious look on Roman's face there, though. Little serious look at the end by Roman. I don't know if Roman is still totally convinced or not. Roman's look, says Sonny. Roman will do him. Roman is suspicious. Roman looks like he's second guessing. The smile went away, says... Yeah. Yeah. It's good, isn't it? It's good. Tell you what, he's single-handedly carrying this show. Just about an hour left in this event. Something's happening, says Cosmo. Yes, you're right, Cosmo. A triple threat for the United States Championship. That's what's happening. Here is Bibby. Time for Bibs. Are we going to see... Paul said I'm starting late, but I've got you rewanded. Rewanded. Wow. Isn't that something to do with Black Panther? Don't know. Paul, shout out to you. Hope you are enjoying... I don't know where you are in the show, but hope you're enjoying the show. Bum, 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 bum. Bib's making his way down. Yeah, are we going to see something from Seth Shield-esque? Bibs, bib, 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 bibs. There is a 4-way match advertised for Raw on Monday, said Vert Beach Kevin. I thought Bibby was a heel. He is. Well, I'm pretty sure he is. What's your new Twitter handle? Loverboy. Of the year. Loverboy of the year. 69. It's also definitely... I don't know what that is, so definitely don't look for that. It's UFC days. Here's Theory. His theory. Oh, what's this? Beyblades. Why is there Beyblades playing behind him? Why has he got Beyblades playing behind him? What the flip's this? Why has Austin Theory just come down with a Beyblade advert behind him? What are we doing? What are we doing? What's this? Could you imagine The Undertaker coming out at WrestleMania with flipping Pop-Tarts adverts on behind him? What's this? Even Vince wasn't doing this. Now we're actually not even giving people Titantrons. They're coming out to adverts. What the flip? Beyblades, Baytown down, Baytown down, Baytown down. Oh well, I'm so glad we're really hammering home this new serious version of Theory. Jeez. Guys, here's Brock. Bum, bum, ba bum, 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 bum. Brock coming down. In the background, some old woman pouring maple syrup on some pancakes. Oh my God. That was super cringe. Super cringe. I mean, all I'll say is it was Beyblades. Could have been a hell of a lot worse. Could have been a hell of a lot worse. I wish I could see it. Kane with hot Cheetos. Days, is Seth a good wrestler? He must be a good wrestler because he's got his own Titantron. He didn't come down to any adverts. So he must be a good wrestler. Oh man, I can't wait for Roman. Roman to come out. And in the background, Hot Pockets. Whoa, it's going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing. Triple H is going to come out to a shampoo advert, Head and Shoulders, yeah. Oh my God. Oh. Seth's come out. Is he wearing anything Shield? I don't even know. I can't even get over what I've seen. Kane would be flaming hot Doritos. He would, yeah. He would. Over the top rope goes Theory, clothesline by Bobby. Asuka would be Skittles, wouldn't she? Because of like all the bright colours on her robes and everything. Taste the rainbow. Oh man, I can see so many reviews of Survivor Series ripping into that, and they should. Because if that's going to be a new thing. Seriously? I mean, like, could you imagine The Undertaker at WrestleMania coming out? Like the moody. Imagine Bray. Do you imagine Bray coming out and in the background there's some kid putting toothpaste onto a toothbrush going. Colgate. I won't use anything else. Bray's there with his lantern in front. Oh my God, we can't do this. We can't do this. Don't do this, WWE. You don't need more money. You got loads of money. You flipping idiots. You got loads of money coming from Saudi Arabia. We don't make a big song and dance about that, do we? Just have your money, right? You don't need to do this. You don't need to go down these roads. WWE. I thought Vince was the bad one. I thought he was the flipping money-hungry one. I didn't think Steph was going to go mental with going into overdrive and adverts. Okay, let's try and focus on this. Bray could come out to Hot Wheels. Dark Angel said it could be fun. It could be fun. Listen, don't knock it till you've tried it. Suplex there by Bibbs. Seth comes crashing down. Oh, gets hurled by Bibbs. Back elbow. Theory is in the corner. Big collision. Hot Pockets, the only pocket that is hot enough to be the head of the table, says Chris. Maybe we could have the wrestlers on the Titantron enjoying the product. So we could have Roman, like, beep, beep, opening the microwave, grabbing the Hot Pocket. Oh, God. I mean, I'm trying to joke about it, but it's just so awful. So awful. What's a Beyblade? It's like where you've got a disc, and I think like you spin it or pull something, and it spins, and then they just like knock into each other, and then like what the first one to stop and actually fall down loses or something. I don't even really know what they do, and I hate the fact I'm talking about them because it means it's worked, doesn't it? I hate the fact that I'm talking about them. Ugh. Right, Theory gets hurled into a barricade. Theory trying to use that chair and ram it into Bobby. Bobby's just a one-man wrecking machine here, you know. It's just causing absolute carnage everywhere. Bobs gets thrown into a ring post, back elbow by Bibbs, and Theory goes down. Knee strike off the edge of the ring there by Seth. Vic could sponsor Scripps. Yes. Yes. It's already successful, says Dark Angel. I don't know what's going on with Ronda, but she's not meshing with people. The title reign is feeling like a very previous blah. What do you think? I think she's always gonna, well, say always, but I think she's gonna struggle in ring because I just think that she is just struggling with like wrestling, to be honest. She's very good with her mat-based stuff, but I think like she's not interested in being like a high flyer. So she's not interested in doing like crossbodies, elbows to the outsides, all that kind of stuff. You know, she's got what she's good at, which is judo throws and submissions, and she just really builds her game around that. But yeah, it's not really resulting in like very engaging matches. I think it's you know what? To be honest, in defense of her, I think it's hard because she is like the baddest woman or one of the baddest women on the planet. So seeing her get someone in an ankle lock and then seeing them get out, my immediate reaction is, well, that wouldn't happen. So that's like my immediate reaction. So I think it's a little bit hard with Ronda. She sort of like really struggles when when she's going up against someone like Shotzi. She probably just needs to destroy them, to be honest. But that doesn't do anything for Shotzi. I think really Ronda needs to be the end boss. Ronda needs to face people that have been built. Facing anyone that's just 50-50 booking, she should destroy them. And she should look really good doing it. I think where we're getting back and forth, you can do that if it's Becky, and you can do it if it's Charlotte, but you can't do it if it's the likes of Shotzi or Xia Li or Dana Brooke or people like this, you know? I think we need Ronda to just be squashing people and looking really good, really dominant, and then build up to a big match with a Becky or someone like that. Just a one count. Theory is jacked, says Junior. If they match the product and the advert to the character, it could be entertaining, says Dark Angel. What? I think, like... I don't want to go down those roads. I don't want to go down the roads where we're allowing them to do adverts on the screen as the wrestlers are coming down. Like... First of all, it's a distraction because you're watching the advert rather than the wrestler's entrance. The other thing as well is that those Titantrons can be used to quite good effect to really enhance the person coming down, and like you're taking that away by and it's dirty as well. Like you're selling a product, like you know. I'm trying to think if there's anything that could work, if there is something that could genuinely be cool. I mean, there's nothing wrong with Beyblades, but when you've got someone serious like Austin Theory and he's coming out to like Beyblades in the background, like I don't know, I can't vibe with it. I would really struggle with that, like to find a way of making it work. Because you know it's going to be things like KFC. Ooh, God, that whole barricade just wobbled then as there was a suicide dive by Seth. Seth hurling himself into Bobby. And again, Seth going from side to side. Theory jumping in. He gets hurled to the outside. Seth going against the ropes. Over the top. Comes crashing down onto Bobby. It's got a nice pace to it, in all fairness. There's a nice energy to this. Looking around, we're already 2.25 hours into this show now. Lovely energy. Seth really interacting with the fans. And the fans responding by singing his entrance music. Yeah. In between the ropes goes Theory. Theory rolls through. Up. Oh, powerbomb. 1, 2. Kick out by Theory. I think Alexa should have turned heel tonight. Would have been perfect, said Gio. They're all down at the moment. Imagine Roman, the face of the company, coming out to KFC's finger licking good. Rollins is back in the corner. What I would say is, right, I'm really trying to think, is there a way you could make it work? And I'm thinking, if you did a quick advert of, like, you know, an advert of something that wasn't cringe, and then it, like, went into the person's Titantron, and then the person comes out. So they don't come out with the advert playing. It's just... You know, when Brock's music plays, we go to the Titantron. There's a quick little advert of something that's not cringe. And then as soon as it turns into Brock's normal Titantron, Brock Lesnar comes out. So, yeah, it's sort of like this advert sponsors this wrestler, if you know what I mean. But again, it would have to not be cringe because you can't have things like KFC sponsoring Brock or whatever. And I also don't think having them come out when the advert is playing is the right way forwards. But maybe if you played like a quick advert, 10 seconds thing, and then it goes into the Titantron as normal, and then the wrestler comes out. If you wanted to do that. But you know it'll be a case of then you'll get any company that wants to, you know, one company will be like, we want to sponsor Undertaker at WrestleMania. And it's like, well, yeah, but you're maxi pants. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's a bit distracting. Seth is going up top. Seth is looking for... Oh, right, doesn't get it anyway, but to the outside gets thrown. He went for like a corkscrew. Oh, lovely blockbuster there by Theory. Nice rolling blockbuster by Theory. A-Town down. Seth's on the outside. Theory's going to look to put Bibbs away. He's got Lashley up on his shoulders. Lashley lands on his feet. Hurt lock by Lashley. Hurt lock by Lashley. Theory rolls back. He does to Bobby what Brock did. Seth with a splash. Oh, shoulder up by Bibbs. Really thought that was going to be the end, you know. Really thought that was going to be the end. This match is better than I thought, says the Beach Kevin. Bibbs is too strong. Seth spilling to the outside. Bibbs got squished. So close. Yeah, that was interesting. That was the same... oh, my God, I tell you what. That's really rough, man. That's really rough because Theory had, like, come over. His neck was quite exposed. And Seth comes crashing down hard there. Crowd are singing away. Goes for a clothesline, back elbow there by Theory. Enziguri kick. He's got Seth up. Against ropes goes Seth. Forearm strike there by Seth. Looking for a net breaker. Strike there by Theory. Double underhooks, looking for a pedigree. A-Town down, can't get it. What's going on here? What the hell's this? What is that? What is that? He had a hurt lock applied to Seth, and he had Austin Theory like trapped in the middle. That was a bit weird. Strike to the back of the head there of Theory. Bibbs is down. Theory is down. I was trying to think, like, what does that do to Theory? Is it like a bear hug? But it's not, is it? 'Cause he's not. I don't know what that was. I think Theory was just trapped. I think that's all it was. I think Theory was just trapped in the middle. Curb stomp to Bobby. Theory is thrown on the outside. Big shot there by Theory to Seth. Seth is jumping up. Seth's with Theory right now. Going to look for a superplex. Gets it. Looking for the Falcon Arrow. Oh, spear by Bibbs. 1, 2, 3. Theory has won. Austin Theory has won. So Bibbs with a spear, but it's Theory that lands on top of Seth. And so Theory is the new United States champ. I mean, honestly, so far, outside of Ronda, I've got everything wrong. That is a gift. We've got a new United States champion. Sponsored by Olive Garden. It is Austin Theory. He did it for the Beyblades. Guys, he did it for the Beyblades. All the Beyblades out there. I did it for you, Beyblades! Beautiful moment. Austin Beyblade Theory. Beyblade. 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 Yes. CJS said, I hate WWE. Why does Theory? How does Seth versus Theory, that war robot for the title? I thought that. The now. The now. Austin, the now. Time to play Beyblade's Theory. All day, mate. All day. He plays Beyblades all day. Right, get your scores in. You deserve it. Worst beer ever. Who's booking this? Vince. What's this? Something to do with the Miz. Only one match left. Acknowledge your Beyblade chief. Adam Cole Beyblade. Oh my God. It's too good of an opportunity, isn't it? Right. Pro games. I give it a 9. I give it an 8. Seth is all elite. Sasha Banks should have returned. 4, it's decent. 3 said Hayden. Austin Theory sucks. I'm going to quit watching WWE. Don't give them new ideas. Let it rip. Days need sleep is delirious, says Ribby. What a waste of the money in the bank briefcase. That's so true, isn't it? That's so true. Cashed it in, failed, managed to get another title opportunity, won it. 10 out of 10. Ali is now going to win it off Theory, says Lemden. Theory sucks. It's time for Dude Games. Ray now said BDB. I went with Bro Games. I don't know why. Beyblade down. Beyblade down. Oh, it's worked though, innit? It has worked. It really has worked. I mean, I don't even think I've said the word Beyblade so much before in my life. This is easily the most I've ever said Beyblade. Still hundreds of items. Black Friday sales continue. Kofi's like, how about this Alexa Funko Pop? There's even Lily in there. Woo! Theory is entertaining. I don't get why everyone hates him, says Toasty. Now you've got to buy Beyblade, says Sonny. I've got to do it. It's what Austin Theory wants me to do. What happened to the male models? They just disappeared, said Victoria. Yeah, we haven't seen them for a few weeks, have we? The maximum male models. Right, one more match to go. 9 weeks. 9 weeks. Did Michael Cole said something like, can you believe it's just 9 weeks from tonight? 9 weeks? Yes, I can. I can believe it's 9 weeks. Because that's a flipping long time. Can you believe it's just 2 years until the Royal Rumble? A-Town down. All Bray. Shatter releases today, said BDB. They've had some skits on WWE YouTube. William, shout out to you, said, here's $20. Let's get a Beyblade. Yeah! I promise you, we will look at Beyblades next time I do a toy hunt. We'll do it for Austin Theory. And we'll do it for you, William. Appreciate the support, my friend. Big shout out to you. Beyblades. Yeah, William Lebrun. Appreciate it, dude. Right, we're backstage with Jay and Roman. Imagine Brock comes out to a vegan ads. Vegan sausages or something. Say no to meat. Right, here is War Games, Bro Games, Dude Games. Call it whatever you want. Oh, Pyro shooting off the top of the cage. Okay, Kevin Owens' music's playing. Kevin Owens making his way down for our main event. He's wearing a Dusty Rhodes shirt, which is cool. Bionic elbow. That's cool. That's a nice design as well. I really like that. Is Owens going to go? I don't think he is. I was waiting to see if he was going to go into the ring. I don't believe he is. I really like that Dusty Rhodes shirt, though. That's nice. For some reason, he's just come out and, like, screamed at the ring. He's gone, ah! Drew McIntyre making his way down. The heart and the soul. Drew coming down. Who's going to start this? I think Seth lost to face Roman at WrestleMania, said Dogs Eatra. Can you believe it's only a year until the next Survivor Series, says Jake. Yes, we need Michael Cole saying that. Can you believe, guys, it's only 12 months until the next Survivor Series. Here's the Brawling Brutes. Imagine Brock coming out to a vegan ad, said Max. No COVID distancing in the cage. Oh, wow, they were already there. That was amazing. Here's Butch, Ridge, Sheamus. Fight, night, fight, night, fight, night, fight, night, fight, night. Oh, they're all pushing each other. Is Butch going to kick us off? Makes sense, doesn't it? Yeah, makes sense. He loves it. Butch making his way to the ring. Butch is going to kick things off for the face team. We'll have a big stream on January 2023. Why are we still calling him Butch? It's because it's his name, unfortunately. Butch in the ring. So Sheamus, Drew, Ridge, Kevin Owens, all locked inside the cage. Now we're waiting for the heels to come down. Here we go. Oh, man. Oh, that's sick. Someone's got a picture of the Beatles. All right. And above it says, Usi in the sky with diamonds. Yes. That was nice. Greatness on a different level. Tinka, tinka, ting, ding, 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 ding. Right, here come the Bloodline. Sponsored by peanut butter. Guys, you can get smooth or crunchy. Right, here's Sami. Solo. The Usos, they're all coming out at the same time. And Roman, of course. Who won the matches? The winners. Usi in the chat. Butch would be gnawing at the bars until he was let loose. Yeah, winners were the good women. The Ronda did. The King of the Beyblades, he won. Austin Theory. And AJ. Look at Solo just staring at them all. Solo staring at all of the faces in the cage. Tinka, tinka, ting, ting. Who's going first? Is it Jimmy? I think Jimmy's going first, you know. Or is it Jay? It's Jay. Jay's going first. Jay making his way down to the ring, so he's going to be locked in there with Butch. Butch is ready. So Jay and Butch going to kick us off. Solo still staring at them all. It's like a couple of dogs, isn't it, really? There's the big dog. I thought Bray was going to fight LA Knight. No. Yeah, I mean, he will. I'm sure he will, but it was never announced for Survivor Series. Ting. Has Bray been on the show? No. Sami turns face tonight, says Rivy. Are you feeling oozy tonight? I'm feeling oosier now that I've got Sami around. Sami is in the cage. Jimmy is in the cage. Solo is in the cage. Roman is in the cage. Jay is in the ring with his arm in the air, letting Butch know that he, the twos, the Usos are the ones. And we're about to get underway. Butch in one ring. Jay Uso in the other ring, and the clock is counting down. It's going to be advantage for the face team. You're in the big boy league now, Butch. Jay making his way over to Butch. Butch not saying anything in response. I love Jay going, you're in the big boy league now. Let's go. Let's go, said Butch. Smile on the face of Jay. Jay's not being forced into doing anything. Trying to make his way over. Butch comes over and we're underway. These two brawling. That's kind of fun, talking about Paulie dangerously. Nice joint manipulation here by Butch. He's got Jay. Oh, stomps down on Jay's arm. Come on, Jay, said Mole Jam. Did anything happen with Bray and Alexa? No. If The Rock does eventually challenge Roman, the Brahma Bull should be the tribal beef. That'd be nice. He could come down with an advert for some tribal beef. I'm going to go to Monday Night Raw on Monday. It's in the city next to me, says Rivy. We answered that. Dude, Games was better, says Gabriel. Yeah. I'm starting to think that now. Although, what I will say is War Games. War is 3 letters and Bro is 3 letters. So, there's that. Right, we're underway with Butch and Jay. Butch goes into the side of the cage. Next person coming in, as we said, will be a face. Don't know who. Ridge, probably, I'd imagine. Makes sense. No, he's not a face. Yeah, he is. In my head, then, he was like, he's a brawling brute. He's a heel. It's like, no, they're faces now. Yeah, probably Ridge next. Netbreaker. Bray hasn't appeared yet, no. Looks like Sheamus might come out next, said Victoria. Bloodline wins. Seth comes down to congratulate Roman, and Wild Thing hits. Got the arm of Butch. Oof, double knees into the arm. 1 minute 30 left to go here as these two are just brawling away. Only Butch and Kevin Owens have been in War Games, said Easy99. Minute 20, kick out there by Butch. We're 2 hours 36 into Survivor Series. Obviously, we've still got a little way to go with this. We've got to have all the participants coming into the ring, but looks like we're easily going to go over 3 hours. Maybe this is going to be I don't think it's going to be an hour, this match. Maybe it'll be like 3 1/4, something like that. I think we're going over. We got 25 minutes until we're at the 3 hour mark. Butch is down. Jey Uso in control. Butch is grabbing the arm of Jey. He's going to look to stomp down on it again, and he does. 30 seconds. Left until someone else comes in the ring. Who's in the ring? Jey and Butch. John O said Paul was a massive part of the first War Games. Over against the ropes. 10 seconds left to go. Have you heard anything about Randy coming back? No, he won't. No, nothing. He only had surgery the other day, so... Here's Ridge. Ridge making his way down to the ring. Ridge is in there, and shoulder tackle. Down goes Jey. Time is counting down till someone else will come in. I'd imagine it'll probably be Jimmy. Who is in the ring? Butch, Ridge, Jey Uso. What if Jon Moxley returns? Ridge makes sense. This pay-per-view is missing The Miz and Baron Corbin, said Crone's Chosen. He is back. Paulie Dangerously has got a new figure. He does. Yeah. It looked quite good, didn't it? That new Paulie Dangerously figure. I think it's the first. Is it the first? I think it's the first Paulie Dangerously. We've had Paul Heyman, but I don't think we've had Paulie Dangerously figure before. They're going to have Roman come out last. Yeah, Joe said, I think it'll be Jimmy next. Ridge colliding into Jey. Going back and forth. And again, just repeatedly colliding into him. Man, if you compare, maybe it's unfair, but if you compare this pay-per-view to SummerSlam, doesn't compare well, does it? SummerSlam was pretty epic. I mean, obviously, we're not done yet, but we got Butch back in one corner, Ridge in the other. Do you think Owens turns heel, joins the Bloodline? No. Eric, I don't. What would be a good swerve if they put the main eventers in right away, said Eric. This pay-per-view needs scripts, says Dark Angel. Yes! Called it. You're right. Imagine the Bloodline are destroying the face team. Lights go out, come back on, and scripts is in there. Butch is working on the fingers. We're counting down. 50-odd seconds to go. Sami could turn on the Bloodline, says Joanna. Jey is getting sandwiched by two soccer hooligans. Stomping down, yeah. Ridge and Butch in control. Well in control. Nate the Great said, I think the Bloodline are going to win. I think the only change tonight might be Sami, says Joe. Has anyone returned tonight? No. I'm trying to think if they have, but no, I can't. They haven't, have they? I don't think we're getting Sasha. I think we were going to get Sasha. It would have happened by now. Right, here we go. It is Jimmy. Oh, no. No. Roman says no. Jimmy was going. Roman says no. He's sending Sami. Sami. Oh, that's fun. That's fun. Michael Cole said this is a good way to test Sami's loyalty. Send him to the ring to team with the one person he's not been getting on with. So, Sami Uso chants. Sami Uso chants. Sami Uso. Sami Uso. Sami Uso. Sami Uso. Usi. 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 So, in he comes. Countdown clock. Sami comes over, wallops Ridge from behind, starts unloading. Who's going to be the next person to come out? Who's going to be the next person? Gotta thinks could be Kevin. Sami is just kicking away, stomping away at Ridge. Is it going to be Kevin next, you reckon? We're 1 minute 30 away from finding out. Big strikes here by Sami. Roman's face after he hugged Sami made me think there's going to be a turn. Do you think anything will happen after this? I think no. I think if anything's going to happen, it might be to do with Sami and Bloodline and that. Yeah, got Jay in there with Sami. We're working together now, says Sami. Butch is climbing up. Butch kicks out at Sami. Moonsault, and he lands on top of him. Jay and Sami arguing. Roman might turn on Jay instead. Ridge has got both members of the Bloodline up, dumps them down. 55 seconds to go. We're waiting for the next face to come into this match. Where do you think SummerSlam's going to be? Oh, I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be anywhere that special. I think they'll do another show in the UK, but I don't know that it'll be SummerSlam. Ridge collides into the side of the cage. Sami saves Jay. Pulls him out the way. Yeah, that's a nice moment. Right, 15 seconds to go. I'm thinking Kevin next. I'm thinking Kevin. 4, 3, 2, 1. It might be Sheamus, actually. We might be getting Sheamus. Drew McIntyre coming down. Drew making his way down. I was thinking Kevin because that's obviously, him and Sami, and that would be interesting now. But they're saving that seemingly. Drew looking over. He's got Jay and Sami. Both Butch and Ridge are down. 2 minute 30. Time ticking away. Sami taking a hit for Roman will be like William Dafoe's death in Platoon, said Eric. I hope Cody comes back to dethrone Roman, said Dan. Kevin will be last, said Justin. Aubrey Edwards, dancing on wrestling's grave, said A-Town down, still marking out. Right, Drew has got Jay up. He's got him up on his shoulder and hurls him into the cage. The best war games of all time. Drew is going to kill all of them, said Joe. Okay, we've got bodies everywhere, but the next member of the Bloodline will be coming in about 1 minute and 30. Trying to think who's left. We've got Jimmy, we got Solo, we got Roman. It definitely won't be Roman. I'd imagine probably Jimmy now. Jimmy was meant to come out before. Roman stopped him. He'll come out now. Sami is getting thrown all over the place, said Rory. Drew is unstoppable, says Joanna. Okay, we've got... he's going over to Jay. McIntyre climbing up. It's going to look for a suplex. Looks like it's going for a suplex. Sami comes over, grabs the leg. Now Ridge is up. Into the side of the cage goes Sami. Ridge coming over. Oh, big shot there as Drew is upside down. Headbutt to Ridge. Butch is up. Butch coming over. Big shot there. Butch. And again, another big shot. Butch goes down. Drew is up. He grabs a hold of Jay. 20 seconds to go. 20 seconds to go. Drew is up. Look underneath. Going to look for a future shock DDT, and he gets it. Kip up by Drew. 10 seconds. Everyone's down apart from Drew. We got Butch, we got Ridge, we got Jay, we got Sami. And looks like it is going to be Jimmy. Jimmy making his way down. Jimmy making his way down to the ring. I think Jimmy is next. Jimmy making his way down. We the ones. Okay, so a table being brought in. Table being brought in. Sami going over, grabbing the table. Another table being brought in. Why does everyone bring tables in? Another table being brought in. 3 tables. 3 tables. But should have used the Flintstones theme. Okay, there's a table in the ring that's, they're arguing, you know. They're arguing. Jay pushing Sami. Sami pushing Jay. Oh, it's breaking apart. Roman can't believe what he's seeing. Those two just will not get along, will they? They just will not. It's never going to change. Butch gets thrown into the other ring. Tribal Chief fires Jay. Jay gets the tick to help him take on the Bloodline. Bloodline not on the same page. Into the side of the cage goes Drew. So the clock is counting down. We got 1 minute 15. And then we get another member of Team Sheamus. Into the cage goes Butch. That cage looks loose facing the stage. The cage looks loose facing the stage. Can't say I've noticed, but wouldn't put it past them to have someone get hurled into it and for it to collapse down. Kicks coming in there by Sami on Drew. Sami. This is the Bloodline! This is the Bloodline! Sami, get the tables! Timeout on War Games for a word from our sponsor. Flexi Tape, said Dad Stuff. No, we don't take a timeout. We just put it behind someone. We'll put it behind Roman. Right, here's Kevin. Kevin looking underneath the ring. He's grabbing a couple of chairs, chucking them in the ring. Couple of chairs for Kevin. Another chair for Kevin. I don't mind that. Couple of chairs. He wants to come in with some sort of weapon. Straight to the midsection. Owens is in there. This is very interesting. This is very interesting. Kevin Owens with a chair. What's that going to mean for him and Sami? DDT by Owens. Jimmy going into a chair. Charging over for a cannonball. Collides into Jay. So Kevin is climbing up. Owens. Swanton by Owens. Owens with a chair in his hand. Sami is... we're going to get the moment. We're getting the moment. Look, Sami is in the ring with Kevin. Kevin is destroying the Usos with chairs. And there it is. This is the moment. Sami and Kevin and Ridge grabs Sami, and Kevin doesn't go after Sami. He leaves Ridge to it. So there was just a moment where Sami and Kevin were staring at each other. Just a moment. Nothing more than a moment. Though Murphy01, shout out to you, bud, said, how would you want them to start the Rock and Roman storyline? I think like if they start like beating up Sami and laying into the crowd and the crowd are booing them, you know, you could use that as also not only a way of having Sami out of the bloodline, but you could use that as a way of Rock coming in because, you know, like basically the Anoa'i family is being booed and they're sort of disgracing the family name. Like, and you could have basically The Rock. You could have him coming in quite easily and saying that he was appalled at what he had seen on TV and how Roman is disgracing the family name. I really don't think it needs a big build. I don't think you really need to do, like, you know, there were some theories about, like, do you bring up his daughter and they disgrace his daughter? Like, start, like, saying that her dad was not that good and all this kind of stuff. Like, you could do that, but you don't need to do that. I would have it based on the family. And I'd have it based on the fact The Rock feels that that Roman and the Usos are disgracing the family's name. And so he's here to stand up for the family name. Here's Solo. Solo is the next one. Solo is the next one that's making his way down. Solo getting into the ring. Has a Bray match happened? There is no Bray match. Smurfy says, I like that a lot. I like it being based on family. It makes sense. It makes sense. I think that's why you would do it, isn't it? I mean, you can easily have Roman make some comments as well. I mean, he's already said he's the head of the table, the tribal chief. Like, there's already a little bit of disrespect there. Uppercuts coming in by Ridge on Solo. Solo, the Street Fighter. Hurling, Samoan drop. Beautiful. Beautiful. Corey Graves said, when Solo gets going, it's like someone put a Ferrari engine inside a bulldozer. That's a match I never thought I needed. Kevin Owens and Solo Sikoa. This is interesting. That's nice. These two unloading on each other. Nice. So right now, they're in between the two rings. We've got Solo getting hurled into the side of the cage, but that does nothing. That does nothing. Super kick there by Kevin. Another super kick. So we've got 1 minute 20, and then we'll get Sheamus in, and then there'll be another 3 minutes, and then Roman's in, and then the match begins. Big back body drop. Kevin Owens lands hard onto the metal that connects the two rings. Solo looking good here. Now we're getting Sami moving. We still haven't seen Sami and Owens going at it yet. Drew on his feet. Solo going over to Drew. Why is Kevin Owens in street clothes? Big shot. Oh, big boot. I don't mind him being in street clothes, though. I don't mind him. I feel like that makes more sense. If anything, why is Drew not a bit more covered up? Like, this is like a cage match. You know what I mean? Like, I think it sort of makes sense to wear like some jeans or something for this. This isn't a normal wrestling match, is it? So I sort of look at Kevin and I think he is actually dressed probably the most appropriate for this match. I actually really like the fact he's wearing something different for this. Sheamus is making his way out. He looks at Roman. Sheamus looks at Roman, but he just makes his way to the ring. Sami is closing the door. Sami has come over and he's closed the door. Sheamus is trying to climb up. Oh, he has managed to open the door. He slams it into Sami. Is Kevin wearing his Taylor Swift shirt? He's actually dressed as Taylor. Yeah, he's come dressed as Taylor from top to bottom in a lovely summery dress. He's got the acoustic guitar as well. And he's got a lovely summer dress on. He looks great. He really does. Planted down. I'm sure that didn't hurt, says Mark. I'm glad that Sheamus didn't have that stupid mohawk anymore, says Funky Fresh. Bloodline are dressed like Nakamura. Yes, they are. Yeah, they're all in red. Sheamus comes crashing down. Right, the clock is counting down. The final person to come in is going to be Roman Reigns. Roman getting ready. Into the side of the cage goes Jimmy. Sami trying to get at Sheamus. My cousin got Royal Rumble tickets, says El Leon. Shout out to you. A lot of red in the ring. Mm-hmm. Right, okay, he's trying to regather the troops. Sheamus, Ridge, Butch, charge over, collide into the Usos and Sami. Big shots being thrown here. Zox, shout out to you. Robert said Sheamus is looking at his best. Sheamus is looking at his best when he won his first WWE Championship. Right, Roman should be coming in very soon. I don't know how long the match will go for once Roman's in. I feel like we might get a good 10 minutes or so. I don't know if we'll get half an hour. I don't know. Maybe we will. Back elbows by Sheamus. We got 30-odd seconds. Roman should come out in a Saturday Night Fever disco outfit. Yes! I don't know why. Why not? Right, he's climbing up. Looks like we're going to get white noise. He's got Solo on his shoulders. He's climbing up, though, Sheamus. Roman is going to turn on Sami, says El Leon. White noise! 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Roman comes out of the cage. Did you see Heyman in the background? Heyman counted it down for Roman and then he went with both the belts here. Roman. Roman getting inside. And now the match begins! So now we've got all the one team in the one side, all the bloodline on the other side. Everything we watched has been irrelevant! Right, here we go. Survivor Series. So we've got all the bloodline in the one ring. We got all the face team in the other ring. Right, here come the Brutes. It's a big brawl in the one ring. Big uppercut by Roman on Sheamus. Big uppercut by Roman on Drew. Big uppercut by Roman on Ridge, which was sick. Big uppercut on Butch. And you get one as well. Kevin Owens goes down. It's pretty much done, isn't it? Boom! Down goes Sheamus. Down goes Sheamus. Sheamus is down. Drew is down. Everyone's down. Apart from Roman. Roman's going to look to... kick by Sheamus. Over goes Roman. Is in between both of the rings. Sheamus going to look to do those clubbing blows. Drew's helping him. Oh. And doesn't look... He's going to do it. He's got him. He's almost got him. Roman is against the ropes. Oh, are they going to do a big multi-person spot? Yeah, of course. Of course. Because it's really natural that they all managed to get into this position, innit? Oh, my God. So they've somehow managed to get all of the Bloodline within the space of a few seconds in the middle. And now they're all doing the clubbing blows at the same time. Let's go, Brutes. Lone Star said that's a bit rehearsed. Right, let's see. Look, we still haven't seen Kevin and Sami. We haven't seen that moment. Drew throwing in a shot to Jimmy. Shot there to Roman. Roman stumbles back against the side of the ropes. Big shot there by Sheamus. Drew coming in. So Sheamus and Drew are double teaming on Roman at the moment. They've got him over and isolated. He is being outnumbered. Shots here by Roman. I kind of like this. They've got everyone else in the one ring apart from Roman and Sheamus. Oh man, lovely knee strike there by Sheamus. That's nice. KO sold the uppercut. Great. Romans is not going to be the only one standing. You will hear Sierra Hotel India Echo Lima Delta Shield. Here we go. Is getting ready for the brogue. Sheamus in the corner. Charges over. Solo. Spear. Spear by Roman. 1, 2. And Butch makes the save. Butch makes the save. Butchy Butch. Brawl. Owens brawl, said Dark Angel. Big shots coming in by Sami. Look at Sheamus's black eye, said Victoria. L. Leon, shout out to you. Butch came out of nowhere. Well, that's not true, because Butch's mom loved Butch's dad very much. One night, after a bit of wine, bit of music, bit of dancing, yeah. When it's a woman. Jay caught Sami with a super kick, I think by mistake. It's a bit questionable. Either way, Sami is down. Sami is down. They're saying it was Corey said it was a miscommunication. Right, here we go. They're looking for the pin on Butch. But no joy. Ridge makes the save. Sami's moving. Double super kick there by the Usos. Spear by Roman. As Ridge goes through a table. How's this going? How's this going? Friendly fire. Sorry, not sorry. Sorry, not sorry. So Jay was going for a super kick to Butch. Butch moved out the way. He ended up getting Sami. What's that going to do? What's that going to mean? Ridge is boring, says Miss Clown. A table has been set up. We've got Drew and Roman. How's this going to go? Drew, super kick there by Solo. Picks up. Oh, Drew and puts him through the table. Drew goes through the table. Owens, stunner. Oh. 1, 2. Roman makes the save. Owens on his feet. Staring at Roman. The ones, he clearly saw the guy duck in front of him. He knew it was, he should know it was accidental, says Chris. I'm not done with you, says Kevin. Ooh, slap there by Kevin to Roman. Roman slaps Kevin back. These two are slapping away. Got a couple of slappers. Uppercut. Uppercut by Roman. Roman looking for a Superman punch. It's going to be a stunner. Nope. Superman punch. Owens goes down. Roman is on his feet. He's going back in the corner. Here we go, looking for the spear. Ooh, kick. Against the ropes. Pop-up powerbomb by Owens. Pop-up powerbomb. Owens. Here we go. Kick. Stunner. 1, 2. Sami stops the ref from counting. He stops the ref from counting. Sami stops the 3. He doesn't attack Kevin, but he does prevent the 3. Oh, Roman's down. Everyone's down. Everyone's down except for Sami and Kevin. Sami Uso chants. Sami Uso chants. These two face to face. Sami Uso chants. Roman is grabbing a hold of the leg of Kevin. Kevin kind of kicks it. Is this your family? Oh, went for a kick. Oh, low blow by Sami. Low blow by Sami on Kevin. Low blow by Sami Uso. Big moment. Maybe the biggest of the night. Low blow by Sami. I don't think he enjoyed doing it. I don't think he enjoyed doing it. I think there might be a haluva coming, though, because Kevin is right in the position for a haluva. Is he going to haluva him? What's happening? Sami going back in the corner. Haluva. Haluva. He was right in the position for that haluva. Right in the position. So, Sami haluvas Kevin, and now Sami leaves Kevin to Jay. Leaves it to Jay. Jay goes up. Big splash. 1, 2, 3. Sami has absolutely proven his loyalty. There is no doubt. There is no doubt. Sami didn't cost the Bloodline. He won it for the Bloodline. Wow. That's fun. That's fun. Didn't expect that. Didn't expect that. Sami shows his allegiance to the Bloodline. Don't think he feels great about it, though. I don't think he feels great about it. Sami is a bit emotional. Roman. Oh, and Sami, look at them hugging. Yay! Uzi! Yeah! So emotional. Get out of there, Sami. You don't want to keep looking at Kevin. It's a very sad situation. Oh, Jimmy! Jay hugs Sami! Oh my God! Jay hugs Sami! We're getting all this with Jimmy as well! Ah, the scenes! Look at the scenes! Man. Sami. So good. I've got you. All that storyline just such... Oh, man, it helped this match so much. So good. It's so good. It's too good. We don't deserve it. We don't deserve this story. It's too good. You just never know what's going to happen. And there's twists and turns. And, Goated, man. Goated. The Mega Powers. Sami deserves a slammy. Getting hugged by Jay. I like Survivor Series better when guys would gradually be eliminated. Yeah, I like that as well. Roman looking at Sami. Sami's shirt is ripped. I love all of you, he says. I love all of you. Michael Cole just said, Sami Zayn just proved he is more than an honorary Uce. Is that foreshadowing something? Look, they can't leave the ring because the cameraman's in the way. I think he just said, I acknowledged you tonight. I will acknowledge you every night. And that is the end of Survivor Series. There is a press conference. I don't know how long that's going to take. We'll have a little look on YouTube for that. Whoa, I tell you, that was sick, man. That was so good. That was really good. Let's go. I'm going to see if I can get the poll set up in the chat. And we'll get people's thoughts. What did you think about Survivor Series? Now, don't forget, we're talking about more than just the last match. I know the last match was amazing. But let's not forget there was more to this show than just that last match. But that last match... Sami in it. Flipping Sami and his flipping amazing storytelling abilities. Great writing. Awesome ending. Great show, says Sean. Absolutely amazing match, but the undercard was horrendous, says Enigma. Days versus Romans. Roman Reigns. Mess him up, mate. Woeful booking, says Scott. 7.5, says Paul Scott. 4, nothing important or interesting, says Terra. I do agree that if you compare this to WrestleMania, I mean, if this is one of the big four, which it historically is, if you compare it to this year's Rumble, compare it to this year's WrestleMania, compare it to this year's SummerSlam, this is so far behind those shows. But that main event with Sami and Kevin, God, that really saved this show for me. Yeah, so good, that final one. So good. Great show, said Victoria. An extraordinary match. It was an awesome war game, said Giovanna. They will extend Bray and LA Knight for the 4th of January, says Fionas. 8.5, 8, 7, 10 plus, 6. Why did Sami not turn on the Bloodline, said Hashim. Well, I think it's good that he didn't. To be honest, I think it's good that he didn't, because, to be honest, I think that he needs to be turned on. Like, they need to turn on him, because he needs to do everything to show that he is loyal. And then he needs to be abused. He needs to be mistreated. He needs to, like, have the sympathy built up for him. The crowd loves Sami anyway, but they will love Sami a lot more if he gives everything to Roman and the Bloodline, and then they abuse it and they turn on him, and like he did nothing wrong. Like all of a sudden, then like the sympathy for Sami would be nuclear. I mean, the love for Sami is there anyway, but a Sami that's been mistreated, the fans will riot. And for me, that's the better way of booking it, definitely, rather than having Sami turn on the Bloodline. So I really like it. I really like it. I thought what would happen is that Sami would cost the Bloodline, not mean to, but he would cost the Bloodline and the Bloodline would lose. That's what I was expecting. I think to have it whereby he delivers a low blow and, you know, picks his side and makes it clear. And, like, that's an interesting swerve, man. It's an interesting swerve. I can't wait for Friday. Because what's Roman going to say? What's Jay going to say? What's the Jay and Sami relationship like now? What's the Jay and Sami relationship like? Because gotta think that they are just going to be so tight now. You know? I mean, Jay made it very clear that he accepts Sami tonight. That was a big moment. That was a big moment. I feel like the biggest moment was the low blow. But, like, Jay then accepting Sami was right up there. Yeah, really juicy. Adam said 9. If Bray was there, it would be 10. Adam said no, Bray, -7. Orlando said I hated the ending. Oh, I really like the ending. I really like it. I really like the ending. As I said, I think, like, Sami picked a side. He showed his loyalty. When they turn on him, that'll get sympathy because Sami was, you know, gave everything 100%. He was totally loyal. He was totally there for him, and they abused him and mistreated him. And so that means that there'll be a lot of sympathy for him. Sami has got to win the Rumble, said Wrestle Andy. Yeah, I love that idea. I love the idea of Sami winning the Rumble and then him not, like, cashing it in and, like, you know, basically he wins the Rumble and says to Roman, you've got WrestleMania off, mate. Because I ain't going to challenge you for that, so that's it. You don't need to worry about WrestleMania. You can have the night off. You don't need to be there. And, you know, again, just proving his loyalty. And then, of course, they can beat him up, mistreat him. There can be, like, a breakdown and, like, you know, whatever. And they start beating him up, and then, boom, he says, right, well, I'm going to have the match now. And, you know, goes to Adam Pearce and says he wants that match. Yeah, I like that. I like that idea. But I don't think it'll go that way. I think it'll be Cody that probably does win the Rumble. We are just waiting as well, by the way, for the press conference to start. We are waiting for the press conference to start, and I don't think the press conference is going to be that long, so I'm a little bit torn. I don't think there's going to be much that's going to be said, but we might hear from Roman and Sami and whatever, so. But it was meant to start 20 odd minutes ago, so I don't know if the show overran. They did have it set up to start, as I said, 20 minutes ago. It was a good show. Felt the crowd audio was odd. It did make the show feel slightly off. Love the booking, so it's a 7, says Josh. Thought Sami was either going to take the loss or get pushed off the top, causing the Bloodline to forfeit. Acknowledge the Beyblades, says Green Apple. Yes. Roman is the weakest in the Bloodline, says Dale. John O said Sting was in the Horseman when he won his shot against Flair and the Horseman turned on him. It got massive heat. Hassim said the Rumble should be won by Cody or Dwayne Johnson or Sami or someone from a Forbidden Door. I'm going to send you a video about Beyblades. Please don't. Zayn Reigns SummerSlam, says Taysine. DFS Chief said it's a mid-show. When would you have the turn happen now? Well, I feel like the turn... It really depends what story you want to do, because there's a few different stories you can tell. I think I would have them abuse Sami up to WrestleMania, have The Rock come in. Even The Rock could talk to Sami and say, like, you shouldn't take this, you know, they're mistreating you here. And Sami can be like, no, I can fix this. And they're still abusing him and whatever. And then, like, you know, do Rock Roman. And then maybe at that moment, that's when Sami realizes that this isn't right. He's not being treated right. And then we do build towards SummerSlam, and then maybe we build towards Roman and Sami at SummerSlam. It'd be a bit of a build though. You're having to get from April to August. It's going to be a bit tricky to get there, but yeah, I'd probably look at something along those lines. You could do that. You could do him winning the Rumble, as we said, and refusing to cash it in, if you will, on Roman, but then they abuse him, and then he does cash it in. The only problem with that is that I think we are getting Rock Roman, so you're having to sort of book it around Rock and Roman, you know? So you've sort of got to get WrestleMania out the way, because I don't think Sami is going to be facing Roman this side of WrestleMania. This has to lead to Sami and Kevin Owens winning the tag titles at WrestleMania, said New York State of Mind. Yeah, I mean, I personally don't want that, but I do agree that that's probably the most likely. Mitchell said, how do you think they'll introduce The Rock if he comes in? Will he do something to back Sami or against Roman or prove The Rock is the real chief? Would The Rock be heel or face? Rock would be face, 100%. Rock would be face, definite. So Rock would be face. What would they do? I mean, I wouldn't put him in the Rumble. I wouldn't put him in the Rumble because The Rock shouldn't care about winning a title and shouldn't really care about WrestleMania main eventing, right? I mean, Rock has had his career, so he shouldn't really want those things. If something's going to bring The Rock back, it needs to be bigger than the belt. And this is why I like the idea of him coming back, because of family. And I like the idea that, like, I don't know, Roman has maybe been laying into him in some promos. Rock's not happy about, like, how the family is being perceived. Maybe, as we said, we tie it in with Sami, and he's not happy with how Sami is being treated. So he's not happy with the booing. He's not happy with how Sami's being treated. He's just not happy with how Roman is, like, you know, handling himself, like how he's carrying himself. Like, he feels like that's bringing disgrace to the Anoa'i name. And so Rock wants to come in and teach Roman a lesson, basically, and he's going to do that at WrestleMania. And I sort of feel like you just book it along those lines. So I wouldn't have Rock win the Rumble, because I don't think Rock needs to win the Rumble. I don't think he needs to come in and like win a Royal Rumble and try and win a title and main event WrestleMania. I think he needs to just come in and go after Roman, basically, because Roman is bringing disgrace to the family name. And part of that could be how he's treating Sami. So, it could all tie together. I mean, clearly Sami's going to be a big part of WrestleMania. I would hope that Sami would have a match at WrestleMania as well. But I would still probably, if I'd keep him in the Bloodline. I'd have Roman and Usos and people abusing him, just mistreating him, talking down to him, and just, you can easily have Sami like mess a few things up and them get annoyed with him. So you could easily do that. Rock gets upset with them, not happy with how Roman has carried himself as champion, not happy with how they're treating Sami. He comes in, confronts Roman, the match is made, and then, Sami comes to realize that, he has been mistreated, and he leaves the Bloodline at WrestleMania, just after WrestleMania, and then I think we build towards Roman and Sami. That's what I would like. That's what I would look for. But I do agree, more likely than that is that we get Sami and Kevin going after the tag belts. That's probably more likely. Roman might not even be in the Rumble, said Victoria. So yeah, New York State of Mind, shout out to you. I agree. I think the tag belts are looking likely. And Mitchell, appreciate the support, dude. Hope that answers the question. Darcy said, what about Cody winning the Rumble? Probably the most likely thing. And because Roman is occupied, he gives Sami one of the belts to defend against Cody on his behalf to respect the Rumble. Sami loses, story continues. Don't know how I feel about someone else defending on someone else's behalf. I don't know how. I don't think we've ever seen that before. Don't know how I feel about that. Don't know that Roman would trust Sami in order to do that. Plus also, like, Roman loses a belt. I don't know. I can see some merit to it. I don't hate it. I just don't love it either. It doesn't like jump out at me at like, yeah, that's the way forward. I think seeing someone else defend the belt on Roman's behalf, I think would just be weird. Mitchell said, just my thing. I would love to see The Rock come in and The Rock be upset with the way that Roman is handling things. Rock mentions Mankind and how he's not blood, but he's family, and Roman needs to be checked. Yeah, I feel like that's in line with what we were just saying. So yeah, I can vibe with that. I can vibe with that. I don't know when this is starting, to be honest. I think what we might do is wrap it up, because I have no idea when this is beginning. We've already been waiting a little while. Yeah. Let's have a look. And wow, I don't think we even need to keep the poll going, to be honest, because if we look at the poll, 8 out of 10 scored Survivor Series, 58%. 27% said 7 to 775. 9% said 6 to 675. 4% said 575 or below. So it seems like this has been perceived as a very good show. So I think it has been perceived as a very good show. So there we go. It's impressive. Yeah, I don't know when this is starting, so I think we'll probably give it a skip. Right, appreciate the support, guys. Hope you enjoyed the show. I hope you enjoyed Survivor Series. It was a bit of a strange one, to be honest. A bit of a strange one, but loved the ending. Thought the ending was absolutely fantastic. So, as I said, I hope you got something from it and enjoyed it as well. Appreciate people joining us for this one. Obviously, it's nice to do a stream of wrestling on a Saturday night. So, I hope people enjoyed it. And don't forget, we are back tomorrow with a couple of World Cup matches. And then, of course, we're back on Monday as well with Raw. So, yeah, thanks a lot for watching. Don't know when this is going to start, but keep an eye out on YouTube because it should be starting some point. Yeah, it is on YouTube right now, the press conference. But we'll see what the Fallout has got for us on Monday with Raw. And, of course, on Friday with Sami Zayn and the Bloodline and all of that goodness as well. So thanks a lot for watching. I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.